Jones, and I'm here to tell you folks, the world has fallen. The fascist globalist overlords, they're implementing the Great Reset. You don't believe me? I've seen the tapes. Watch it, folks. Watch as these pot-bellied Zoomer goblins work with the Illuminati to pit us against each other. I promised I'd be a good boy.
I'm a good boy.
There's only one cure, folks, and that's liberty. And there's no better channel to find freedom than Fabian Liberty. Anarchy is order. Government is civil war.
You're offensive. Police lives matter?
We're just trying to do school.
What?
You guys have the same seat as the others.
But this is our space. You're making the space uncomfortable. But you're white.
You're fucking a white male!
What is one way you combat racism? I don't root for white people on the sidewalk.
They want your wallets, they want your guns, they want the wieners off your sons. Democrats.
Oh, we should film
So let's say, for the sake of argument, that all of the water levels around the world rise by let's say 5 feet. You think that people aren't going to just sell their homes and move?
Just one small problem. Sell their houses to who, Ben? Fucking Aquaman! Vaccine!
Children, they're spreading COVID throughout the population at higher numbers. And people are not entitled to turn themselves into deadly biological weapons by spraying disease-laden aerosols wherever they choose, randomly killing innocent people. This is not freedom, this is homicide, and willful ignorance is no excuse.
What the fuck?
Highest margin of victory yet. It's really impressive. Though, I'm starting to think he might have had help from the Russians.
Look at me, I'm a gay frog. I'm so cool, I'm so neat. I'll never have children and I'm sterilized. But the media says I'm totally cool. I'm a gay frog, I'm a gay fish. It's so good, and I think my daddy actually is.
Look, all right. I have a Tor browser. I just don't. I mean, I use Purple. I just don't use it for like. I'm not gonna use it for like streaming and shit. Like it. I need to make like a solid connection to like a ton of different websites. Like trying to stream through a Tor browser would be fucking horrible. I was using Opera because it had a lot of cool features, but I think it was just having like memory issues. And like, I think it might have been the culprit for crashing my game and like certain like load times on certain things. Like it works fine when I'm not streaming, but like while streaming, I think it causes problems. And I've been using Edge on my phone for like ever. So like, it's not like I'm unfamiliar with the program. Yeah, I mean, like Opera started having like other political things, but like if you worry about like your browser not being secure, I feel like at this point, like you're kind of an idiot. It's like none of them are secure, and all of them are watched by the NSA and every government agency Like, your information is sold on all of them, even if the browser is doing everything they can to stop that. Other than maybe like a Tor browser, right? Like, but I mean, like, yeah, if I was streaming on a Tor browser, maybe my shit wasn't good tracked. But like, that's different. It comes with a whole new set of problems. Oh man. So I'm like expected to lose water at any moment. So the bathtub's full. There's a bunch of pots and pans that are full of like water on the counter. Wear a mask. What are you talking about? Oh, you mean like while streaming? A little late for that, bro. Look, man, I was in the Army, and then I was a census field supervisor. So I've held a secret security clearance for like over a decade. I was one of the people that when the Chinese, you probably don't remember this unless you're like my age, but like maybe like 6 or 7 years ago, like unless you were involved in politics a lot that long ago, when they hacked a bunch of like people with security clearances data, I was one of those people. So the Chinese got like all of my data from them. And then I'm an anarchist online. Like, I'm on every fucking watch list. All my shit is like probably automatically tagged. Like me using a slightly better, more secure browser and like wearing a mask 3 years into streaming is just not going to do a goddamn thing. I'm a plumber. I can fix water problems. No, like the city of Richmond, Virginia, is expected to lose water because of issues at the water treatment facility. Like, I'm like, yep, Ayn Rand was right. Like infrastructure, like, and it's not even a bad storm. Like, it was like we had a storm come in and drop like a couple of inches, and like it barely got below freezing. There's just a bunch of fucking government retards that can't figure anything out. We are probably on the soon-to-be tagged list. No, you're probably already tagged. All of you are probably already tagged. If you're watching anarchist streamers online in your spare time, you're probably already, quote, known to the FBI. They don't have an agent assigned to your case or anything, but like your shit's already in a pile somewhere or in a file somewhere of like these type of people. And then AI is going through those things so that they can better identify the language of people that think like that, so that they can censor you on online platforms in the future with little effort. Right, dude? It's like Brazil, man. Like, what the fuck? We're supposed to be a first world country. What's good, Red Tornado? Too many servers in need of fire? Agreed. Yeah, I mean, like, the thing that's wild to me is that people are like, what do you mean the government's tracking you? And I'm just like, you know, Edward Snowden was like 10 years ago, right? Like when he showed the documents and the files and everything and proved that the government has like massive amounts of server space, like trillions and trillions of terabytes of space, and that they were under construction for like 10 more facilities, and that it was all designed to like capture every American's data, every person that has a Gmail account, every person that sends like basically an email, and anything that goes out of the country, that like they were with the Five Eyes program, like, and then people are like, the government has your stuff on a server somewhere, you're crazy. And it's like, you're crazy for not recognizing that.
Randosaurus donated $5. What you think about this, Willis?
Oh damn, let me see if I can. Oh my god, now I have to go find that link, and I'm like, I just logged on to a new browser, so now I have to log into Streamlabs. Is it logged in through my Twitch? It does log in through my Twitch. Okay, cool. All right, now let me find. Oh, that means my chatbot's not working. Hold on, CloudBot. Active, YouTube active. Whew. There we go. Hold on. Cloudbot's working again. Oh, no, Streamlabs is already working. It was on the back even without me plugged in. All right, cool. Let me find. I don't need the tip design. Where the fuck is my own tip page? All right, hold on. Here we go. Streamlabs like integration is not that great. Let me go through the history. Okay, I found the tip page. Thank you, by the way. Sometimes it's easier to do stuff through the Streamlabs. Where the fuck is? How do I go through my messages in? Hold on, tipping, custom website, multi-stream, desktop app store, charity, all stars, merch store. All widgets, themes and overlays, Cloudbot chat. Oh my God, where recent events maybe? Here we go. That's where it is. America's infrastructure scores a C-. And what is this from? Infrastructurereportcard.com. I mean, I'm not an expert on America's infrastructure. I'm currently suffering it. Like, I'm currently mad and suffering it. I will say this though, like part of the problem with America, I mean, obviously I'm an ANCAP, so I'm like, privatize that shit and a lot of these problems will be solved. And I'm not wrong there. But another big problem is just like, we're so fucking big, right? Like people forget that like we're the size of Europe. And so like, and we don't have the same population density that like most European countries have. And so because of that, like there's a lot of fucking roads, a lot of water treatment facilities, right? A lot of bridges, a lot of train tracks, a lot of, pipelines that just like don't service that many people. And so there's not that much state-based incentive. How do I think this compares to Fairphone? Oh, shit. Hold on.
See, the whole...
Let me see. Give me a second to pause the music. All right, let's see. How does this compare? Okay, it's a short, so now we're going to do one of these. All right, now let's go.
The goal of HMD is to make phones that stick around. And after selling more than 400 million devices in the last 8 years, HMD has decided, as they should, that some people can indeed be trusted with a screwdriver. And
some people can indeed be trusted with a screwdriver. If only Apple would get that through their fucking brain. Oh, Jesus. What I imagine they have a good iFixit repair. Hold on. What is HMD? Hold on. HMD cell phone iFixit. Oops. HMD Skyline scores an impressive 9 out of 10 from iFixit. Okay. All right. So iFixit says, at least for right to repair, that it's fucking, and the ability to replace parts and stuff, it's good.
And apparently there's only one screw between us and the internals. With 13 screws gone, I can poke my SIM card tool into a hole near the cam screw that leveraged off the rear panel, and the screen basically falls away from the phone.
Hold on, pause. We're not talking about this. Where did that come from? Where is this little black thing right here? Was that there before? Okay, it was there before. All right, never mind. I was just like, hey man, did a piece of your phone fall off on the table? Are we going to talk about this?
Internals. With 13 screws gone, I can poke
okay, yeah, it was there from the beginning. Okay, I was a little sus.
To a hole near the cam screw that leveraged off the rear panel, and the screen basically falls away from the phone body, if you remember to unplug the right ribbon.
No, it's not a Twitch donation. That's someone that did a direct donation through the StreamYards, which basically means I get that money instantly, and then I get like PayPal and Streamlabs like collectively take like 7%. So it's the best way to get me money directly. But I just feel like I'm willing to take more of a hit with like super chats and things. A, because they're integrated better, and B, because I think it probably boosts me in the algorithm when the channel makes YouTube money. I'm pretty sure YouTube pushes forward channels that have a good ratio of like income for YouTube to viewers, because they know if they put it towards more viewers, that means that they'll maintain that ratio. Yo, Rudy. Okay, hold on. We got to talk about this real quick. I'm going to get back to this phone. I am impressed by this phone, but we do have to talk about this for a second. Yes, I made Rudy a mod, okay? Rudy was the only one who DM'd me. Rudy is here all the time, and Rudy does make jokes, understands racism a little bit, and he seems like a cool guy. That's why I made him a mod, all right? Like, I know some people, Rudy also does donate a lot of money to the channel, and I don't want you guys to think that, like, you can buy moderator or that, like, you get a leg up on being a moderator because you donate money. Rudy, I really appreciate the money that you give. I really appreciate the memberships especially. I love that people that, like, can spam cool, you know, personal emotes for the channel only. I don't want anybody to think that there's like favoritism here, because literally he's the only fucking person that asked when he DM'd me over Discord, like I said, and fit all of the criteria that I said, and I've spoken with him on Discord before. So, like, if you're here all the time, if you're a little edgy in your humor and you actively engage in chat, right? And, like, I understand that you're a little edgy, but I also understand that you know not to go over that line. I'll probably make you a mod. I don't have an issue with that, but you got to be on the Discord. You got to DM me. I got to, like, know you to some extent. You have to be here regularly, and you can't be a fucking Karen. You have to be somebody that, like, kind of gets internet jokes and stuff. But also, I know that he's a big donor here, and I don't want people to think that, like, that's how you become a mod. I'm not paying you, like, you know what I mean? Unrelated question: who introduced you to anarcho-capitalism? I don't know. I mean, like, so, like, I don't know when I was first introduced to anarcho-capitalism, because, like, I was a tanky, and I had kind of heard about libertarians and ANCAPs before, like, even when I was a radical leftist. And so I slowly became more libertarian, and I was like a lefty libertarian when I was in the Army. But I mean, like, the person that probably had the biggest influence on me is my roommate, Mark, right? Like, Mark was an ANCAP long before I was, like when I was like a lefty Prague libertarian, and we were good friends, right? So, like, you know what I mean? Like, and then I, you know, like, the more libertarian I became, the more I was like, okay, I don't need to know what other people say about libertarianism. I need to understand libertarianism myself. And so I did a lot of reading, especially at, like, my pivotal moment where I was like, okay, I'm done with the left, and, like, I need to really read about libertarianism, read libertarian theory, read more, and, like, understand the other side more, was, like, I had slowly but surely gone from, like, a tanky to, like, more libertarian leaning lefty, and I was a Bernie bro. Like, I was, like, I was supporting Bernie, like, early in the primary campaign in, like, 2015. And I went to a Bernie rally with my ex-wife. Okay. And I was in the pit, and he was giving a speech about, like, and he brought up income inequality. And I had, like, he brought up, like, the gender pay gap, right? But he was talking about, like, income inequality, all the usual talking points. He brought up the gender pay gap. And then I was like, okay, the gender pay gap's bullshit, I know, but, like, this is shit he has to say to get elected. I'm gonna light a candle, get the ambiance in here for this story, which is almost basically over. But basically, so I'm sitting there, or I'm standing with, like, a sign, and he says, and I don't know if this is an exact quote, but it's close enough. But he says something along the lines of, like, and that's why men make too much money. And I was like, men make too much money? Like, this isn't about pay inequality or oppression of women. This is about hatred of the fact that men make too much money. I was like, not me, not anybody I know. Like, who the fuck is out here making too much money? Like, I get, like, these corporate CEOs and millionaires and billionaires are making too much money, you know, like, at least at that time I kind of had that thought. But I was like regular dudes out here working in an office, like, that's where the gender pay gap supposedly comes from. It's like these dudes, and I know that these are just guys working more hours, and you're mad that they're making too much money. And it clicked for me in that moment that, like, this wasn't about like, this wasn't about like the left feeling bad about oppression, that this was about hatred, that this was about resentment. It was politics of resentment. And I was like, oh, okay. I get it now. Like, that was kind of like my turning point moment. And then I really started to look into like libertarian podcasters and getting like, and I think I listened to like some Dave Smith. And I think like Mark had like, maybe like, I don't know if Mark did or didn't recommend him to me, or maybe if we had just kind of like talked about him before and like I started listening to him and like, but I was mostly just like clips and things. And then I started reading. And I was like, no, I need to read. Because like the commie tanky in me was like revitalized in that, like, if you want to understand this ideology, you need to read. You need to read the theory. You need to read the literature. And then I was still, even when I started streaming on Twitch, I was still like a minarchist, like kind of like lactoid. And then very early on in my streaming, I was leaning towards ANCAP, but I had like one final thing, which is like, I don't understand how the government can get out of like the courts. And then I read Robert Murphy's Chaos Theory on suggestion from a guy, I want to say his name was like Russian Capitalist or something. It wasn't Casimir, it was a different guy. And he was like, read this. And I was like, okay. And I read it. And then I was like, yeah, no, even though this isn't how I would do it, this is a perfectly viable way to get the state completely out of the justice system. And so that wasn't very long after that I became a full-blown kind of ANCAP. FBI agent. Write this down. Yeah, all right. But let me get back to this phone review thing.
And the internals. With 13 screws gone, I can poke my SIM card tool into a hole near the cam screw that leveraged off the rear panel, and the screen basically falls away from the phone body. That's
true, Mark. You would call me during your 3-hour car rides working for the census, and you'd complain about some issue, and I'd say it was the state. And then you'd eventually agree after looking into it. That's so true. So when I was that's another thing that I had like kind of memory hold, but Mark is so right, is, I would so when I was working for the census, I had 2 different missions in the census, and during the first mission I was the quality control supervisor for the post-enumeration survey of the census. So basically the post-enumeration survey is like quality control of the census, and then I was quality control for the people doing quality control. And I was a supervisor of like a team of like 10 agents the first mission, and then the second mission I had like 5 or 6 people. It dwindled down really quick. And so like if there was a specific residence or something that was problematic or just like one that was way out of the way that nobody could get to, I would have to drive to it. Except I was in charge of all of Virginia with the exception of like Nova and like the Virginia Beach area, and then northern Tennessee, and then part of the mountains in West Virginia. And so because of this, like sometimes I'd have to drive 3-4 hours just to get to like one house to ask them some questions and leave. And then, and then I, like during that time, I would talk to Mark for like hours because I had fucking nothing else to do. It was either that or listen to a podcast or an audiobook. Are you subscribed to Pirate Software? No, I don't watch Pirate Software. I mean, like I watch his shorts and I find his shorts interesting, and they come up on my short feed like late in the middle of the night constantly. I like some of his takes. I think some of his politics are lefty and retarded, and some of his pro-union shit is dumb. I think he's doesn't understand politics or economics very well, but he understands the gaming industry very well. And he has a lot of cool insights, and I find him entertaining from time to time. But like I don't, and obviously understands like cybersecurity. But yeah.
Basically falls away from the phone body. If you remember to unplug the right ribbon, of course, which is literally the ribbon.
I will answer your union question, all right? Because it's early in the stream. I don't demand a super chat. I will, but I will get to your union question when I get through with this fucking review.
To unplug the right ribbon, of course, which is the screen basically falls away from the phone body. If you remember to unplug the right ribbon, of course, which is literally the ribbon on the right side. The peace of mind knowing that a screen repair only costs $99 and doesn't void your warranty is priceless. For reference, an iPhone screen replacement from Apple costs about $380, which is almost the cost of a new phone, and I'm sure it's priced like
almost the cost of a new phone. Fuck you. I got this phone for $250. The only thing it's missing is fucking wireless charging. Oh no. Fucking Motorola like 2024. Or the Motorola, yeah, it was like the Motorola 2024 when the 2025s came out. Or maybe it was the 2023 when the 2024, it was like the better one. This phone is $499? Hell yeah. I just meant like when he was talking about the cost of a screen repair being $380. I'm like, yeah, this was $250. And I like it like and like the cheapest one was $150. But I got like the nicest cheap phone that Motorola made when the new ones came out and just bought it outright.
The cost of a new phone, and I'm sure it's priced like that intentionally. I think it's safe to say that I've never had a smartphone come across my desk, go through my tests, and tear down, and still come out the other side with its warranty intact. At least not until now. The HMD Skyline and Fusion are a massive step forward for humanity, and in a world of greedy CEOs and rising costs across the board, it's just really cool to see a company.
I hate when people just talk about like, oh, these greedy CEOs. Shut the fuck up.
Do something that benefits the average Joe. See, the whole goal of...
Okay, now here's my question, though. So let's look at HMD Skyline conflict minerals. Okay. And let's get some music going. I'm curious. Okay. Is there a rating thing here? Let me see if I can find that. Would likely receive a high rating, according to AI. I'd have to look into it more. But like the main reason I like Fairphone and like want one bad, right? Oh God, I forgot that my fucking default search engine is still Brave. I like Brave, but like their default search engine kind of blows. Right, like the main reason I want one of these so bad is because they're so good with conflict minerals. Right? And they have the same rating from iFixit. So like I don't know, man. I would still give like I'd have to look into it more, but like Fairphone is really fucking committed to reduction in conflict minerals and like horrible slavery and shit. Rogan is pretty hype on the Fairphone now. Fuck yeah, dude. I hope the Fairphone sees a massive boost in business and comes to America. Because the biggest problem with Fairphone right now is that like basically you have to get one. You have to get one and like somehow get a battery. Like you have to ship it like drugs to get one in America. You have to have a friend over there that's willing to like take a risk on shipping a battery that like shouldn't go through customs. And then even on top of that, like it only works with like shittier internet and signal through like T-Mobile. No, the 750 was for a bundle with it. It's the phone and the headphones that are designed to go with it. So the yeah, so the 750 that you saw was oh my God. Yeah, it's a bundle. So you get the Fairphone 5 and then get $50 off the Fairbuds XL if you want to buy them, but you also get the headphones. Or sorry, the Fairbuds XL. Wait, hold on, wait a minute. Hold on. No, the Fairbuds XL is their headphone. Let's see what their price is on that. I haven't checked in like a couple months. Yeah, so these are $250. More conscious. Producing new headphones is the most CO2 intensive part. By designing our devices with longer lifespans, incorporating recycled materials, and investing in projects that aimed at reducing CO2 emissions during production, we're taking responsibility for our planet. Electronic waste neutral. When you buy the Fairbuds XL, we recycle the same amount of electronic waste. This means 100% compensation for the weight of electronics we put into the market, making your headphones e-waste neutral. Modularity at its finest. Your headphones are not foldable, but also made from modular parts. These are repairable and replaceable, so you can listen and style for years to come. So like you can replace the battery if the battery in your headphones, replace the ear parts, replace the casing. Yeah, dude, Fairphone makes good shit. Like Fairphone's my number one. So yeah, I'm happy to see that somebody introduced Rogan to Fairphone. All right, so I said that I would get to it despite it wasn't a super chat. So somebody, I don't remember where, it's somewhere in the chat. Someone asked me how I feel about unions. Okay, so I am of two minds about unions. So the first thing I would say is fuck unions as they currently stand. The National Labor Review Board makes it to where union membership is mandatory in some states and enforces those states that are not right to work states. That's horrible. That's evil. That's wrong. The other problem is that the National Labor Review Board protects workers when they strike, protects them from union busting. All of these things are evil and all of these things are wrong. The third reason that I hate unions is because they are a means of funneling money to, left-wing organizations. They have been infiltrated and ruined many times over by socialists. I mean, when you look at, like even in the original unions in like coal mining and things like that, they destroyed things. I started way early before the panel. I mean, I started right at 7. The panel's at 8. Am I wrong? Like, I mean, when I have a panel at 8, I usually start at 7. I think I just like rolled the video right at 7 and like 7:07 started talking. But anyways, the third reason is because they're infiltrated by socialists that often destroy their own movements, but they don't care because it's a means of moving money. It's very corrupt. I don't like it. So those are some of the major reasons why I hate unions. Nevertheless, I think joining a union in a free market is not only 100% your right, but is something that is good. And we should and we ought have unions. We just shouldn't give them. Also, like, share, and subscribe. All right, guys. You don't gotta buy memberships. You don't gotta put in super chats. Though I like it when you guys put in super chats, and I always answer super chats, even if I'm in the middle of the debate. The only one that I didn't answer right then and there was when Stacy Pastry gave me $50 and wanted me to give a good faith representation of leftism, and I waited until the next stream and I gave her a very large breakdown and made sure that she got her question answered. But yeah, so like the reason we actually need unions in a free market is that without the National Labor Review Board's protections, without government protections, all a union is a means of collective bargaining by workers in their own interests against the corporation. And it's perfectly fine to do that. And so when you have a free market, how does that work? If I'm a company, wouldn't I just fire everybody the moment I figure out they're in a union? Well, yeah, that would happen. But the problem becomes is how skilled is your labor? How much training does your labor cost? And how much money will you be put out if you temporarily lose all of your labor force? Right? So in a truly free market, good morning, Casimir. If you're in a true free market, right? And you set up a union and the union is like, let's say Walmart employees. Well, you're just going to be deleted, right? Like Casimir's message, because he put in good morning and accidentally doxed himself wherever he may be. But like you're just going to get fired, right? Like you're just immediately going to get fired because you don't have anything to offer the company, and you can be replaced almost instantaneously with very little loss to the company. But let's say you're an underwater welder. Okay? If you're an underwater welder and you have a union of underwater welders, well, your labor is really fucking valuable, and you can't just go out on the job market and find other underwater welders very quickly. Because not only does it take a lot of skill and practice to become a good welder, then you have to have the training and practice to become an underwater welder. Then you also have to deal with the fact that that's a very dangerous job. And so it's a dangerous job. It's a scary job. A lot of people don't like doing, hopping in fucking scuba gear to weld. Like like there's a lot of danger. There's a lot of fear. There's a lot of training, and it's all very specialized. And so like if you have a union of underwater welders, then that is a means by which multiple people can come together and say, hey, look, we don't think you're paying us enough money. And the company knows that if they go on strike, that's going to cost a lot of money if they go on strike. And so if they're asking for something reasonable, like a $2 raise, the company's just going to pay a $2 raise because it would cost them way, way, way more money in order to fire these people or bust up the union and then try and find new people, try and train new people. Their projects are going to get way behind. They're going to lose money. They're going to gain debts. They're going to gain all these problems. They're going to have potential workplace accidents because you can't just put rookies in this job. You need seasoned people. And so you're going to have to find scabs, and people are scabs for a reason, right? Usually because of like certain problems. So there's all these, your insurance rates are going to go up. There's all these problems. And so $2 an hour is reasonable, and they're going to go, okay, please don't go on strike. Here's your $2 an hour. But if they're, but if they negotiate and they're like, we want 100% raise, right? And like just out of the blue, right? Then like they're going to go fuck yourself. And then they're going to fire everybody. And then they're going to take the hit to their bottom line, and they're going to hire their scabs, and they're going to train new employees, and they're going to figure it out. Or they're going to go out of business. And if they do go out of business, well, then maybe there's a reason they went out of business. It's probably because, like, why were their employees so adamant on a 100% increase in their wages? Probably because they treated them like shit. They probably weren't a good company. They probably were doing other things that were really problematic, or like not letting, like they have to go back to the drawing board, and maybe their competition figures this out and people go work for the competition. So like a union is a way of that price demand equation between the employer and the employee, right? The demand of labor and of speeding up that process and giving information to both parties. And so it's going to create a faster, healthier, growing economy. Unions become horrendous because there are all of these protections against these unions, and there's all these like sympathies for people that they have of like, this resentment against the corporation, fighting against the little guy, etc. But if you have a healthy culture that doesn't resent wealth, and you don't have all these government protections, then like unions are a good thing. Shark Eyes, I completely agree with you, and that's why I gave like multiple reasons why I hate unions, right? It's money laundering for leftist socialist policies. It destroys companies. They don't work good. Also, for the record, public, I don't feel like I need to say this, but I'll say it for anyone that is new and doesn't understand that I'm an anarcho-capitalist, a hardcore libertarian. Public sector unions need to be abolished yesterday. There's no fucking reason that a police officer or a teacher should have a fucking union. Like, go fuck yourself. Like, it is the idea that you get to collectively have an organization to try and increase wages or protections for government employees is completely wrong. What do I think of worker co-ops? Worker co-ops, I feel the same way about them as I do kind of like unions, but not as harsh. I think worker co-ops are great for small businesses. I think ESOP models are better, right? ESOP models, which is kind of like something in between a corporation and a co-op, where you get voting shares and you get a percentage ownership in the company, and what type of job you have gives you more voting shares. So like the CFO gets a fuck ton of voting shares, but the janitor only gets a couple. and then you get more voting shares based off of seniority, right? So that way someone that's been in the business for 10 years and has seen the ups and downs has voting shares, right? But like the biggest problem with co-ops and ESOP models is when the company expands to regions and cultures different than where the company started, they almost always fall apart, right? So it's like if you run a grocery store and you have voting power in your company about policies that the company is going to do, how much things are going to cost, how much employees ought to be paid, what kind of products ought to be on the shelves, how much we should invest in warehousing, all that shit kind of makes sense to get the opinion of like your workers on the field. But the problem is like when that grocery store tries to go to Europe or tries to go to China or tries to go to Russia or tries to go to somewhere in Africa, all of a sudden, like the person from Springfield, Ohio, doesn't understand any of like the decisions that need to be made in Africa, in Europe, in China. They don't understand the culture. They don't understand what type of food they eat. They don't understand like, what things sell more and what sells better. They don't like, there's so much information that they don't have. And it becomes the same problem with democracy where you have like a whole bunch of people that have no idea what the fuck is going on voting and like holding the company back. And so like ESOPs work great. They're great companies so long as they stay in a relatively similar culture and similar economy, right? Like they're really, really like an ESOP grocery store. What's an example of one? There's a really big grocery store chain is an ESOP model. Someone in chat will remind me. Winco. So Winco, thank you, Mark. Winco is an ESOP grocery store. And so like Winco does great, but if Winco started opening stores in Germany and like you gave voting power to like Americans, Winco would lose money, or which is what normally happens, they'd end up selling off that the ESOP members would agree that they're losing money in Europe, and that means they're losing their own money. And all the time they end up selling off that portion of their business to someone else, and it becomes private like anything else. So ESOPs are good. I like ESOPs. I like co-ops when they're really, really small. I don't think that they're like, oh, socialist common nonsense. No, it's just another way of doing business. And it has its advantages and it has its disadvantages. In really small groups, co-ops can be more effective. As they get bigger and they scale, you kind of need an ESOP model in order to compete still. But they still do tend to take care of their employees better. And I think it's a good business model, depending on the industry. But the moment it gets out of the culture, the moment it goes to like a region where the culture is too different, where the people are too different, you end up with this problem where the democratic nature of the company can't make the quick, necessary decisions to maintain profits. And it just fails every time. More teacher co-ops is much more preferable to the public schools we have today. Oh, I absolutely agree. Teacher co-ops that are, Montessori kind of co-op situations. I mean, like, look, you want to look at teaching done right, you can hate them, you can love them, but like the Mormons figured this shit out in the 90s. Like, it's okay to look at people in a crazy cult and go, okay, well, what did they do right? And the Mormons figured out sports, and they figured out teaching long before, before people realized that how bad public schools were. Well, long before like Republicans started waking up to the fact that their public schools were indoctrinating their kids, Mormons had already figured it out, right? And a lot of Mormon communities utilize the church and all of their members, and they vet people through the church, which means they have these shared values for the most part. And they grab parents that want to be stay-at-home moms, and they basically have like 2 or 3 stay-at-home moms, come in and teach the kids. And then some parents, right, they can only do it 1 day a week. So they'll like, I take Mondays off of work, and then I work Tuesday through Friday and like a little bit on Saturday, right? And so they go and they become a teacher for 1 day out of the week and teach things that they're experts in. I think one of the reasons that Mormons are so good at this is because I don't know if anybody here has ever been to Mormon temple, but like the way Mormon churches are set up, it's like you have different leaders within the community that are identified kind of like collectively by the church. And then they take on leadership roles in terms of educating. And then they separate groups into different demographics. And then people that are like, you know, leaders within the community that match those demographics to a certain degree, then go take on those other groups, right? So when you go to Mormon Temple, for example, you'll have like a service, but it won't be like a pastor the entire time. It'll be like, a businessman that is also, like a model teacher. And then they'll have these break-offs, and sometimes like they'll go there from the beginning where like teenage girls and teenage boys that are like older teenagers will go and like be together because they get each other, they understand it, and it'll be like some young hip moms that are in charge of it. And the main reason for that is to try and pair people together for dating, for marriage, right? Like they're there to worship God, but they're also there to like meet other 17, 18-year-olds and like date with the concept of marriage in the future as like the goal. It becomes really catty. It has a lot of problems, but nevertheless, they understand, utilizing a community, and everyone kind of pitches in a little bit of effort. And like when you do that and you do it in like a kind of a co-op environment, it's actually really easy to like to handle a classroom of kids, because you can have 15 kids or even 10 kids, and it's very quick and very easily you can have 2 or 3 moms that cycle in. So these kids get the same structure, but they get 10, 15 different teachers throughout a school year, and each of these teachers are people with different areas of expertise. And so even at a young age, it kind of works like high school, where you go to biology class and you go to anatomy and you go to calculus and you go to world history. It kind of already works that way anyways. And then utilizing all those online resources and shit, you can just give a way, way better education than you get in public school. I'm getting all these fucking questions and I'm getting no fucking super chats. I see how it is, you stingy bastards. Pay me my money, all right? Your questions aren't getting answered once we're doing the debate, all right? Unless you pay me the money. But I'll answer them now because I love you guys and I appreciate you being here. Do you think companies really want to give people vacation days, pay health insurance, invest 401k, etc.? That's money they would keep themselves. Most don't care about employees. Yeah, I mean, but that's not necessarily, like, people act like that's a consequence of unions. And it's the same logic that they use that, like, we don't have child labor in this country because we have child labor laws. Cry more. I appreciate the $2. I'll cry more. That's what I'm doing. I realize that I have to cry to make money. But like, yeah, it's like, it's the same logic where it's like, oh, we don't have child labor because we have child labor laws. And it's like, we've done tons of research on this. That's just not true. We don't have child labor because once people make, adjusted for inflation, I think right now it's like $15K per person per GDP, right? People stop sending their kids to child labor because no one wants to put their kids in fucking child labor. They're just poor and they're destitute. It's kind of the same situation. When you look at the early industrial revolution, there was no middle class. Everyone, like there was this boom of jobs, and there was like there was a dearth of workers that had the skills to do those jobs. And over time, you have, more and more people become educated, more and more people get high school degrees back when that actually meant something. More and more people start, going to college. More and more people, grow up in factory towns and become like aware of, the processes, et cetera. And so as the labor market becomes more skilled, companies need to compete with other people. And the best way to compete with other people is to increase wages. And then once we had World War II, okay, the government put a price cap on wages. The state came in and said, look, like you're not allowed to increase your wages. You're not allowed to do this, because they were worried about, laborers getting pushed around, during the, away from like essential jobs, and they wanted to keep people in their jobs, and they didn't want people like running off doing it. It was a really dumb thing. And so companies were like, okay, well, we still need to compete against other companies. How do we do this? So then they started offering insurance, and they started offering pay, vacation days, and they started offering, 401ks and investment and pensions. And all of that is just another thing like pay. If you got rid of vacation days, and you got rid of sick days, and you got rid of health insurance, and you got rid of 401ks, either someone's going to go to an employer that has those things, or they're going to have to just be like, look, we don't have all that extra shit. We just pay you an extra $5 an hour. The problem is that companies know that they have to pay your payroll tax, okay? So when companies pay your payroll tax, when you pay taxes and you're like, oh, the fucking government stole all this money from me. They stole more money from you than that, because your company is also paying those taxes based off of you. So when you get like 20% of your income or 30% of your income taken away, you need to understand that most of those taxes are also paid by your employer for having you as an employee. So if they increase your salary, they increase the taxes that you pay, and they also increase the taxes that they pay. However, they don't pay those same taxes if they offer you vacation days. They don't pay those same taxes if they offer you a Roth IRA or a 401k of some type. They don't pay those same taxes if they give you health insurance. In fact, they get subsidies if they have enough people on their health insurance. And if they don't have enough people on their health insurance, they have to pay fines. Okay, so it's just another form of payment to you as an employee. The only difference is that corporations don't have to pay as much tax, and so it's cheaper for them to pay those things. So if the government got completely out of it, you're probably right. Government would probably get out of the business of health. I mean, most businesses probably wouldn't offer health insurance unless they got a really good bulk deal from a health insurance company, and so they could offer it to you cheaper than you could get it on your own. And they probably wouldn't do 401ks and retirement funds and things like that. They just pay you more money. And then you'd go out and you'd buy health insurance and you'd fucking invest your money. Do you need your money now because you need a down payment on a house and you want to invest that money into your house because that house is equity and you consider that house to be part of your retirement? Or are you someone that likes to rent and you hop around and you live in cities, so you end up getting a 401k because that's a smarter investment for you? You would have that choice, right? Like, wouldn't it be better that instead of having like this price matching 401k thing, they just paid you an extra $3 or $4 an hour, and then you could put that money on a down payment in your house, and you could put that money into equity in your house, so you didn't have to pay as much interest, so that you could like pay off your house by the time you're like 45, and now you own your house free and clear. Like, that's a retirement plan, right? Like, it's just as good of a retirement plan as anything else. It's just these things exist because of the socialism that is involved in there, and you think that it's a good thing because you remember a time before where those things didn't exist, but there was a lot of other things different about the time before, right? You can't look at the late 1800s and the early 1900s, like the turn of the century, and be like, look at how bad things were. And it was the labor unions and the wildcat protests that did that. It's like, that had an influence for sure. But there's a lot of things that had an influence, like, industrial revolution, and like in America, that being realized, creation of a middle class, creation of high skilled labor. Like, there's a lot of things that changed. Oh God, the unions and the Freemasons working together, huh? All right, I guess I gotta hop out of here. It's 5 minutes before he posted the things. 401k is a bad investment. Take my money today and tax me extra when I'm old to earn more to offset the law. Yeah, right. All right, I'm gonna hop in the Discord. I'm gonna hop in. I'm gonna use the restroom real quick, so I'll be gone for a second. But I'm sure we'll get plugged. We'll get dragged into the Discord, so it's not that big of a deal. All right, and then I guess we don't need that. Dude, I logged in. Okay, there we go. I was like, I made sure that I logged in. I did forget to do that, though. Is my shit set to 1080? It is. Okay, good. All right, guys, I'll be right back. I'm using the restroom. I'll get dragged in here soon, so we'll see.
What's up, guys?
Hola, ¿cómo estás?
What are you guys talking about in here?
AIDS.
About what?
AIDS.
Eggs? Eggs are fire as fuck.
AIDS.
I'm pretty sure he's saying AIDS. I was using the restroom. No one was talking in here.
Lots about AIDS.
Let's have a debate, guys.
Hola.
Wait, are you just like someone? You're just like a random person in the server.
Me? Or Admiral? Yeah, dude.
Yeah. Yes, I'm a random.
Yeah, I'm just a dude, bro. I'm just here. Let's talk about something, bro.
I mean, you can join my Discord and DM me if you want to have a debate at some other later date.
AIDS.
Okay. Are you a content creator?
I mean, I guess, yeah. I mean, like, I don't like that title. I think that title is so fucking lame. It's like, I'm an influencer. I'm a content creator. No, I'm just a loser who streams and preaches what I preach.
Yeah, that's fair.
And that's
what
it.
Are you a Democrat? You sound like it.
Yes, he's a Democrat.
No.
He's definitely a Democrat. For sure, a Democrat.
That's funny.
He's the most. He's the most Democrat.
No.
So you're based. I see.
I don't know. I'm an anarcho-capitalist. I'm an extremely right-wing anarchist.
Whoa.
He loves a Democrat title.
Democracy. Not only do I hate Democrats, I hate democracy. Like, fuck off.
Well, bro, democracy is good, bro. We need to be able to do what we want.
Well, you know, Fabian would agree with you.
fucking hate you.
Well, then what is so you're saying like force people to have freedom?
He's saying nothing of the
I
sort.
feel like,
Nobody forced anybody to do nothing, bro.
What?
No, I mean,
non-aggression
principle. Some people will be forcibly removed from property. That's for damn sure.
Have you ever heard of napping?
Yo, Fabian, can you check your mic real quick?
What's going on with it?
It's a little low and raspy on my end, at least.
No, it's all. It's fine. It's just you.
Although, Ali, it
like
sounds like you're not using the correct microphone, at least based off of past audio.
Yeah, you sound like fucking refried ass. Fucking.
Yo, Corey Campbell, do I know you, bro? I feel like I've heard of you.
I have no idea.
I feel like I've seen you in a video or something.
Maybe if you're on Prime's YouTube and stuff, then I've definitely been on a video or two.
Yeah. What's up?
Hello.
What have you been doing lately? What do you research?
What do you mean? What do I research?
Like, what do you study to debate or whatever?
Lots of penis.
Well, Gibbs covered, obviously.
For real.
All right, do we sound a little better?
That
sounds something.
Yeah, you sound much better. Yeah.
All right, cool. Thank you. Did you get a new computer, so I had to change all the shit.
Oh.
Well, there he goes.
Peace, brother.
Let's do.
The penis studies.
Are you on drugs right now, brother? Like, what is going on with you?
I just
Is
saw
he ever
opportunity.
not on drugs?
That's
Is
the
a more
right
appropriate
question.
question.
Yeah, that's a better question. Like,
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
hold on.
the
Are you
answer
in
is
need-
yes.
Are you in need of drugs?
You know,
Help.
I just saw an opportunity to fuck with somebody and couldn't miss it.
Fair enough.
Are you on drugs as he's inhaling right
As
now
we're
in real
inhaling
time?
drugs.
Are you on drugs?
Not
Who
enough
would
of them.
who would have guessed?
I'm always on caffeine and nicotine. All right, and those are definitely drugs. So
I
They
don't know if
are.
caffeine counts.
It counts.
you ever met a Mormon? It counts.
Unless it's, I think it only
It
counts
counts
when
in
it's
Utah.
in it only counts when it's in its pure form, like the snorable form.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, that's one of the only time. Also, I found out if you do too much caffeine, that way you can die a lot faster than with cocaine.
You can OD on caffeine. You can OD
Very
on just
quick.
about anything. So yeah, Happy New Year.
Yeah, all the happiest topics here.
Yeah, it was peaking a little bit. I put the volume down a little bit.
But nice to see you all.
Likewise.
Testing, testing, 1 2 1 2. Testing, 1 2 1 2. Yeah, it does.
All right.
aim a
Well,
little
what do you guys want to talk?
testing,
Like,
testing. There we
let's,
go. Maybe pull that up a little bit.
You know, skip.
Hold on. Might be.
Hold on for time. You know, like things you want to say.
Well, did you do anything for New Year's, Prime?
No.
I think I know you. Sorry, maybe I should because I know you mentioned previously that you usually travel on New Year's. That's
yeah,
your
that was
typical.
years ago when I had money. I don't have any money.
I can somewhat empathize with that. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. And like, yeah, so I guess probably New Year's is not.
There we go.
Let's say the most joyful time.
I
for you
fixed it.
currently.
No, no.
Every now and then, my
But I'm
computer just randomly
sorry for
sets my
bringing,
audio down to
the
like
energy down.
60%.
That's what I do best.
But like, I don't see it because my audio settings.
Trying
are,
to
like,
make
not
some
in
good
the-
conversation.
There we go.
Yeah.
You know, you can solve that problem. Just make more money. Yeah.
I have an
Sorry,
update
I
from
was having
Lactoid.
some- was having
Lactoid
some,
says
audio
he's
set.
running a little bit late because he's inhaling all the essential oils to cure his COVID.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Ah.
Dude,
You got that colloidal
he's
silver on
eating
deck.
all of the horse paste, you know?
Yeah, well, whatever works. That's his choice. His body, his choice, not mine.
You know, Corey, somehow I don't believe that you were in favor of letting people eat horse paste. Somehow I
Well,
feel
I mean-
like even you were willing to be like, no, okay, no, you don't get the horse paste.
I
Well,
was. If you
I
had
mean-
questions, I was willing to let them eat.
They can eat it, but just don't make
yeah,
just don't make the claim that it's actually doing anything beneficial for COVID. I mean, you can eat whatever you want, just don't make.
It's doing something.
To a claim, yes, it's doing something.
So
You
I
can
saw a
you can
story.
you can eat horse shit. I don't care. Just don't say that it does anything to COVID. Okay.
So I saw a
mean, you
story,
never know.
and I don't know how true this is, Corey. You can maybe back this up. So I was reading, and it was saying that COVID, the way you like caught it was predominantly you like got it through the nose, right? Like it was like however you inhaled it or whatever. I
Well,
guess whatever it was.
Well, not hold on,
Droplets
pause.
in
Not
mucous
you.
membranes.
Yeah, Corey.
No,
Right.
hold on, hold on. Not,
What if
not
I
Admiral
stuffed
Gibbs,
my
because
nose with
Admiral
horse
Gibbs,
shit?
Admiral Gibbs is a mouth breather, so that's not true for
That's
Admiral
true.
Gibbs, but for most
I
people,
didn't. Well, I also didn't have much problems with COVID. So, and the reason for that was, probably about the second part about it. Say they were saying that people that do a lot of, let's just call them favors through the nose, we're gonna have more mucus protecting their nose, and there's gonna be more full and scar tissue, so they were less likely to catch COVID. So, what do you think about that statement? Any
I would-
accuracy to that?
I need more details. Not enough information to make.
So hold on. Listen. In any time you have like a virus or a disease, right? There's going to be a ton of factors that are going to affect, like its transmissibility. Like there's just so many factors. I would not doubt in any way, shape, or form if that were true.
Your nose,
right?
Yeah, your nose is full from
But
cocaine.
here's the thing, right? Like,
You can't breathe. No COVID.
You know that people were getting myocarditis.
You can't breathe too, so you can't. I agree. If you're dead, you can't get COVID.
Right. Like, it also means if you did get COVID, you probably had a worse time of it because now you have like a blocked up nasal passageway. And then let's say you get myocarditis or pericarditis, right? And you have, I don't know, an enlarged heart from too much cocaine use.
Nah.
I don't know. That sounds like a good way to sounds like a good way to end up
Yeah,
dead.
that's a lot.
Right?
Of,
So it's
you know, no.
like, yeah,
so
there's going to be
this,
positives
now
and
it's a
negatives
little,
to anything
a lot
you
of
do.
medical hooey, isn't
Yeah,
it?
it's a lot of medical hooey. I mean, I was using this scenario. Say you're at the club. You're in the middle.
Let's focus on that.
Yeah, if you're at the club in the middle of the thick of it, right, and you know rail line in the bathroom, right, now you can't breathe because you got like the start of a sinus infection from the cocaine, you know, and it's all stopped up. No COVID's getting in there. Better than the vaccine. Thoughts?
No, I don't think so at all.
I mean, like,
personally,
if you're measuring just transmissibility, maybe, probably not, but maybe, right? But if you're measuring like overall problems, right? I think being a coke addict during a pandemic is like, you know, comes with other shit.
Coke addict really helps you in a medical.
Yeah, I mean, who said you gotta be an addict? Maybe you just, you know, were out with some Russian models or something. Who knows?
Well, I mean, like there's another thing you're not talking about, right? And that's this, right? COVID, for the most part, pretty harmless unless you were old or obese. Most people didn't die unless they were old or obese. Now, obviously, some people.
Yeah, I gotta say, I never saw any meth heads with
right?
with
COVID. You don't see too many obese cokeheads. You know what I mean? Like, so I mean, maybe you know, they're doing all right, and it's because of their coke addiction too. But again,
this is how you know that I'm not addicted to cocaine because I'm a big boy.
Well, you know, there are always rules to every exception.
Oh yeah.
Every rule.
Said that wrong on purpose. No one got it. All right.
I know. We got it.
Why do you guys have to add drugs? Can't you just skip that and just shove horse shit into your nose directly, and then you won't inhale the COVID?
I'm gonna tell you something. If horse shit got me as high as the goodies got me, you know, I'd maybe give Jankum a try, but you know, never heard of it being as effective.
Have you tried it? Have you ran the experiment?
Yeah.
No, thank God.
Well, then please run that experiment.
What do you mean? Thank God. What? Okay, wait. You're saying thank God. You're willing to try one drug but not another. What stops you from trying Jankum but is okay on cocaine?
You know, I'll tell you. It's real simple. Shit.
Okay, and that cocaine is like a plant byproduct, which is just shit reconstituted into
No,
cocaine.
there's also like gasoline in there. Like, you know, that's the purifier.
Which is just like the insides and the outsides of dinosaurs. So you're just smoking.
No,
shit
that
or
is
drinking
fake
shit
news.
or
Allegedly,
snorting shit.
allegedly, that's actually not where oil comes from now. That's what
I mean,
big brains
but
are
also,
telling us in the science
like,
departments.
Whether or not Jankum really does much to you is also kind of like fake news, right? Like, there's not any good evidence that like it actually fucks you up in any significant way. Like, if you got morning glory seeds level hallucinogen from Jankum, you'd see a lot of people doing Jankum. They would.
That's why they're trying to hide it from us.
Or like, you know, cat. Like, what was the one from South Park with the cats and they were sniffing cat farts?
I think that was like a highly like. I think the joke there was in part about toxoplasmosis. Which is like a real thing.
Is it just me or
you've ruined that joke for me?
Mic like really, really low.
Is my mic really low on here?
I wouldn't say really
Nobody's
low.
gonna tell you because
it's you.
You know.
No, I would still tell you.
Yeah.
You just gotta turn him up.
Good.
Everybody else sounds great, but Scott's like really low. So.
I'm very proud of us, by the way.
I was having other issues, but like
We're 13 minutes in.
I'm peaking on all my stuff.
Oh, actually,
So,
no.
like, I seem to be
Now
fine.
he is actually 124% on mine.
Okay, well then people have probably turned me up over time on Discord.
I do have to be at 200%. I can tell you that, but I don't.
I
have
want
a
to say I'm very
Why
proud
am I
of
so
this
quiet
group.
on Discord? Okay, let me look at my Discord settings.
We're very proud. We it is January 6 and 10 minutes in, and we're 15 minutes into the show here, and nobody's brought up January 6th yet. I'm so proud of us.
Well, because our people don't attack capitals. There really isn't much to bring up. There was a peaceful transfer of power, and we moved on like normal.
Yeah.
No
No surprise.
Is that what happened? Is that the
It's not even a
revisionist
question.
history we're going with?
You didn't have it. You didn't have anything in the bag for that. Like, come on, that was like the most obvious response.
Oh, I have a bunch. I don't care anymore because we won. Haha.
I guess, brother.
That's like this is kind of like one of those whenever like a chick gets mad at you and she's like, yeah, well, you did this or you did this. You're like, still hit though. You know, like that's kind of where I'm at now with the January 6th arguments.
Yeah, but that's like it just feels like a rapist being like, still got away with it.
Yeah. I mean, we had one of those in office for 4 years now. I mean, based off
we had
the Biden diary.
He'll be back in for another 4 years, right?
I don't think so. I think he's going to be going to the old folks' home. He probably still thinks he's going to be in office the next 4 years.
You're talking about the wrong old guy.
That's quite true.
He doesn't even know where he's at.
Yeah. So
I almost feel bad for Biden. Like I don't, but I
almost.
do.
No, fuck Biden. No, I probably hate Biden more than you actually, more than any conservative.
No. You don't hate Biden more than me. Trust me. It's just that I don't have any special hate for Biden than I do for any other politician, right? Like it's like I hate them all, and like different political camps.
Every one of the bastards that take my taxes
more than the other. Like I thought we had one good president in Calvin Coolidge, and so I was doing research on Calvin Coolidge, and then I found out that he like signed into legislation permanently placing the Federal Reserve, and I was like, nope, fuck this guy too. I fucking hate them all, every single one of them. Like I can't find a single president I don't hate.
You seem like an Andrew Jackson guy, Scott. You seem like you'd be an Andrew Jackson guy. He duels people and he hates the banks.
Okay, listen.
And he wins wars.
Andrew Jackson's final words were, "Thank God I defeated the banks." And that is unfathomably based. Though they might not be his final words. It could just be a lie. Nevertheless, if they are his final words, I fucking love it. And I know exactly why he's on the $20 bill. Because someone at the Fed was like, fuck you. You can't do anything about it. You're dead. But also, Andrew Jackson violated the Constitution and violated orders by SCOTUS to force the Cherokee to walk the Trail of Tears. And I think that's probably one of the worst things a U.S. president has ever done.
Yeah.
Right, like they lived in northern Georgia. They assimilated into our culture. They built homes. They had a post office. They vied to be able to keep their land, and they lost their first SCOTUS case. And then it was American citizens working at the post office that then vied to allow the northern Georgia, Cherokee to be able to keep their lands. They won their Supreme Court case, and Andrew Jackson just told them, well, then send in your marshals, and just threatened the Supreme Court. Like, what are you going to do? You don't have the power. So he just said, fuck SCOTUS, fuck the entire concept of the Supreme Court, saying that northern Georgia, like that the Cherokee belong there. And then he forced them, to walk halfway across the country and for more than half of them to die so that we could get more cotton fields. Like, fuck Andrew Jackson. Andrew Jackson's a piece of shit. And if like someone could bring up his grave and desecrate his bones publicly, I would support said actions.
That's what I thought. I'm glad, as always, my friend Scott is consistent there, because I was surprised with your initial reaction by Jackson. But okay, fair enough.
I will say this on his reaction, though. If he brings him back, y'all better be careful, because I tell you what, he's going to come back wanting to duel whoever's trying to desecrate on his grave. I'm going to take Jackson. That's right.
Jackson's gonna be like, he's gonna be like, hold on, I don't have to reload.
He's who they should have used
These
for the
weapons
mummy.
Are accurate. Like, holy shit.
Yeah,
I'm dueling everybody.
But like, they had an Imhotep come back for the mummy like twice now. They should have had Jackson come back. That would have been terrifying, bro. This guy would have been like New World Order today. Like, modern tech. He was the first populist, right? I mean, Martin Van Buren set up Andrew, and so Andrew Jackson is like, with every president, there's good and bad there, right? I mean, Andrew Jackson was set up by Martin Van Buren to spearhead the birth of the Democrat Party, to stop the Civil War, right? We kind of already knew a Civil War was coming, and he was there as a political, to represent a political party that had issues that were, not necessarily specific to the North or the South, right? That you could tie so that you would have voters in both northern and southern states, and so that Southerners would have representation in their government. And he was like kind of the first populist president. And he came up, like he presided over the Missouri Compromise, I believe, or was it the other one?
there's a couple of different compromises. I don't remember which one was. I think he was Missouri, but I could be wrong here. But yeah, I mean, like, so there's a lot of good that Andrew Jackson did, but there's also a lot of evil that he did. So, you know, I'm kind of 50-50 on Jackson. I still hate him for, you know, but I mean, like, there are good things that he did that I liked.
Is there any president that you're favorable towards, or like, you know, 51%, 50.01% favorable? I know on principle you probably can't be.
My answer used to be fucking. Well, no, my answer used to be Calvin Coolidge, but I can't even say Calvin Coolidge anymore. So I don't know that there's ever been like, I mean, maybe Grover Cleveland, maybe. I could say is a pretty good president that didn't present, but I feel like I'm gonna research Grover Cleveland more and then like be like, fuck, he did this thing. Like I hate him, right? Like, you know. So I mean, like that'd be my temporary answer.
I mean, I'm sure if you dig enough into just about any politician, you'll find things that you're going to like be pretty.
Which was my thesis in the beginning, which is I hate them all, and people want me to hate this one or that one specifically, and I'm like, no, I fucking hate them all. Like, I don't have like at best, they are public servants who consistently fail, and they are beneath us. At worst, they are murderers, liars, thieves, and corrupt pieces of shit. And the only grace I could give them is spitting in front of them so that when they walk on the ground, they have to walk through my spit. Because that is a grace that I am giving them by not taking America back to tarring and feathering politicians so they learn how to fucking act right and remember that they're supposed to be terrified of us.
Why didn't you just spit on them? Yeah, you just spit on them.
Because then I'd go to jail and it wouldn't achieve anything.
Oh.
They would just be like, crazy ANCAP spits on senator, and then I'd be in jail, and then I wouldn't be there for my kids. What did I achieve?
Well, yeah, if you pissed on them, they would probably pay you.
But, well, you know, I don't know if I'm pretty enough for that.
Interesting.
I think Obama's watching this right now, shivering in his boots.
So, someone in my chat said Polk. So James K. Polk, 5940 or fight, man. Like, you want me to support 5940 or fight? Like, I'm good. Why are you all looking? You all failed history. You all failed your man. That was his campaign slogan. 5940 or fight. Yeah, okay. Corey gets. Well, actually, no, Corey, you don't get a fucking pass because it was land that likely would have been Canadian land, and he fought the fucking British 5940 or fight, and then he sent over like spies and shit to try and weaken Mexico, and you know. And
well,
then
I don't even learn Canadian history.
For the Mexican-American War, like no, Polk is
that Mexico
shit.
or is that?
You're acting like he knows Canadian history, Scott.
You're right. I'm in Quebec. I'm in the true Canada. I learned Quebec history. So if it's not in the province of Quebec, we don't learn it. Like literally.
Trust me, I can relate. That's how Texans feel. We learned Texas history, and then what happened to the rest of the 49?
We learned Texas revisionist history.
Yeah,
exactly.
The true history.
Yeah.
Not what you 49 bitches think over here.
You mean the one?
So,
the one.
Believe it or not,
I think one
most
of the
our
best
history
things
is
America's
based off
ever
of
done
what?
was Manifest Destiny.
Amen.
Manifest Destiny was probably one of the most based actions America's ever
We need to bring
taken.
Manifest
More of
Destiny
it.
2 back.
Fuck
Literally
that.
awful. It's awful. Fuck that.
But no, like, ironically, Texas and California pretty much set the standard for what's taught in public schools in terms of like like textbooks, because they're the largest market for purchasing like school textbooks. So like if you want to be mad about like what's in your kids' textbooks, some of that's going to be state policy, obviously. Some of that's going to be policy from the Department of Education. But like a big chunk of that is also going to be like Texas or California kind of decided they didn't want something in a textbook, or they did want something in a textbook, and so it got added or taken away based upon their purchasing power in the market.
I felt like I had this argument with you. I feel like it was you. Maybe it wasn't, but I feel like I had argument with you, and you pushed back on when I said something. I brought this up with someone. I feel like in the last year, and I got pushed back. I feel like it was you, but maybe I'm wrong. But
no, I mean, it's just a consequence of like their population and how many books they're going to buy. Like if Texas says to Pearson, like, no, we're not buying that book, we're going to go with a different book, right? Then the sheer population of Texas means that they lose out on a fuck ton of money. And the same is true with California. And so they've gotten into the habit of going to those states first and being like, is there anything you want us to change in this? And then, like, you know, they'll kind of revise it to a certain degree, and then it'll get purchased.
That's right. Acquiesce to us.
We should.
Hasn't stopped any woke shit in the fucking schools, Admiral Gibbs. So, you know.
Hey,
seems like
I'll
Texas
take
is
our
doing a
wins
great
where we
job.
can get them.
We should
I'll take our wins where we can get
That's a
them.
good idea. Or maybe give them over to Mexico, which is where they always really.
Hold on, we beat Mexico twice already on our own. We don't need y'all to give away nothing. I love it when people say that because
send you.
You know, what did your state beat? Your state beat nothing. Your state beat
we
nothing.
should tell Texas. We should go back where you came from, right?
I mean,
to our own country. I agree.
What do you think this last administration's open border has been? But a slow attempt.
Yeah, well,
at trying to give Texas back
if that
to
has
Mexico.
been a covert way
it's not been working either.
of browning Texas, so that like they'll be more amenable to go back to Mexico. Well, then
they don't want to go back to Mexico either. That's why they left Mexico. Come to the great nation state of the Republic.
Yeah, well, they came back to take what was theirs, right? So I'm fine with that. Like, hey, Texas is always complaining. Texas is always complaining, like Texas, like you, right? Are always complaining about America and how terrible it is and how great they are. Right? Yeah, well, you either love it or leave it, right? And leave it meaning go back.
Yeah,
to
leave
Mexico.
it. Yeah,
Go back to where you came from.
I think you
Go
would be
back to
making
where you
all of
came
our
from.
days.
That's
Here,
where-
Texas.
that's where
Except it wouldn't be
So,
going back
hold on,
Mexico.
Prime.
We'd be going back to on our own.
Go back
on a
to
more
where you
serious
came
We
from.
already won our independence.
Go back
On
to
a
where
more
you came
serious
from.
note, Prime.
We
have
won
you
our
been-
independence in a
have
more
you been
definitive
looking-
faction than the U.S. did, actually.
Have you
You
been
know,
looking at?
you didn't capture King George and
Oh
make
my
him
God.
sign no
No one
treaties.
gives a
We
fuck
captured
about
Santa Ana
Texas's
and we made him admit that he was our bitch. That's right. We actually won more independence than the U.S. did. I like the way that dictates.
Hey, like,
He means all the Tennesseans that came over and fought.
Listen, Davy Crockett, cool guy. When he became a Texan, he got the hell out of Tennessee because it's a shithole, and he came to the great nation state of the Republic.
Okay, Admiral Gibbs has got you on that one. Like, Davy Crockett did fucking dip out of Tennessee. All right, he's got you on that one. Also, Texas didn't do shit during the Civil War. Let's also just point that out.
We were the only unconquered state. Every time they tried, we beat their ass. No big deal. We also had the most decorated regiments of either side of the war. No big deal.
No.
Might have heard of them. Fort Hood's named after him.
That's not accurate.
Do you know why you were unconquered, quote unquote? It's because General Winfield Scott had the Anaconda Plan.
The Hood Brigade.
His goal was to take the Mississippi and to blockade the eastern seaboard. He took the Mississippi, he blockaded the eastern seaboard, and then he just cut Texas off. And then Texas was like, "Oh, I guess you guys are fucked," and just hung out in fucking Texas. Like, you didn't do
because
shit.
we don't give a shit. We always just wanted to be our own thing anyway. Yeah, we just bamboozled y'all to buy some.
But
Oklahoma.
it wasn't the Texans that did all that. It was go to Alamos. The U.S. Army came down and pulled your asses out of the fire after the Tennesseans held the Alamo, which I will grant you, they were a bunch of crooks, thieves, and degenerate bastards. However, they did save Texas from becoming Mexico. If it hadn't been for the U.S. Army showing up, you would be speaking Spanish or
The
maybe
U.S.
German
Army
at this
never
moment.
showed up. Never showed up. I already do speak Spanish, and yeah, thank you, Brock. Yeah, so listen, that's because that's like we're actually more educated here in Texas than the rest of y'all. We speak multiple languages,
Right.
We're kind of like the center of culture, much like Europe is for white culture.
You can thank all your Mexican immigrants for that. Right?
Yeah.
Here in Virginia,
yeah, and
we
they
don't
all
need to
vote
speak multiple
Republican too,
languages.
so it's great.
But no,
fan.
on a more serious note, and a win for Texas, okay, Admiral Gibbs. So, like, on a more serious note, have you been paying attention to housing and rent prices in Austin?
I have. I also been paying attention to housing and rent prices in Houston. Big fan of that.
Well, I know you would, Admiral Gibbs, but like I'm just wondering if any people outside of Texas. So like Texas went on a crusade the last few years, like with like YIMBY and like trying to get rid of like not NIMBY laws. And like Texas, like Austin's overall rate, despite having a bunch of people move into Austin, you have Californians moving in, you have like the comedy scene, obviously you have a lot of immigration from the South, etc. And despite the fact that population has significantly increased in Austin, rent is like down 12% from the previous year. Like people are negotiating their with their landlords when they sign their lease to get their rent to go down because their landlord can't afford to even keep their rent at the same level because they're like, dude, I'll just go somewhere else and get a much better deal. Like it's been working. Like just getting rid of NIMBY laws has had a significant impact.
What's an NIMBY laws?
So NIMBY is like not in my backyard, and YIMBY would be yes in my backyard. So like one of the big reasons that housing is so insane in like California, for example, like Los Angeles County, right? So like in Los Angeles County, and I don't mean to pick on California like it's only a California problem, but it's just California is like the best example of this going to the extreme. Is that like it's incredibly expensive and difficult, and sometimes even impossible to like build apartment buildings because there's so many regulations and like because people are like, oh, I don't want the poor moving to my neighborhood, or I don't want an apartment building here.
Yeah, like apartment buildings or highways or whatever the fuck.
Right, so it becomes really expensive to build anything, and sometimes it even like people like whole projects basically get canceled because investors are like, okay, this costs so much money, like we're just going to take our money elsewhere and cut our losses. Whereas
we have that going on in Nashville right now. We have I think it's 16 or 18,000 excess surplus apartments right now, and people when they're building houses, all these developments, because so many of the contractors have defaulted on their construction loans, their model right now is that they sell 2 houses, they build 1.
I'm not sure what your super chat means. I really appreciate it. I thank you for it. But if you want to follow up on that, because I'm not sure how to answer your question, or if you're just like, fuck it, here's some money, and I love it if it's just fuck it, here's some money. But let me know if like you want me to answer your question.
But I mean, I don't know.
New year, new Scott.
No, so I was unlike Prime. I answer my super chats the moment that they come in, and like we're not on the main topic. So I muted myself real quick and deafened myself so I can answer the super chat. And
throwing more shade than I do, actually.
Damn.
I'm just saying I keep that open, and the moment they go through, I answer them because I promise to always answer my super chats, and I've never missed a super chat ever since streaming on YouTube, with one occasion, which is someone gave me $50 on another PrimeCayes to give my best good faith representation of leftism, and I was like, look, I want to do it justice, so the beginning of next stream I'm going to do it, and gave like a long answer to it. But other than that, I've answered them immediately.
Somebody
so I missed the tail end of
$52 chats in this thing.
I was gonna ask Scott, and I asked you to do this in a succinct manner, okay? Because I don't want to spend a long time.
Yeah, that's fine.
But, like,
that's fine.
When it comes to NIMBYism, right? NIMBYs, like you said, they don't. They are more concerned about protecting their property value, or laws they think will protect their property values in any case, right? And usually that is like maintaining the status quo, whatever that happens to be at the time. So, and they use the local laws in their region to enact their will. Okay. You are about local control, right? Right, like you want to empower the localities rather than an overall federal government. You are for property owners. Like, so do you have a problem?
Do you want me to
NIMBYs?
detangle what you see as a contradiction by like explaining?
Yeah, I don't think it may necessarily be a contradiction. I'm just trying to understand what your point.
Yeah. So like, if you want to live in a gated community, and the gated community has rules about what can and can't be built within the gated community, be my guest, right? Like you absolutely should do that, right? But when you are talking about an entire county, and you're just going to use your money and influence and power to, stop other people from being able to do with their property as they wish, right? Because it's some real estate developer, it's somebody else that's trying to turn their property into affordable housing, right? Like, I have a serious problem with that. It's not quite the same thing. Like, if you have a, it's an anti-market mechanism against people that want to do with their property what they want to do with their property, because you have money and influence and power within your local government.
It just seems though you've shrunk the like you say, like, well, the good focal point is a gated community, right? Which within the gated community you've agreed to this, or like you've agreed to live by whatever rules were there. Yeah, right.
I didn't say it was good, right? I'm just saying, like, if you want to do that, do that.
Okay, but this is just only expanding like the region slightly, right? Like, okay, now let's say we're in a township, right? We're in a it's a relatively small population, but like there's no gate around it, but still, like, these are the laws of our community, and we have decided that we will not have these developments.
So like I get what you're saying. The problem here, right, is like a township of, let's say, a population of like 2,000 people is not a significant draw of like workers, and is like not having a significant impact on like a population's life because they can't find affordable housing in that tiny area. But when we're talking about something like LA County, right? Like, what's the population of LA County? Like, let's just
it's huge. It's like 2 million. But even then, like, if these are the Democratic,
it's 9.663 million. It's almost 10 million.
Excuse me. Fuck me.
Right. You see what I'm saying? So it's a little fucking different then, right? Like, I agree that like a group of people can collectively get together and voluntarily say, like, we like our property, we don't want other people within our property, etc., right? But like, when you also have someone else that's on a different piece of property that builds a factory and wants workers there and draws workers in, and then that small gated community uses their money and influence and power to stop this factory worker, right, from having...
I can give you an example.
You see what I'm saying? It has a significant impact on people.
No, it's not that I don't understand the impact. I'm not
in their will.
Like,
but it's also like, let me give you an example, Prime. Like, so say like in Texas, right? We have this happen in like Justin, which is like a small town in between Fort Worth and Dallas. It gets absorbed basically. It's not part of their just like continuous city. Now there's oil in Justin. Now usually you would have laws saying you can't have oil wells in the middle of like a community. Right? Nobody wants to go outside and see ugly oil well in the middle of a housing community. So what they've done there is they made it legal to build an oil well, but then you just have to build like a shell around it, like a house shell. So now there's oil wells, and you'll be driving through
oil
a community,
house.
Yeah, and you'll think it's a 3-story house, and it's really just a shell. You'll go in there, and they'll have like oil derricks inside. Now, used to you couldn't do that because of zoning laws, but we've gotten rid of a lot of these, so people can do these sort of things. And like that's just one example, like, you know, kind of thing.
Well, no,
or you'll see like a convenience store in the middle of a like neighborhood now and shit.
Well, I like messing with zoning laws and deconstructing them. So like, yeah, sure. But no, Scott, I understand all of that. I understand that within an LA County, wow, yeah, it's much bigger than I thought it was. I've never been to LA, so it's 2 million. I thought made sense. But anyway,
shithole.
But in any case, like in terms of economic impact, yeah, I get that. Yeah, cities are the economic engines, and so like any changes there have a bigger impact on the larger society. But like in terms of your principles, I don't see how that makes much of a difference. That it has an economic, because of the larger economic impact. Like the mechanisms are the same, right? Just like within the gated community, just like within the township, right? Within the LA County, we have our laws, the LA County laws, and they say that you can't have this development here. And if you have a problem with that, well, then you should take your investment elsewhere, or I don't know, change the laws. These are the laws that we agreed to.
Okay, again, I'm an anarchist, right? So it's not like magically better just because the laws are more localized. It's just a smaller problem because it affects less people. But it doesn't, in a way, right? So it's important to understand the economic issue of NIMBYism and what it does to the overall labor market, right? Because when you have a whole bunch of like wealthy suburbs in cities, right, that have these NIMBY laws, what this does is this is a phenomena that isn't like localized just to LA. It's in a bunch of cities. Everywhere. And then what is the effect on the overall labor market? And the thing that it does is that historically speaking, since the Industrial Revolution, cities are where you have population centers. And so if you're going to build like some type of factory, or you're going to build some type of like distribution plant or something, right, where you need a ton of employees, you want to build it in a city. And so what ends up happening is when you have a lot of NIMBY laws within a place and a city starts to become crowded and needs to span out, it starts to put the economic pressure of the population growth within the city starts to put pressure on the suburbs. And so there is, when that pressure gets rebuffed by NIMBY laws, what ends up happening is that factories can't get built. And the reason factories can't get built is because a factory knows when they're going to build a factory, okay, I'm going to need 200 employees that are lower middle class. And then I'm going to need a bunch of other stuff. And so they go and they look at rent prices in an area because they know if the rent is high in an area that they need to have payments, they need to have salaries that match the rent prices in an area. And so what ends up happening is a lot of American distribution and manufacturing and things can't go to where all the people are because the NIMBY laws make the housing so expensive.
I know, dude. I don't know why you're explaining this to me. I get NIMBYs are bad. I'm not for NIMBYism. I understand the impact NIMBY has, right? But like your argument right now seems like it's just resting on the severity of the impact. But I'm not talking about it. I understand. I agree with everything you just said.
But there is.
Done,
I don't
right?
think there is any impact if some small locality
But what
chooses to.
But what difference does it make if it has an impact? Like, first of all, like you're not a consequentialist, so like, what difference does it make if the
Well,
the
I care
impact
about
in
just because
general?
I'm not a consequentialist doesn't mean that I don't care about outcomes and impact. It just means that I don't care about. I don't value the presumed future impact over the
Okay,
violation
great.
of
So
rights.
then let's just talk about the principle of the matter, right? So the principle of the matter is that local control.
The principle
right?
of the matter
We've
is that
decided that we can't
people are
have these
using their
level
money
developments.
and power and influence to stop private property owners from building what it is that they wish
But
to
you're
build.
but you're fine with it when it's on a smaller scale. When it's on,
No, I'm never. It's not.
Sorry,
I'm not fine with this on a
not
small
fine.
scale.
Sorry, fine. Like, let me rephrase that. Right, like it's not that you're okay. Hold on. Then what? Then let me get you to repeat your position. Then just to make sure I have it right.
I think I can clear it up. There's a principal difference, right? The principal difference here is that when I say a gated community is fine, what I'm saying is that a gated community has a system of rules that every single person that moved into that gated community and bought property agreed to when they bought that property, and they expect that their property will be valued in a certain way, protected in a certain way, and that nothing will happen within the confines of that community. But when we're talking about a local government, there's somebody else somewhere that didn't agree to any of this shit that wants to build a factory, and now they can't build a factory because it takes them 6 years to build it, and even if they could, the rent is so fucking high that they can't get the workers that they want to get.
Actively signed a contract coming in, right?
It was purely voluntary, everyone involved. And now those people use their money and their power and their influence to enforce that on other people, and in the time they fuck over our rent prices and they fuck over our job market.
Okay, all right. If it's the affirmative consent of like the HOA contract, well then, all right.
Yeah,
then
let's imagine. So for example, here's probably the worst example I can think of. There's a town there's like a locality in South Africa, okay? And it's basically a place for Boers, right? Boer, which are like Dutch white people in South Africa, right? That have money to run away from the problems of South Africa, right? And
we do a lot of that there.
A lot of them
genocide.
are,
The genocide.
A lot
of
of them.
in South Africa.
Yeah, I mean, like I wouldn't say it's a full-blown genocide at this point, but there's definitely moments of ethnic cleansing that their government turns a blind eye to.
Oh, moments of ethnic cleansing.
Well, no, I think a genocide requires
genocidal tendencies.
Oh yeah, just the tendencies, not full blown.
No, look. I give people like PrimeCayes shit when they say that like what's happening in Gaza is a genocide. I'm not going to have a different standard when I talk about things that I care about, right? Like I think that a genocide requires an intentional ethnic cleansing of an ethnic group at a large scale that is designed, and the sole purpose behind it is to rid the planet of a specific demographic group.
Hold
not
on.
Just
So let me just
specific
ask you this. Let me ask you this, Fabian. So, would you say, all right? Because I could see how by that definition you would disagree with Gaza and the other one, right? But you also said this one, the thing that happened to the Boers isn't genocide. Is it because they're not? Is your issue because they're not cleansing them off the face of the planet like in perpetuity, or is it because I've seen them and their governments even sanctioned some of this, where they've said, hey, we want them cleansed out for racial reasons, and we want this land to be ours. That seems like that'd be a genocide, but they're just not trying to extend it past their borders.
I mean, it's very close, right? The number 2 party in South Africa regularly sings at their political rallies a chant which is "Death to the Boers," right? Like they like the number 2 party that is like a communist party regularly says that they're like, you know, has celebrations where their goal is to kill all the white people, you know, and that's just what they desire. And they are pushing for and fighting for repatriation to be constitutional in South Africa so that they can steal farms from Boers and they can steal property from Boers just to give it to the native population. Which is made even more hilarious because all of the black people in South Africa, for the most part, are Bantu, and those people came in and killed all of the black people that were living in South Africa, and the Boers were actually there before most of the black people in Africa anyways. But, you know, it becomes a skin color thing, so magically it's their land because they have black skin, even though they're descended from people that came later. But nevertheless, the government itself is passively sanctioning it. I think it's close, right? But the people that are actually going out and killing random white people are like isolated incidents of terrorists, and those groups are certainly attempting a genocide, right? But it's not the same thing until the government really gets involved and like actually starts targeting these people.
Like what happened to Rwanda would be a genocide then?
No, what happened in Rwanda absolutely would because there was
because that wasn't sponsored by the government. That was sponsored by like the radio people rising up kind of thing.
Right, the group itself would be genocidal, so I guess you could say that some of the acts are genocidal. But if you start saying that the acts are genocidal in nature, then you could say the same thing about the IDF in certain positions, right? But to call the whole war a genocide would be inaccurate, just like it would be inaccurate to say what's happening in South Africa is genocide. But none of this is what I meant. What I meant is there is a community of people in South Africa where the Boers are trying to escape what's going on. And there's a lot of racists there, and then there's a lot of people that are just trying to flee the violence, okay? And they have agreements about not letting in black people. Black people aren't allowed to fucking own property out there. They push them out. They're not selling them property. And so even though I might have an issue with like that type of racist policy, they have every right to do so, and I understand why they do so. So like I hold sacrosanct voluntary contracts of the right of association above any and all else. But again, that's not what we have with NIMBY laws in America.
Okay. So you gave me the answer to the question I was looking for. I think, right? The only time we've ever had any sort of real conversation about this was during that one debate with was it on Destiny's Channel? I would like to try again. Oh no, NIMBYism.
Okay. I was like,
No, never. We never had a conversation on this. But on the genocide in Gaza, I'd like to have a one-on-one with you sometime. I really, really would. Where we just hash it out. Because I think I
DM me. I think like Wednesday or Thursday I'll be free. Like next week, I have a bunch of stuff this week.
Sure. Yeah. Okay. Sure. Yeah. All right. So we can move away from that. So unfortunately, hold on, let me send this DM.
We're waiting on Lactoid.
No, we're not.
No, actually,
Lactoid.
Lactoid is absent due to an infection.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I want to address that a little later on, but
But he's consuming all the essential oils to recover quickly.
Does he want some ivermectin?
He might take it if you offer it to him.
I mean,
if he has any hookworms or roundworms, it'll get him.
I was
about to say, it's like maybe he has worms, bro. Like it's not gonna hurt. Like that's the cool thing about ivermectin. It's not gonna do goddamn negative thing to you. So it's like it just doesn't matter.
I just want to thank our sponsor, Genocide Light, for sponsoring the stream today.
I'm right here, Prime. What the fuck? You don't even notice me. So rude.
Fuck you.
That's so rude. Okay, actually, I do need to step away for like a minute to tell my wife for like just really quick. Okay.
Okay. Sure.
Be right back. Promise.
I don't believe he actually has a wife.
I love you, FK.
What?
Oh, I have a theory about his wife. We'll talk about that later.
I think he actually has split personality, and his wife is just him in a dress.
A little Bates Motel, huh?
You know, there was a
I got that reference. I didn't find it that funny, but I got that reference. I just want you to know that like that reference wasn't wasted.
The Bates Motel. No, I was gonna say that there was a show. It was a few years ago. I forget what it was called, but it wasn't called Bates Motel. It was something along those lines though. But like it was like a prequel, right? They kind of like this.
I think it was
like,
Bates Motel.
I'm pretty sure it's Bates Motel. Yeah.
Oh, maybe it was.
It's a prequel to Psycho.
Yeah,
prequel to Psycho. Yeah, the
yeah.
movie was Psycho, and this was called Bates Motel. Fair enough. Yeah.
Yeah.
But that was good. I really liked it. I thought that was.
Yeah, the actors are pretty good in that show.
Yeah, like the guy, the main actor is the one who is the star of The Good Doctor now. That's where he was before The Good Doctor.
And the mom is a bunch of shit too.
And the mom is so hot. Oh my god.
She's a baddie.
Oh my god. Oh,
I don't remember.
Big fan of hers. Yeah.
Biggest reaction so far ever.
I have to look it up now because I forgot who she even was.
Her name is like Farmington something. She's got a weird name.
You don't even remember her name? So yeah, they see what your reaction.
We just listen. We just objectify women here. We don't actually learn their name.
Vera Farmiga.
Yeah.
Vera Farmiga.
I'm on it.
What her name?
God, she's pretty.
She's not. I don't know. That's not my type. I don't know.
What? What's wrong with? Okay. All right.
Prime. This literally
I'm not
looks
saying she's ugly. I'm
like
just saying
the
not my
average
type.
English teacher in like elementary school or middle school.
Well, we know what kind of people Prime likes now. Did the English teacher scold you a little hard, Prime?
I did have a wet dream about my I think my first like
oh, you're still
like
getting wet dreams?
dream.
I think he's talking about the past.
Oh, okay, all right.
Right? No. Yeah. So I think my first Leslie dream was about my elementary school teacher, my first grade through third grade teacher.
All
so
right.
there you go. Now
There you
you've
go.
learned that.
It all comes full circle. So that
I'm glad you
makes
all-
sense. They have a positive association with school teachers.
Anyway, but she's actually this one.
PrimeCayes is into elderly marms. Sorry,
But
I never get.
Is
to
that a
use
school
that word,
marm
right?
joke?
Yeah.
I never get
I
to
feel
use
like
that
that's
word.
a school marm joke.
But anyway, I just thought that it was a good show. I was just recommending that show. I liked it a lot. And like slow, like the guy being a sweet kid, right? Norman Bates, and slowly, and it's quite slow in the beginning, but like it speeds up near the end, as he falls into mental despair and things fall apart for him. But yeah, it's pretty good.
It's you know what I think it might be. I think it's like if you. I think the thing here is once it's kind of the same thing we were talking about, like watching medical shows. If you have like medical experience as like a doctor, or like lawyer shows as a lawyer, once you learn enough about psychology, specifically like psychopathology, like, and you see like Hollywood's version of like split personality and crazy, it just like it like that it's all bullshit for like the fear, and so like there are a lot of psychologists that don't even believe in split personality. I'm like
I got some exes I can introduce them to, then, and they'll definitely believe.
I don't even think it's called that anymore. I don't think.
It's DID.
Right. Yeah, well, dissociative identity disorder, right? But I mean, but even then, like a lot of people are
Don't ask
still
me
like,
why I
that's
know
not real. But like, I don't know, because you watched Moon Knight. I don't know. But like,
I believe the show was terrible though. Yeah, but yeah, I guess I did.
Actually, I thought Moon Knight wasn't that bad of all the Disney stuff.
It was one of the worst. Okay, we have.
Yeah, it was pretty bad.
It was bad.
I didn't think it was that bad, but nevertheless,
It
like,
had Ethan Hawke.
Ethan
Hawke, and it's still fucked up.
A lot of times when I see stuff like that, like it's just kind of like you just kind of have to like, it just breaks the fourth wall. You know what I mean? Because it's like, okay, this is Hollywood stuff, cool, whatever. But like, it just feels very unreal, so it doesn't have that same fear to it or like suspense, because it's just kind of goofy. Maybe that's what it is. That's why I'm like not a big fan of Bates Motel or something.
Wait, so you say it's because you have a lot of experience like being a serial killer? That you can't relate to the show.
Hold on.
Fake for him.
That's what you said, right? Like,
Back with my experience.
So my
Bro
roommate,
saw that and he was like, I wouldn't have done it that way personally.
He's like, you should have used the plastic sheet. Dexter's much more real.
Dude, my roommate, who was my streaming partner when I first started on Twitch, right? he used to do these things like once a month called Serial Killer Night, where he would go into serial killers and tell their whole story and everything. And like he listens to a lot of those podcasts and stuff. And like it doesn't matter what we're talking about. If we have a long enough conversation, there will be a serial killer reference in there at some point. And it's always like, oh, okay. Like I know way too much about serial killers as well. Yeah, and that's not even from my education in psychopath.
Not helping your case here, Scott.
Yeah, I think
one of the crazier.
Yeah, study them. I know too much about them.
I've never been a fan of watch lists before, but y'all are starting to convince me.
Dude, I'm on.
I think one of the crazier.
Dog, I've had secret.
See, that's all it takes. Gibbs, you just get. All you have to do, I realize, is get to like just to get to the right of you guys, and then you'll start going to the left with your arguments. If we just go to the right of you.
Yeah, because y'all do that so often. You know.
I've done it. It's worked. It's worked. I've used the tactic on Lact. Where is Lactoid, by the way?
He's got the bursitis.
He's ill.
He's got the Sun Tzu flu, is what I like to call it.
Yeah, the quademic has got him.
He's more ill than normal.
I like Sun Tzu flu because
it's because you know what it is. This is the ancestor spirits getting him because he didn't take a bite out of that deer's heart after he killed it for his first kill. Yeah, you always gotta take a bite of the heart the first time you kill someone.
And he probably would need ivermectin from the parasites.
Now, listen, that's neither here nor there, all right? But you would probably be fine. It's just a little tape.
Oh, so now he'd be fine from the parasites, right? And so he wouldn't need ivermectin, but definitely for COVID, he would need ivermectin. Okay,
No, but when that certificate reads COVID, they're gonna be like, well, maybe he had parasites. They never gave him the ivermectin.
Okay. Have you guys have you been following? Oh, fuck, what was that? I just had it in front of me. Sorry. I was gonna ask you guys about something. Damn it.
All right, can I ask something until you remember?
Sure, go ahead.
Did you see that one English woman is supposedly arrested in Dubai for making fun of the niqabi lady eating at the dinner table next to her? And like posting it online, something about harassment and what, so on and so forth. You didn't see that?
Yeah, I don't think that's gonna make big news here. So, I have a friend, Ali. He sent me the link to this. Right? He sent me a
This was like today or yesterday?
No, like last week. My Twitter's been going crazy about it.
You mean your ex?
Yeah, different spaces. Yeah. But like, so he sent me the video, and
Twitter video is mostly about Britain.
Yeah,
like 10 years after the Rotherham report.
You can put the video in the group DM so the others can see it. But like,
it is all about Britain.
So Ali sent this to me yesterday as a possible topic, and shout out to Ali for trying to assist. I do appreciate it. It's always very helpful. But like, and the reason I didn't use that is because I don't.
It was the Hindustan Times.
No.
I have shared the Hindustan Times before in here. So credible source.
Look,
I'm gonna send the link right now.
Yeah, so it's a short video. All it shows is these two women laughing at like apparently in Dubai, right? Supposedly this happened in Dubai.
Yeah.
It shows these two women laughing at this other woman eating in a restaurant. She has a burqa on and she's lifting her veil to like, you know, eat like French fry or some shit like that, right?
Oh, I did see this.
Yeah.
I figured you would. Like it should have come across somewhere.
There was apparently some outrage in the Middle East about this.
It does look like a janky website.
Why they were saying why it was allowed to happen? Like why ain't the officers being get involved, right? But like the only reason why like it's like a bit alien for Westerners because we can film people right outside. We just film people. And she was doing would have been legal here in the States, right? And she was laughing at the problem here is that they have like anti-blasphemy laws that will like for disrespecting Islam you can get like severely punished. And so like I that really like was the thing. Like people are like, hey, why don't we use our anti-blasphemy laws, right? And I guess other people from the region saying, yeah, you should use anti-blasphemy laws. And then everyone else is just like, well, no, this is bullshit. Like who cares? So like I don't know. Like, I didn't see like what we would say. I don't know who here would be in favor of anti-blasphemy laws. Like
I thought she got arrested. I just saw it and I was like, okay, I see people talking about it. This might be.
I think there'd be some some conservatives in the United
Yeah.
States that would be in favor of anti-blasphemy laws. Probably a minority, but I'm sure they exist.
You don't have any of those
Anti-blasphemy is
here,
base, bro,
unfortunately.
you know?
Yeah, like I would love to if we had some of those. That would be fun, right? Grid, I don't think is the anti-blasphemy.
I mean, there's definitely a portion of conservatives that are still advocating for imprisoning or whatever, prosecuting flag burners, right? Like that's still an ongoing, and I think even that's what was sort of a talking point during the Trump campaign.
What do you consider blasphemy?
Anti-Canadian.
So I mean, I think for like the people that are kind of flamed up about the video, they're like, you came to their country understanding that it is a like Islamic country. You are like they're on vacation, so it's like you're using the country to your like extreme benefit, but then you're gonna make fun of like the citizens that are there, and then once again the harassment and like posting online like random. I don't think they're necessarily good with that. I don't know if she actually got arrested, but I don't know if it would be like anti-blasphemy as much as it would be harassment.
Wow,
But also,
sounds
that would
like-
be kind of blasphemous, right? Like you're in someone else's country making fun of their like culture, tradition, and like religious like beings. I mean,
Wait, were these people
know?
like were these people Americans or who were they?
I think they were English.
Oh well, in that case, fuck them. But if they're Americans, we're gonna make fun of you in your own country, and you're gonna like it. That's what I think. Like, good. But if they're Brits, fuck them.
So
and also,
they can't even make fun of. Hold on, the Brits should be used to this. They can't even make jokes in their own country, otherwise they get arrested. and thrown
That's
in
kind of
jail.
what I thought was
So,
interesting.
like,
is, ooh.
And I'm not sure if it's the case in Dubai, but I believe there are like Muslim majority countries that have an actual like morality police that like they go around trying to enforce. So I don't know if it's the case in Dubai, but I can see.
So, like, there's an interesting solution to this, I think, right? Which is, again, this freedom of association thing. So, what's really interesting is if you study like culture in Japan, you'll see that there's like different cities and different districts have like different views on foreigners and et cetera. And one of the things that I find really interesting is that like Kyoto is kind of known for being a little bit more passive aggressive and a little bit more anti-foreigner than like other major population centers in Japan. And one of the things that's really funny is sometimes restaurants will say, they'll have a sign up that says in English, no vacancy. And then it'll say in Chinese, no vacancy. But then it'll say in Japanese, if you can read this sign, you can eat here. Right. And so like it kind of like it's their way of being like, yeah, oh, sorry, there's no tables, and then like if you're a local Japanese person, or at the very least you can read Japanese, then they know that you have like, that you're not going to cause a problem in there. Right. And so it's like, I don't like this concept of blasphemy law. I think most people I would hope would find stupid. But nevertheless, there is something to be said about like going to another country and respecting their culture, even if you disagree with their culture. And I think like if you just kind of give that freedom of association, like there should be, I don't know what the laws are in Dubai, but like if you have the right to discriminate against foreigners, right? If you have that right, and you don't do that, and then foreigners come in and do shit like take a TikTok and laugh, then like that's kind of your fucking fault for going to a restaurant that allows foreigners, and for the restaurant for allowing the same situation.
So I want to. Okay. Jerome in Seattle. Thank you for the super chat. It says Munchies Fund. Thank you for that, and thank you, John Mosman, who says it's all about contracts, mutual agreement. I'm not sure what that was referring to.
Probably
John Mosman's he's a member of my chat, but he's a narco Christian.
He
Christian
said
anarchist, something like
he said,
that.
I subbed and I'm watching due to Grid. So shout out to Grid.
Christian anarchists tend to be pretty cool.
Yeah, he's a Christian anarchist. That's what it is.
Okay. I don't know much about Christian anarchy, so hopefully, I can learn something about that. But thank you, John Mosman, for subbing and being part of the community, and thank you, the other person, for sending that super chat. Jerome, thank you so much. Really kind of you all. So we'll leave it alone when those timestamps were. The point is, yeah, I don't know about the blasphemy laws. Like, I don't know if I could just ever get on board with that. Like, look, I understand. Like, yes, it is another country, so like, you are in danger. I get the practicalities of that. That you are in danger of violating those. I actually saw. I'm not sure if it was Dubai. Maybe it was the UAE. I forget. I was looking at some sort of travel like guide, and it was talking about like, well, if you're a Westerner, like, be aware of this if you come to this country. And there was like a whole list of like random shit, like super fucking random shit, that will like violate their blasphemy laws, like things you got to keep in mind. And like, fair enough, you should like know those laws, but like, I just don't know how many people like can get on board with saying that you can't. And what they did is as far as I know, because I couldn't really hear the audio, like it was like it's just a short clip, and it's very difficult for me. I don't know if they were English. It sounded like they were speaking a different language to me, but I could be wrong about that. But she like they just like seem to point and laugh. Like from that clip, I don't know if they like said anything about like, you know, the tenets of Islam or anything like that. They just laughed at a thing. Like who's gonna sign on to this, right? Other than like the Christian nationalist here, like we don't have people who are Christian nationalists, so, you know.
I mean, yeah.
I think
But
America
no,
has
but
a
again,
duty to enforce
yeah,
freedom
I
amongst the
appreciate.
world.
Sorry, what?
I think America has a duty to kind of enforce freedom among the world. Like at the end of the day, if there's a nation that's trying to arrest
To
people for
enforce
blasphemy
freedom?
laws, yeah, if
like-
there's a nation arresting
I
people
like
for
this guy.
blasphemy laws, we should step in and do something about it.
Amen,
Why?
brother.
You have to step into a lot of countries.
Wait, why? Yeah, like
Because fuck them. That's why.
Because
do we just have
you know how
ownership? We just
fucking-
have dictatorship
in
over the
itself,
world.
It just feels, yeah, we should. But in itself,
We
it
should?
feels
No.
stupid as fuck. In itself, it feels stupid as fuck to be like, oh, if you're on this side of the border and you say something about like Jesus or Muhammad or whatever you want to do, then we're going to put you in jail and we're going to arrest you because how dare you make fun of our great leader. But if you step on this side of the border, you can say whatever the fuck you want.
But it's reasonable to think that like America is just going to be like dictator over like the world.
Yeah, good.
I think
I
think I'm an American imperialist. I think we have a duty to start slowly like incorporating other nations into the United States until we eventually have everything.
This guy's making a lot of sense. This guy's making a lot of sense.
So, average FK, would you invade the United Kingdom right now?
Maybe not right now, but what I would do is I would
Why not?
over time
But
try to like,
tomorrow.
put as much. No, I would over time try to use as much soft pressure until there's a point where like we kind of have dictation over what their schools are teaching. We have dictation over like what they're importing and exporting until
So
we
you make-
eventually
make
can
them
like just
dumber,
give them the
schools.
option. Well, until eventually we
So
can
what
give them the
happens when
option to like
soft
incorporate
power
themselves
doesn't-
into us.
Okay, soft power sounds nice, right? Like,
I say we just
what do
invade
you
them.
mean by that? Like, are you gonna tariff them? You're gonna sanction the UK for not like what would you do policy?
Worst case scenario, probably war, but in the in between, it would
with the
be
United Kingdom because
Yeah.
because of like Twitter laws and the Okay, so
Yeah.
so I mean, fair enough. At least you bite the bullet that you're willing to invade the entire
But that's like
world,
in the worst case scenario. The
essentially.
best case scenario is you try to impose as much power or like pressure on them until you can eventually just incorporate them into your system, right?
let
With
me
the
ask you-
added benefit that when they're incorporated into your system, they have a say in your government.
FK, let me
Or
ask
like
you a question.
federalized system.
You're also not advocating we start with the UK, like per se. You'd probably be willing to start with, I don't know, some pushover like Cuba or something, right? Like, you know, yeah. See, I'm on board with this guy. He's speaking facts.
Push over like Cuba.
Can we get like a hold of our own country first before we start going like?
I think the reason we don't have a hold, I think
No?
the reason as a nation we don't have a hold over our own country is because so many people now have like we're lost. We're in this enormous universe on this enormous planet, and we used to have a time where you could feel like dedicated to your nation because your nation had some shared goal or some shared value into like expanding and being
Yeah,
better
get back to
and
that.
being the
Amen.
best version of
He's
itself.
speaking of
So
facts.
Get back
we're
to
not
that.
even doing that anymore, right? We don't
We
have
found
anything
an
to look
enemy.
forward to.
We
Wait,
found
wait.
an
So
enemy.
the way to fight
We've
against it
looked
is
at
to
ourselves so
globalize.
deeply. We've
Amen.
looked at
Or
ourselves so deeply that
space.
it's like we're doing the equivalent of picking at scabs that are already like getting infected now because we just can't ever let live, right? We
So
can't
the
accept that.
solution
Like,
is.
What
Wait,
does
so the
live
solution
let-
is wait. So the solution because we can't.
No, I'm talking about it in
too
ourselves.
focused- Yeah, we're too focused like on global or on like everything because I don't. That's kind
No,
of
we're
like
too
what you're
focused
saying.
on
That's not what he's
ourselves.
talking about.
Or we're
No,
not.
no.
We're
he
too
wants to
focused
fight
on
like an
ourselves.
outside enemy. Outside enemy brings U.S. together.
So,
This is a
may-
documented thing in history.
Hold on, FK. I think maybe I'm wrong right here. Maybe I also misinterpret what you're saying. But it sounds like you're saying that like we have re-examined American history and American motives, and that has caused division as to like what this country even is, and that in itself is a problem. And maybe we should focus more on some sort of united vision to make
On
us
what we
more of
should
a
be.
solidified country. Is that what you're saying?
I mean, like, yeah, in a way, we're focused on what we are, which isn't a bad thing. It's good to examine it. It's good to understand,
I
like,
think I understand
what
this.
what are all the different factions that make America. But now we've like just gotten to a point where we're hating ourselves, and one of those factions is trying to rise up rather than realizing like we're all a part of this great nation. That's why we're better.
What?
When do you think the decline started? I'm just curious. Like if you had to give it a roundabout decade, right? Like when did the decline start in terms of focusing too much on ourselves and not on the outside?
Probably after World War II, when we let Europe kind of just deal with themselves and we decided to
Okay,
step
but
back.
World War II is the first time that we ever really had any international power that we.
That's the beginning of hegemony.
Yeah, but like once we finished that war, right? Now there was the Cold War where we decided to get more involved in like other nations, but we weren't as directly involved. We were instead giving powers to like our three-letter agencies to just kind of do what they will in these countries as long as it quote unquote
We should
served
just
America.
never give those countries back after World War II. Really,
We really shouldn't have.
I'm trying to.
I know.
understand,
I
like,
agree.
I mean, as just average FK, you have your own version of "Make America Great Again," and I'm trying to figure out when is this time that America had like this.
That's the issue. I'm not looking at. I'm not looking.
Outward and like.
Well, Doobie might have a
as
different
opposed
view, but I'm not looking at going back to a certain time. I'm looking at the future. I'm looking at how does America become better than itself from the day before. There's never a point where America is going to be great until we
what
dominate
you're saying
everything.
Is America since its inception has been growing towards this capacity to be the world police, and that we did it wrong when we did it, and that the real problem is with America is that have never been aggressive and militaristic and empire based enough in like boots in the ground and annexing other nations into this like global empire. And that if we did that, we would stop being internally focused because we would all be we would kind of all get behind this idea of taking over the world and being
the enemy would be the rest of the world.
Superpower. Like I'm trying to
it's not that the enemy. I understand it, but I don't agree with it because look at what happened to England.
It's not that the enemy has to be the rest of your world. I
I
think the issue is you guys are thinking of the most extreme scenario where we're trying to go to war rather than trying to.
Did Scott properly sum up your position or not?
I don't agree with the idea that the rest of the world has to be an enemy. I think the fact of the matter is America can create a system that is so successful that we can start giving other people options to buy into our system, not as an external party that we work alongside, but rather as an internal party who feeds into our system directly and we feed into theirs. And over time, we kind of create this better group that can rise out of it.
Okay,
right?
but
I think why America is so unique is that it doesn't have a.
I'm trying to
trying to do that already.
Of our system.
No,
we're doing a lot of that, right? Like the
I mean, not enough.
Right? Like I mean, the Arab Spring was likely almost done by America. Like Ukraine in 2014 was likely massively because of America.
Yeah, but our goal is have you like.
Yeah, but it's not like we're manifest destiny. Like,
system?
hold on, this is what you're skipping out on, right? Like, look at like pre-Civil War.
I'm not skipping out on anything. I'm trying to understand what he means instead of vague terms of like a part.
Sure,
of
but like look at pre-Civil War America, right? Well, I think part of what he's saying is like part of like at least what I'm saying is you give us an external enemy, like okay, with the Mexican-American War, delay the Civil War, help bring us together. We decided, hey, we're gonna go invade Mexico. This is outside enemy. Same thing post like Cold War. Instead of like going over there and saying, hey, here's tangible goals that the U.S.
Why would that just get Americans on board with like? Why do you think all Americans would just be on board with invading Mexico?
Hold on, this is well.
First why would Mexico just become the common enemy that unifies us against Mexico?
First of all, it worked. Well, one because they were trying to invade Texas again, and two, it's
only half. Listen, if half of the population believes that, the other half doesn't.
You're missing the point, though. There's a massive looking throughout history. You think America's the only one that's done this? You can look at like every time Rome.
Yeah, no, wait.
Hold on. Let me finish here.
Okay.
Every time like Rome wanted like an enemy, they'd find somebody. They'd go and send their people out there. They'd invade first. Like keeps like
Gibbs, you're so
yeah,
wrong.
but the Romans. The Romans, the Vikings. The Romans and the Vikings.
I don't have an enemy in these other nations.
Sure.
I just view them as future Americans. They're not like somebody I have to hate. They're more.
Yeah, they don't have to hate.
You guys are thinking like war mentality.
I'm saying like war mentality.
Hey, let us have a little fun.
To concentrate. concentrate on what FK said. And I know
That's what
Doobie agrees at least partly with this, right? And I'm sure he's chomping at the bit, right, to aggravate me in the way he knows exactly how to aggravate me. So Gibbs, you're not saying anything extraordinary. Are you saying yes, having external enemy is useful?
It's a unifying. It's unifying.
Understood. And I see your hand, Corey, right? So I want to do FK, Doobie, Corey, right? But FK, right? That's the thing I want to examine is like it seems like what you were saying has shifted.
Writing a fantasy
and it's okay. Maybe if at first maybe you start speaking, but then you decide that's not exactly what you meant, and you moved a little bit, and that's fine, right? But I'm just trying to understand. You're saying before it sounded like you were saying there was some better past, and that before in our nation we had this moment where we were some sort of unity understanding of what this nation was, and then from there we were doing some sort of re-examination of our goals of us as a people, and that has caused some sort of damage, right? So are you saying that no, there was no better time previously in America?
No, like that's what I said earlier. America doesn't have a point where I want to go back to.
Okay.
I think America suffers from constantly having this idea of we had a better time or we had a perfect time that
Okay.
you can like just recreate. I think America is better set to have a goal of it's the funny way of saying it is world domination, but it's have a goal of attaining so much power that you give other nations you don't have to do it by force, right? There could be a world where it could be done by force.
You
There
would
could be a
literally have to
world
do it
though.
by force.
No, you wouldn't have to, because there could be a world where you
By
just
force or
give
by
like small.
purchase?
Well, there's a goal where you give, or there's a path where you give smaller nations the ability to buy into the American system, become states, until there's a point where you dominate so much of the world that other nations can decide not to work with you.
But they would want
that
they would
doesn't
want the
matter
same
anymore for
benefits,
you.
right? Like
Hold
Puerto
on.
Ricans.
No, they
Puerto
shouldn't.
Ricans.
They
Wait,
shouldn't.
there
At that
there are
point,
Puerto
at
Rico.
that
Wait,
point,
Puerto
if we,
Rico
if
right
we,
now. Puerto Rico right now wants to become a state, but with becoming a state, wants to have its own. Wants to have the same benefits that Americans have if they're going to be considered
I'm not-
Americans.
Well, you're
I'm not happy
excluding
about that. I
Unless
think
they want to be
should
an
become a
independent
state.
nation, right?
I'm not happy about that. I think Puerto Rico should be a state. Like, I think we should allow them
Yeah,
to be
but
a
like
state.
if they were a state, they would have to reap the same benefits like as the other states.
Yeah,
or
once
else
they
wouldn't be
become a
considered
state, that's what I think is okay. Once they become a state, they can reap those benefits. I'm saying that there is like an eventual point. But
Yeah, how
there's
much
a
would you have to
possible
buy
eventual
in to
point,
reap the
right, where-
benefits? That's kind of like what I'm saying is
Well,
why it would
becoming
have
a-
to end up being like
I think there would be
conquer.
tiers, right? The full benefits would be being a state, and then like you can have allies. I'm not against having allies. I think there's like real ways to enforce your power on society. But
So
your ally
then
doesn't have
wait,
to get
wait,
the
wait,
same
Prime, let me
benefits
just
as a
keep
state.
with him real
And there
quick.
can be a point. I think we should have more presidents that are willing to like leverage our power as like a great nation, and then hopefully our power over other nations that became
president hasn't
states.
been able to do? Hold on. We right now, what president has not been willing to use our power? Like you'd
I
actually
don't
have
think
a
they've been
better
willing
chance
to use outside of
maybe,
Trump. I don't think they've been willing to use it to tell other in recent time. I don't think they've been willing to use it to tell other nations that, hey, you know what? If you want to really benefit from America's system, join our system, be a part of it.
Okay. Sure.
I mean, he wants
No,
Canada to be 51st state, so
that's not. Yeah,
It'd probably be split up into more. I don't know if we make it
Trump,
one
Trump
state.
has talked about that. Trump is expanding our borders and to Canada
it's
and to
obviously a
Greenland,
meme.
right?
And
so,
Mexico.
Like, but he's actually no. I'm just saying he's brought it up, right? Like if you want someone bringing it up, that's who it is, right? So I hate this idea for lots of reasons. And don't worry, Doobie. I know you're there, and I know Doobie wants to jump in because he's on board. I know, I'm aware. But
My king,
I hate this
my
idea.
civic nationalist king.
This to get this is like a peace through violence type of ideology that will come together.
There's always an implied violence.
So
yes. Exactly.
You don't have to use it. I'm not
understand
saying
that. But
we
then
should just step in
foreign
and
policy,
kill everyone.
I mean,
Oh yeah, I know.
That's not how it would work.
I didn't say you were genocidal. I didn't say that.
Sometimes.
I didn't like. I'd say that that's like logical. But
like right now in Israel, we should step in as
foreign
America. As America, we should step into Gaza. We should tell Israel, like, hey, you fire on us, you're firing on American soldiers. We should rebuild their school systems. We should have it favor America's side of the spectrum.
You want some
more.
nation building?
We should rebuild their hospitals. We should rebuild their roads. We should rebuild their trade routes. And then once we do all that, we go, guess what? We put all this in here. We're not going to take you over, but guess what? We're going to be here for a long term.
Didn't work in Afghanistan.
I like that idea too. That's a good idea.
Anywhere that it hasn't, Japan was all right. But it did and the Japanese don't want to join
South
us.
Korea.
South Korea. Don't worry. I promise.
The tongue came out.
And Grid, I see your hand. You'll go after Corey. But I despise this idea. Rather than instead of hey, if you want to deal with partisan divides, right? Find ways to get Americans to connect with one another, right? To get people, there's had these conversations, right? I've been talking to an ANCAP for fucking years now, right? And I understand an ANCAP better, right? My position on anarcho-capitalism and the people who follow it was much different at the start, when we first met than it is now, right? With conservatives in general, I have a much higher opinion of conservatives just by talking with them, right? That's a way of building national union, finding ways to get Americans to actually get together, maybe deal with internal issues. That would be the path. But instead you're saying, hey, let's try to do some sort of expansionist project where we're going to put pressure on other countries to
110% wrongful rage. The Jones Act is one of the most devastating things towards Puerto Rico, and if they got statehood, they would absolutely need to get rid of it. Furthermore, the Jones Act is absolutely destroying our, just domestic trade in general, especially with energy, and Texas being able to, ship natural gas and oil and things via boats. It's just it is one of the most destructive things and one of the most inflationary things that you could possibly have in our current government.
People killing each other until eventually we realize we don't have to constantly kill each other.
You actually don't get it, actually.
No, what do you want me to say? It's bad, but I'm not going to sit here and jerk myself off being genocide is actually one of the worst things to have ever happened in the history of humanity.
Sure.
But to say that you want to continue with Manifest Destiny, which was the plan with genocide, would be let's continue genocide, right? Because Manifest Destiny was great. That's kind of what the correlation is.
Manifest Destiny is great.
It led to a world, right? It led to a present in America, right, where people like you who believe in the history, the mythology of America, who buy into that mythos, into Manifest Destiny, think that essentially it was a good thing, right? Also support Israel, right? Because Israel's just doing the same thing. It's just expanding its territory, right? Biden believes in this idea of America, in this central mythos, and so it makes sense to him. You guys are doing the thing. It's essentially a good thing, a civilizing force within that region. Yeah, you can actually link these things. You can actually look at that. This ideology doesn't come without bloodshed. So you can pretend that, it's just gonna be soft
I don't
power.
hold an emotional weight behind that. I'm sorry.
We're gonna put some amorphous soft power on these nations so they can dissolve their national sovereignty and they'll be part of us. That's how it works. No violence.
We're literally just products.
No violence, guys.
We are just products of selective pressure. I'm not holding some emotional weight to the fact that people act as people do, right? We're just animals in nature. We're part of the system. This is how we function. It is what it is.
I love this guy.
At the end of the day, you don't have to just completely not look at yourself, right? We don't have to stop looking at what America is as a nation, but we don't have to just focus on that. We should have some shared goal as Americans that listen, we can understand why we've screwed up. We can understand how we can be better. But at the end of the day, we should all have this goal at being better.
Hey, Corey, I think the goal right now for Americans is to afford
the right way, right?
Exactly.
Not the way we did it.
That's a good unifying goal.
Okay, and there was a point in history where the goal of people was to catch enough fish before they died.
We got it.
But
got,
like,
not
that doesn't change that we work.
It's
we're
the
not
same,
going to
it's
do
the
it
same
the
goal,
wrong
different
way. That's
branding.
what we're going to do it the right. We're going to do imperialism the right way. Okay, I see.
And can it not be done the right way? The word imperialism isn't just an evil word. It can be done in a better way. There's times where imperialism.
It's not Voldemort.
Doobie, take over. Tell them about the tribes.
FK, how are you going to when right now, like you're saying, Americans are too like obsessed with themselves, whatever it may be. We're too internal. Right now, if Americans are complaining about like food prices and rent and whatever fucking bullshit, right? What makes you think they're going to unify to like global conquer when they feel
Because
like they
people
can't
have been
afford
complaining
groceries?
about food prices and rent and the cost of living and how many people die and how many people in their family don't die for history. Yet we build great nations like this.
He's got a point.
Let's go to Doobie. We're gonna go to Doobie.
It's something we completely made up out of our ass.
I don't know how you convince.
Next time we get pew pew tag on foreign lands, what is the problem with taking that land we claim? We would have fought for it and thus more invested in rebuilding than Iraq. Just because we quote unquote fought for land, right? Like doesn't mean that it's ours, right? Like there are private property rights. I guess I would like you to at me and be a little bit more specific. You don't have to send another super chat, right? But like, what do you mean by like pew pew tag on foreign lands? Like going in and like bombing some land in some concept of peacekeeping and then we take it over. I mean, taking over and rebuilding a land costs a lot more money, believe it or not, than occupying for a period of time and like engaging in war and destabilizing a land. Like the finances that it would take tens of trillions of dollars, for example, if we just took over Iraq to like actually rebuild Iraq and like make it a state.
From right. So this idea that hey, we're going to promote democracy in other countries is the wrong idea. Actually, that's still keeping them as external actors. What FK is saying is actually we should bring them into the fold. Right. The idea is that it's literally like one of the most American concentrated. Out of many, one, right? Out of many peoples or out of many nations, one nation. It's literally that idea, but expanded to the actual world stage. So out of you can look at Mexico and Canada. Out of these three nations, one nation, and this nation wouldn't need to worry about trade disputes and all this kind of shit. You can just work together as people of this continent, this American continent, to benefit everybody within the continent, right? And then you extend it further. You absolutely could. And you extend it further. Then you extend it further to other nations. It could be Greenland. It could be the UK. It could be Israel, Gaza. It could be fucking Turkey. Whatever the fuck.
Wait, we couldn't do this because we've had this discussion before on like if there are too many fucking brown people and if you don't speak English, you're not American.
Bullshit.
I know, but I know it is, but you have a bunch, you have a large population of the people who believe that. So in order to convince people of global homogeny, in order to convince people of global homogeny, you have to sit here and tackle a third of the country that has this idea that if you don't speak English properly, you're not English, or you're not American.
Your issue is you're so focused on it not being able to be done, but you gotta you're not thinking about the history of humanity as a whole. Wait, Doobie,
my issue is not.
You're not thinking about the history of humanity as a whole. We have such amazing access now to one another, and we went from human tribes, and not even tribes as in the traditional there's this tribe, this tribe, this tribe. Tribes as in there was groups of families that would walk around, and eventually they would make smaller or larger and larger groups. And now we're at a point where we have whole nations the size of the United States. We have continents that are able to work with one another, right? From across the sea. We have the ability to access.
We're also at war with
each
other and conniving one another.
We are, but we've been at war for
issues
we've been at war for most, if not all of human history.
Yes, that's because people want to keep their nationhood and they don't want to be owned by America, right?
Yet those nations have continued. Yet for some reason, those nations have continued to congregate into whichever bigger nation can succeed, right? The nations or the groups that came to America eventually created the United States of America, which now, again, we can focus on our internal issues, all of our little separate organizations.
The ones who didn't.
Well, even the ones. I'm sorry, but I'm sorry.
We can't
sabotage Native Americans. I love Native Americans, but at the end of the day, Native Americans are given the opportunity to now be a part of one of the greatest empires to have ever exist, and that probably will ever exist.
You see it as the greatest empire that ever will exist. You see that way. You see see it that way. But you're trying to go to other nations and convince them to see it that way as well. When they think their nation might be the better nation or whatever it may be. But you just want to convince them to
That's what evolution is. Outcompete us. Show us that your system functions better in a changing environment.
Well, you guys can be part of our nation, right? Like after we subjugate the Palestinians.
Yeah, subjugate.
You'll
but if we took over
just admit that you have to
okay, but Prime, would you be against Prime if you knew that it would save the Palestinians? Would you be against America stepping into Palestine, saying we're going to make this a state and we're going to give you guys all a high standard of living?
I don't think we have to.
You can stay in this area. You can stay in your ground.
No, wait. Like, there's a much simpler solution. Simply not supporting Israel.
Okay, they'll get support from Russia. They'll have better technology, and they'll still fucking wipe them.
Yeah, no, hold on. That doesn't mean that we can't over. Hold on, actually, maybe I'm fine with them handing over themselves, but whatever. The point is that like simply America not supporting the genocide, right, materially the way that we're doing, right, would end the genocide. That's the thing that's how we've
no, we would just lose control, Prime. We would have loose
control.
We would absolutely lose control.
We have no control.
It's like we'd be playing Prime. It's like we'd be playing Civilization, and we've never stepped foot there, and then Fog of War is just going to take over that part of the Middle East because Israel doesn't care anymore to be.
Wouldn't Israel be a nation that has bought into the American like idealism as the Western nation in the Middle East, but they don't even listen to us or do what like we want them to do, and they still kind of
they do.
They don't.
But this is why we should take Israel and Palestine. We should take all of them.
So true.
And so that way, everybody there gets the rights that they want to have, and everybody's happy.
Thank you, King. As Americans,
American exceptionalism
in a special economic zone
is bullshit. That's it's the core of this issue, as Gibby pointed out. It's the core of this issue, and it's bullshit. Right, to think that America is extremely typical. It's extremely typical for the behavior of an empire. Right, like it's.
If America went ancient, we could wipe nations. We're not typical. We could wipe. We could glass countries.
Typical. It's extremely typical. Right, like in the way that we exercise our power. Now we say right, like idiots will believe that we go into these foreign conflicts, right? For liberty, right? Because we care about these individuals, and America will do things. It's always a power play, one way or the other, right? Power play for
I agree.
For geopolitical positioning, right? A power play for
again, Prime. That's just natural. That's how evolution works. Everything is just a power play to who can succeed the most in their environment.
But Prime, I think you're misunderstanding again, real quickly. Right. So I agree that this is what happens currently, right? But I think the issue there is that the goal there is to benefit America to the detriment of these people, right? To put us in a better position, put them in a worse position, so they're relying on us, we're able to get something that we want from them. What FK is suggesting is, hey, rather than do that, we need to come up with a way to just pull them into the fold, make them our people, so we don't need to worry about fucking them over. Actually, we're going to benefit them, and they're going to benefit us because we're all the same group now. Right. This is actually the real like one state solution. And if you want to use like Israel Gaza, is Israel just annexing the entire area and giving everybody equal rights? They refuse to do that, which is what has has exacerbated the conflict. Right. The reason they refuse to that is because they want to keep them as a separate group of people, in perpetuity. Right. What FK is saying is, hey, actually bring them into the fold, make them your people, and then they get all the rights that your people get.
You want to perpetuate a divide of nations that just leads to the constant norm.
Over within in a world where we have to do resource extraction, where we have a greedy I'm not sure which word I want to use here, right? But anyway, capitalism exists, right? We have to be extractionist, right? Like, there's not like a large,
and it'll continue to exist as long as we're separated as nations. If you really want a communist or a socialist society, you should want one nation.
All I'm trying to get to is that like extraction is involved. Right, and that
but it was shifted to the way that like California extracts water from other states, right? These other states still have rights, and if they feel like California's taking too much water, they can do something about it. They can go to their representatives and say, like, hey, these states are taking too much water. We need too much water. Like so,
and then that
it's
can go to a global court. That
Yeah,
not
it's
just
not.
like,
It doesn't
like
become
a
a
global
war.
court where
It doesn't need to
everyone
become a
has a
war.
say in the nation. Like everyone
we
globally
we
has
can
a
do
say
a global
into it.
court without like dissolving.
Why do
your
I?
sovereignty.
No, because they're not my people right
You
now. They,
have to
I
do-
want them to be American, but they're not American. They have their own interests at hand. At least when we're on some global, like
We
same
all
footing,
have how
we all have
don't-
our
we
interests at
don't
hand.
have, and that's another thing. There is no unified American interest, which is bullshit. That's the other thing, the fantasy that our leaders try to push on us. That there is some unified American interest, and that's why we're invading. We're in Iraq. We're in Syria. We're in Yemen. We're in name the brown Middle Eastern country, right? For American interest. But is it my interest? Is it the interest of the people in my neighborhood? Is it the people?
Yes.
Currently, no.
Yes.
Hold on, currently, no.
Currently, Prime,
yeah,
it's not.
Forest neighborhood
But
probably.
it's not because you bought into the individualistic mentality that locks you in
There's
this.
different power groups within America, right? And that's what we act on. And there's no reason that and those people, right? Those powerful groups act on marginalized groups within our own nation, right? And those groups suffer within our own nation, within the system of the American.
This would
But nowhere near to the level they're doing with this part of the Southside group.
anymore. Like there'd be no marginalized group anymore. With this, everybody would be on Team America. Hold on, Prime. What you're saying? You're arguing. I know what's happening. I know what's happening. You're arguing this from the loser side. Like maybe look at join the winner side.
Oh my God! You mean every other nation?
Join the winning side for once.
Yeah, okay.
Join the winning side and look at it like this. Once you become an American, that's the only group you need to worry about.
Yeah, just drop your entire national identity. Grid one thinks that has something reasonable to say.
Well, you won't have a national identity because we will own that country.
Yeah. Corey and Grid and Scott, who's been waiting patiently. So DB respond if you like. DB? Okay, maybe he stepped away.
Wait, it was me? Okay, hold on.
Yeah.
So just to respond to Ali really quickly. So you say you drop your entire national identity. I don't think you necessarily need to do that. I'm Californian, right? I still have an identity that is somewhat connected to this state.
No.
Why couldn't that be the case for somebody born in a state in Mexico?
Oh my God,
Okay, because I know
in fucking Gaza. Right,
like,
you can have their culture, and that's what's great about it. That's what
Gaza
people
American, the same way that I'm a Californian American.
Actually explain it. Okay, so like, I know you may not see it this way, right? But once again, I'm going to say there are large troves of Americans that see this as a Christian nation, right? This is a white Christian nation. I understand that they're wrong, but you have to get them on board with the policy that you want to impose, which is what the issue becomes. Because then when you start taking in Gazans in the Middle East and whatever the fuck it is, well, it's going to be like, well, what, we're going to let these people be Muslim? Because there's plenty of Americans right now that are like, well, Islam needs to be banned in America, which, like, that's a real opinion, but I don't even know how that's a logical statement or sentence. That makes no sense.
So Ali, I agree. If we were to do this like overnight, it wouldn't work, right? You have a bunch of racists in the country. You have people bitching about Sharia, right? As if it like the Muslims are going to take over or whatever the fuck.
Those guys, the war.
I get that, right? However,
you have Gibbs, right? You have people like Gibbs, right?
I don't know if Gibbs is one of those, but okay, we'll use Gibbs. Okay, so we have people like Gibbs, specifically Gibbs, who would be on the front lines trying to keep the brown people out, right?
Yeah.
I hate them.
So I understand these people exist. Who cares? So what we do is we say, hey, these people are wrong. We make the case for why they're wrong, and we make the case for why this nation specifically, it is our duty, right, to the planet to take over the rest of the planet, right? To say, hey, fuck you, white people in this country who are like racist or whatever, who don't want the brown people here. You don't get to be a fucking racist anymore. And if you're a racist, fuck off.
God,
we're gonna ignore you. We're gonna do it anyway. Okay, we're gonna wait. Give it like 30 years so that you'll be the minority. Okay, the white people will be the minority in the U.S. Who gives a fuck anymore? So
let's they do. So hold on, finish up.
Yeah. So like that, you just make the ideological case, right? Because this is like an ideological. What FK and I are saying is that somewhere along the way, we fell off, right? Where we decided, okay, well, actually, yeah, liberty for all humans, whatever, freedom, blah blah blah, for all people. Everybody's equal under God, except the non-Americans. They're not equal under God. So
sorry, Doobie, 1 second. Prime, it did never exist. That's the point of America. We keep trying to strive to be a more perfect nation. every day, our goal as Americans, each one of us should have it in our mind that like, hey, our goal is to create that shining house on a hill. We want to be so great, not just so great for ourselves, but so great that we can take in other nations into this greatness. We can have them, we can build a village on a hill. That village becomes a city. That city becomes a country. That country becomes the world.
You want to do that, then why not simply like make America great, right? Make America great, make it so great that people just like voluntarily want to join without any pressure, right? They simply see how great America is.
That's
and
not how it works.
If that's the pathway we get to, I'm okay with it. But I don't think we have that same shared mentality because I think everyone is stuck on their fear.
Okay. So we can't actually do this.
No, but you're just continuing that.
The nonsense. No. So what we have to engage in is an imperialist campaign across the globe, right? To pressure them,
it's not imperialist.
To how
it's
how
liberating.
Otherwise,
we're advocating for freeing people from this idea that they are separate peoples, that there are that they need to be part of some other nation, that they're not just humans, and all humans should be American. Right, and then once they're all American, we can
spoken
work
like
together,
an imperialist.
We can work together as humans to build a better tomorrow, to build a beautiful world where we don't have people genociding each other. And if a group does do something like this, we have a way for it's our responsibility because they're part of our group now to stop it.
I guess I got to move on to Corey, right? But hold on, just quickly, we had a super chat, right, from our new friend John Mosman. Thank you, John Mosman, for the $5 super chat. He says, and I believe this is directed to me. So I guess the only genocide comes from manifest destiny, even though native tribes did before whites. Also, if you deplore deep manifest destiny, you can't support global neoliberalism.
Or the
first of all, start with the second part. I can't stand global neoliberalism. Neoliberalism is a cancer on our world. Absolutely, let's demolish that 100%. I'm glad you identified that part. But manifest, like, I don't know why you would think that's the only. In fact, I keep saying, hey, we got another genocide happening right the fuck now. As we speak, there's a genocide in Gaza. There's many genocides.
And people don't care because they're not American.
We didn't. Okay, sorry. I pull back.
Americans don't care.
I'm just saying, people are bitching about like four Palestinian Americans getting killed. People hear about that. They don't give a fuck about the other ones because they're not American.
More Americans cared about the hurricane that hit America than they would give a shit about any Palestinian bombing that's happening right now.
Americans didn't care about. Okay, sorry. I got to pull back. Pull back. There have been plenty of genocides that the U.S. has been a part of, right? Either directly or indirectly. I denounce every single one of them. And if the Native Americans did genocides before, right? You know, when they're warring with each other, well, they equal bad too. Bad, right? But I wouldn't genocide the genociders, right? So I wouldn't genocide Germany. Right, the Germans.
What about if they're cannibals?
The Germans did a bad thing to the Jews. That doesn't say to me that I would genocide them afterward.
You don't think they're like a genocidal like empire that was like cannibalistic should be like eliminated?
I don't forgive any people
for like the net good of humankind.
Genocide.
No,
right? It's wrong.
That's what he's saying.
It's happening.
So we let the cannibal empire survive.
Hold on. When it's happening with my own tax dollars, yeah, it's a bigger fucking problem. That's what I'm identifying. But thank you for the super chat.
So Prime, real quick.
No, Corey. No,
just to clarify.
No.
You would let the cannibal empire
It's Corey's turn.
Would you let the
it's Corey's
cannibal
turn.
empire
I'm not going to answer your question.
Why not?
Why not? Because I'm like, Corey, go first.
It's my time, Gibbs. Can you be polite?
I want the answer, though.
I'll deal with you later.
Don't run, Don't run.
I won't. Trust me. I want the smoke.
We should have never given Japan back. That was our failure.
So true.
Corey, Grid, Scott, and
Corey.
Quebec and Canada's relationship is one of the most disgusting on the planet.
Okay. There's lots of things that I guess I want to cover. I'll try to do it quickly. But yeah, going on what Doobie just said, no former empire has ever given a similar speech that Doobie just gave. Never ever. That's totally brand new. But FK. I'm curious. Because Prime touched upon it. I assume, maybe incorrectly, based off your position, that you're for open borders. Then,
yeah,
okay, that's fair. That's consistent. And I'm curious. Go ahead. You want to clarify?
I think those open borders they include a couple things. One, I think people should be forced to work in our system, right, and pay into it through that work. So if you come to America, you get probably a few years, whatever some decided arbitrary number that we come up with is whatever it's going to come out to. and you have to prove that you can like sustain yourself in the system, and the system can't just prop you up on its own. And then 2, obviously, like background checks, security checks, making sure that you don't have like other allegiances that you're trying to corrupt our system with. And by corrupt, it's like you're working for another foreign nation to try to take over our system. And then swearing, I really like
doesn't
the
sound like open
swearing
borders to me,
prohibition.
but that might be a definitional.
Well, it's
thing.
not like it's not just open as in like you can walk in anybody, because then you're just opening yourself up to like damage. But it's open in the sense of anybody can go through this process to come in here. I don't
But
care what your
that's-
background is. I don't care.
That's sort of how it is
bad comes out.
now. Anybody can go through the process. Maybe I don't understand the process.
Yeah, but I think we
perfectly,
have
but
like other
anybody can go
restrictions
through
that
it.
are like the only restriction I'm really imposing is that you're not coming to like hurt the nation for some other countries like benefit. And you can just prove that you can work here. Not like you have a job already, but you're willing to go through the process and take the chance of getting sent back if you can't like sustain yourself.
Okay, it doesn't sound like open borders, but whatever. I'll move on. And like, so I know you mentioned that you're not looking to make enemies, okay? And like, but you view people as like future Americans. I'm curious. Do you think you can go to Dubai and start pointing out people saying you're a future American, and not make enemies?
Probably not today, but I think the goal as Americans.
I want to
should
see
be
that
creating a
TikTok
world-
video like tomorrow.
Yeah,
Well-
when do you think you'll be able to go
Well,
to
no,
like
that's
Arabs and
the
be like,
issue.
"You're
You guys are
American"?
thinking about this as like do it as soon as possible, but I'm talking about this as like America should have
super-
this unified goal. If America means anything, it should be this.
Super
Okay.
quick clarification. What you're talking about is known as conditionally open borders.
I guess so, yeah. And they would get citizenship if that's
It's
like one
not-
of the
it's not
restrictions
like
there.
a
They get
it's not
citizenship if they can do
considered
those.
like a controlled border or like a quota controlled border or closed borders. It's a conditionally open border. People have to show
Yeah.
ID. They have to prove that they're not like a terrorist or something, etc.
And I'm
But
curious.
it's also like the process wouldn't be difficult
It's a
enough
type
where it's
of
like we're
open
just
border.
rejecting people.
Go ahead, Corey.
I'm curious, FK. Do you think, let's say, China should adopt the same approach, same mentality that you have?
I would be sad if they were the ones to do it and succeed at it.
But you don't oppose, as in you think this is a good mentality for countries like China to have.
Yeah.
If it's good for you,
Yeah.
then it should be good for China as well.
Yeah.
Okay. If you don't
I
see,
think the
then
only
maybe
issue
a
is- I think
future
where I fall
conflict
into an
there.
issue is I feel like where I fall into an issue, and this is just American idealism, but it's what I think is very true, is that America's unique in the sense of like with all the different
And no
backgrounds of
empires
people
ever
that we
thought
have
themselves
here.
unique.
Yeah.
Never
Well,
happened.
Yeah.
Never heard these
with all the
speeches
different
before.
groups of people,
The
with
greatest
all
one
the
ever
different
got.
groups of people that we have here, they are American, right? You can look at any of these groups, and like at the end of the day, if they're speaking English mostly, if they're coming out, you see them like out when you're eating. People might ask like, "Oh, where's he from? Where's she from?" And they might say like, "Oh, like ethnicity." But that ethnicity doesn't really matter. What matters is like they're just an American, right? Especially if they're a citizen, they're an American. Even DACA recipients, for most of them, how we're seen in America is just you're an American, right? Like even the most racist person in America, the person who could want
Lots
the
of them want
most
to send
closed
DACA
borders on the
recipients
planet.
back. What are you
So look
talking
at me.
about?
There
Like,
are
there's
a
a
lot that
movement
do,
in
but I
this
think they're
country that wants to
wrong.
send DACA
I think they're wrong, and I think
Okay,
I
fair
think
enough.
just
But and I agree.
falling
I
for
agree
that
with
is
you.
what
But
we-
like, I don't.
Yeah, even
not-
Trump doesn't want to send them back.
Yeah.
There, well, Trump aside, there are many other people in this country like want to take a hard stance on this, and rescind DACA. Like, I don't. This is a true thing. I don't have to tell you. But like, I don't know. That's fine. Let's go to Corey. Are you done? We'll go to
Yeah,
Grid.
I'm done.
Okay, Grid. Scott, and then Gibbs.
Excellent. Thank you. Appreciate it. So there's man, you guys cover like a lot. I really wish I could have started earlier, then we could have broken this down a little better, but I'll do the best I can. I didn't take notes, so if I screw some stuff up, bear with me. First of all, the interesting thing is that I'm an isolationist, and I believe that America's greatest when we don't let anybody in that doesn't earn their way in, and we
It's 'cause
should
you hate
never
brown
annex
people.
anything. We had the perfect opportunity after World War II, and we said, "Fuck that! We don't want to do it." We owned Japan, we owned Germany. I mean, Europe, the UK owed us enough money for us to buy them twice. So just in war reparations, we could have already owned the country, every country in the world, basically, but we chose not to. So if in our greatest generation, we decided not to do it, what makes you think that we're any smarter now? The second, and that's actually a question to Just Average FK. The second question I'd like to ask, just quick answers. I don't need a speech, but because I've got more.
Yeah, can I ask you a quick question just so we understand like where you come from? Have you ever seen someone like Prime, for example, an American like Prime, and referred to him as a black, or said the blacks in any context when referring to other humans?
Give me 1 second. I got a
Totally
GPS
okay.
rolling off here.
It's okay.
But Prime's last name might be Black. You don't know.
All right, so I
Even
apologize about
have you ever
that.
said? Have you ever said when speaking to like about other Americans, the blacks? Like, have you ever referred to that group as the blacks?
Yeah, I'm sure I have. I'm from the South.
Interesting. Thank you. Yeah, I thought so.
Worse.
Yeah, it's okay. I'm sure you have. Yeah, okay.
I'm sorry, foreigners just never look at other groups of people and would be like an Italian would never look at somebody who doesn't look like what their idea of Italian is and be like, oh, that's another Italian, right? Or even if they told them, if you went up to an Italian Prime and said, I was born in Italy, both my parents are Italian, they'd be like, you're not Italian. You're whatever nation.
But Americans do that.
No. Oh, no.
What?
It's such a different level in America. You got to be really racist in America.
No,
for most
you
Americans
don't.
to just look at somebody and be like, "Oh, you're just American."
Just real quick, just like but like I feel like outside of white Americans, everyone else is a hyphenated American, right? Everyone becomes a secondary American. They're either an Arab American or a Black American or a Mexican American.
Yeah, that's also a big issue.
That's part of the issue with us when I said like we're reverting so far back into ourselves that we're trying to separate ourselves from each other as groups rather than accepting
that's great,
like, hey,
that doesn't address
we
the
are this
question
group.
I
We
asked.
are
We've always done that.
Yeah,
I don't think I think that it's been like more normalized, and I don't think we should.
No, we have because like
there's a very
has been like
famous speech by
conversation because like in the
Teddy
English
Roosevelt.
because in the
Teddy
UK
Roosevelt
it's
talks
not
about
like you're
hyphenated Americans.
No, so like in the UK.
Like I'm gonna be
Go
honest,
for it.
I don't like the term African American. I think they're just American.
Yeah,
I mean, I know, but like but it exists and it's like a thing that's stapled,
But
right? You're not
you
just an
shouldn't
American.
perpetuate it.
Again,
I mean, it's but
really
they don't
doesn't
feel that. I mean,
answer
we
the question I asked.
Go ahead.
I
Chris,
don't
my bad.
care about this line. I let you guys. I let you guys spurg for a half an hour.
My bad,
I
Grid.
sat here quietly, and I would
I
just
apologize,
like my
Mr. Wizard.
question answered.
You're wasting your time now.
Sorry,
Bubba Grid, we're sorry.
I heard have you
Yeah,
ever called him the
appreciate
Black? But what was the question again? I'm sorry.
Well, as an American, I'm an isolationist. We had the
Yeah.
perfect opportunity to own the world after
Oh,
World War
what makes
II.
us better than the greater generation?
Yeah, what makes us better than the
Yeah, that's what I said. They're
greatest-
not the greatest generation. America is never. You're not going back to like a great era. You're every day forward is.
I didn't.
should be
I didn't
better
say
than
we're going
before.
back. Do you think that we are better, more united
Yeah.
than we?
Yeah.
Really?
I think right now,
Yeah.
I think right now it's like a really interesting phenomenon. But if you look at even how kids kind of like view the internet and view other kids across the world, I think that's why it's so easy to like sympathize with other nations or like genocides that are happening globally. It's easy to sympathize because right now the access you have makes you look at them and be like, that's just me, right? Like you can look at another 20-something-year-old on the internet and be like, holy shit, that's just me in that nation. But like that's a different path that they were like born into and had to exist in.
Do you think
Wait,
everyone?
so think about it like this. Think about it like this, right? Just
percentage wise.
Well, just think about it like this, right? So, World War II, right? We had the Japanese internment camps in the U.S., right? So we had the Iraq War, we had the war in Afghanistan. I don't think during even those periods, right, where there's like a lot of animosity, obviously, toward a country we're at war with. I don't think Americans would tolerate the government scooping up all Iraqi immigrants or Iraqi Americans or whatever the fuck you want to call them and putting them in internment camps. I think the vast majority of Americans would not have been okay with that. So yeah, I think we are better than the greatest generation, quote unquote.
Interesting.
The Texas,
But the
is
entire
donating
country
land.
unified, and it worked towards a common goal. And at the end of the day, rather than keep the world as a war prize, which any other country probably would have done, we set in place measures.
We failed, right? We gave up our responsibility to the planet, and we were bitches, and we went back to our shell.
Well, I don't know that we have a responsibility to the planet. I'm
We
an
do.
isolationist. I believe that we have a responsibility to the people of this nation and none other.
Yeah, why isn't the rest of the world the same nation? Like, why didn't we annex Japan or Germany or any of these other nations where or
Like if you were an isolationist and we
Why
did
didn't we
damage
just
Japan,
take
would you look at the
Afghanistan and
Japanese
Iraq?
and just be like, "That's us"?
Why didn't we just say, hey, fuck you guys? Wait, hold on, like why didn't we just say, hey, Afghanistan or Iraq is our country now? It's an American nation. You guys have all the rights and privileges of American citizens. We're going to encourage Americans to immigrate there, to spread American culture, to spread our way of thinking. Right. So, but instead we just fuck over the people living there. Continue leeching off them like fucking parasites until we're able to like leave.
We can't even agree as a nation on what women are.
Oh, please stop.
Well, I mean, wait, like as a nation, we don't have like a single unified culture, right? We have like, you're a Californian, Texas.
Yeah,
like,
but I think that in itself is
Texans,
American culture. It's the fact that we have like our own little individualistic.
Come on, don't act like we're. Don't
it's the melting. We're called the melting pot for a reason. Is we have the capability.
That's absurd.
No, we're called the melting pot for a reason. We have the capability to take. We have the capability to take all of these people with their own little different practices and cultures, get them all to like function together, right? They travel in between each other. They mix. No.
Actually,
you're not a communist?
He's actually what FK is saying is the most capitalist thing ever. Okay.
Yeah.
So
I don't think so.
So we're creating
a communist because they're on the same
united
page.
market right across the planet.
What he's saying. I mean, I don't think I'm a
You must be a communist, Gibbs.
I feel like I'm the most capitalist.
I will say though, if you're a communist,
Yeah,
if you're
Scott is not
a
capitalist.
capitalist or a
He's about to
communist,
speak,
what you
but
would
he's not
want
a
is like one
capitalist,
nation.
Yeah,
Scott's got rules of capitalism. I have no rules.
We're talking. Currently, there's a discussion in this country about like creating camps, right, to gather all the immigrants to concentrate.
The hobos too.
Wait, hold on. Prime, I think you're misunderstanding.
Okay.
So I'm sorry, I shouldn't have interrupted you, but I didn't.
Yeah,
so you
that's
understand?
okay. I
You're
just
talking about
wanted to clarify.
like putting immigrants or migrants or asylum seekers coming up from the southern border into like camps in Texas, right?
Mm-hmm.
I understand that, but I think that's a separate issue. That's a immigration issue. What happened to in the Japanese internment camps wasn't us detaining or imprisoning people coming over from Japan as it was happening. There were American citizens who had Japanese heritage that were put in detention camps or internment camps. That's a totally separate thing. So during the war in Iraq, well, yeah, hold on, because these people had already been guaranteed the rights and privileges of American citizens. They were citizens. They weren't like new immigrants coming in during a war.
Yeah, no, that's true. That's true.
So and again, during the Iraq War, we didn't do this, and I don't think the country would have tolerated that. So yeah, I think we're at a way different point in our history.
I don't see the difference that you see.
Yeah.
At least I don't think I see. The difference.
I see the difference. I understand what he's saying. He's not wrong.
In the way that it operates. It operates in the exact same thing. It equals the exact same thing. Like these individuals who came to our country, who have been integrating into our society, right? Lots of them have been here for years, decades even, and who just we haven't given them a path to citizenship, but that doesn't mean that they haven't been part of our communities, rounding them all up by the millions, putting them in camps for deportation. Yeah, I don't think there's actually much of a difference. True, they don't have a social security number. Yes, but that
I think the status matters. I think having the stamp is, hey, you're an American citizen. You're not someone here illegally. You're a recognized American citizen. I think that matters.
Means you can brutalize them otherwise. Okay. I
don't think you can do that. But I do think it's obviously a separate category of people that is owed separate rights.
Let's go to Scott.
Yeah, go ahead, Scott.
I want to give some caveats first, right? Which is I do think Doobie and Average FK are probably right about one thing, which is obviously the internet technology and the kind of advance of liberal democracies in many nations have absolutely pushed us towards more connectedness and less division among, less like, I guess like isolation culturally speaking to other nations. Like, I don't think Doobie is wrong in pointing out that, our current generation would probably have a lot more to say about putting, entire ethnic groups into concentration camps than the current generation. But again, I think it's also important to point out that, if you follow people online, you can, even if you just look at them in like the last 10 years, you can see how radically they have changed in what they are willing and not willing to accept based upon the kind of the political plight on the ground. And so when we're talking about World War II, we're talking about, the greatest war probably in history, right? And so I think I don't know that is actually true, right? That we wouldn't put people in internment camps if we weren't in a similar situation like World War II. The next thing I want to say is there is this concept that like we would unify, and I think that's a really big assumption. And average FK, please respond if you wish, but you had kind of seemed to imply that throughout history, when people have, and you didn't like the term, and I understand, like, just necessarily an enemy, but when we have like unifying goals and unifying ideals, that those things, especially when we can focus on like an external project, it doesn't necessarily need to be another war, but an external project, that it's the same situation as Manifest Destiny, even if you understand that Manifest Destiny came with all these problems. I think that is a gross overgeneralization of history, and the way that people kind of supported movements and things. I think it's kind of like what we learn in high school about history, as opposed to like getting into the nitty gritty and the conflicts that occurred within. And the reason I say that, even like without going into too much specificity, like every major conflict that we could just pick one if you want, right? There is a lot of internal strife, and the reason there's a lot of internal strife is because these external projects come with a cost. They come with a cost to the culture that chooses to engage in them, and they also come at a cost financially, like literally, like every war, every big expansion, every exerting of a lot of pressure on another nation changes trade. These things are extremely expensive, right? Like if we read Charlie Wilson's War or something, for example, right? Like the cost of kind of bringing Afghanistan into the fold would have been 10 times higher than the cost of like supporting rebels in Afghanistan to fight the Russians, right? The cost of rebuilding Iraq and Afghanistan, wouldn't have been 2.9 trillion. It would have been 20, 30, 40 trillion dollars. Like we're talking about, at least in our current political and economic power, something that is like completely unfeasible. Now, if we're talking about soft power, right? Like we're already doing that to an extreme degree, right? The CIA, and all other, kind of like foreign 3 and 4 letter agencies, they use terms like democracy. And the reason they use these terms is because they're talking about democratic institutions in other countries. We spend hundreds of billions of dollars, a majority of the Pentagon's budget even, on infiltrating universities, infiltrating media organizations, infiltrating, government at low levels to try and pressure them into becoming part of the American Western hegemonic fold. So in many ways, you're arguing that we ought to keep our current foreign policy, but do it better. And it's like, I obviously disagree. Like this is purely an internal critique here. Now, in terms of massive movements and political pressure, like ratcheting up what we're doing to a much bigger degree, it's interesting from two domains. One, it's interesting because your entire argument seems to be that you agree with Herbert Marcuse and that you're a Marcusian, except that you disagree that everything that he said was a bad thing was actually a good thing, right? Like it seems like you're arguing that the one-dimensional man is true and good. It seems like the crushing of the revolutionary spirit by capitalism is actually good, etc., which is an interesting take for sure. But then also looking at history, like what bands nations together. Almost every single time throughout human history, when you look at large changes in empires and events, it has been the host nation believes themselves to be a victim. Like that is how these events almost always occur. If we look at the Taiping Rebellion in China, right, it was against the Ming Dynasty. If we look at the Romans and the Gallic Wars, it was a refugee crisis and a belief that these barbarians were coming across, and it was kind of like planned that way by Caesar. If we look at World War II and America's involvement, it was, tons of evidence that Japan was likely to attack Hawaii and that Japan was likely to attack us, but Roosevelt wanted Japan to make the first strike because he knew that would finally give him the political impetus to join World War II, as opposed to kind of like tacitly doing it. If we look at 9/11 in Iraq and Afghanistan, obviously those are connected. Or World War I, we could look at Franz Ferdinand and the July crisis. Like over and over and over and over again, in order to get this unifying concept that we're going to expand or that we're going to exert massive amount of power, which costs massive amount of money, it has almost always been that we saw ourselves as a victim and we saw other people as either taking part in that. This concept that we're going to exert soft power to degrees well beyond what we're doing in a nation that is $37 trillion in debt and growing, it seems like you're just arguing for the status quo, but way more. And it's a status quo that in the last 10 years doesn't seem to be working very well. So I just don't get your argument, and your argument has been a lot, but it has also been completely devoid of any specifics other than we will exert soft pressure and then we will try and get them into the fold, which is exactly what the CIA does today. So I just don't like, it seems like a silly meme argument without any evidence, without any actual strict policies, and historically inaccurate on almost every degree.
I mean, everything you just said is wrong. First off, but two, I think you're as FK's already explained repeatedly.
Well, don't go to two.
We're not talking about.
Don't be a bitch.
We're not talking about implementing something like this or advocating for something like this to be implemented tomorrow or next week or next year. What we're discussing right now is what we think is a required shift in the way that Americans think about what it means to be American and what our national duty is.
I was going to say the issue is you're looking for specific things. I'm telling you that this isn't right now about like, oh, this is the exact policies we're going to take in enacting this. I'm saying that more Americans should think about America as not just this closed off system where it's like we're going to stay here and this is all about us.
It's not an argument.
But more Americans.
Like it's a fantasy. It's like Americans should feel this way.
Well, he's having a discussion. I don't think he's arguing.
Yeah, I'm not sitting here giving again. I'm not sitting here giving policy. I'm talking about this from the perspective of like, this is what I think it means that like to be an American. We are better unified with a common goal of making everyone else a part of our system, right? The reason they should be a part of our system is because I believe we do things really well. Not just things and like the very specifics, like we build better trains or shit like that, but things as in we are able to take different groups of people, put them all in the same environment, and like let them filter out into where they probably fit best, right? It's almost like it's almost like a republic ideal where it's you're able to let the person who like the 9-inch fucking ratchet work on the 9-inch nut because that is what it's best at. And I think America has the capability of doing that with people, right? We're able to find out what size ratchet you are and where you belong.
Where is your? I have a couple problems with that. So number one, the problem with looking at nations historically, right, is that history takes a lot longer than a human generation or a human lifetime, right? I think you could maybe make the argument that we assimilate people as they move into America at a better degree than other nations do. And I don't think that's necessarily a bad argument, but I do think that I think we're seeing now with the current immigration crisis that there's a certain critical mass where we stop doing that effectively. But where is your evidence that we are like unique in that domain beyond what I just stated in terms of assimilating internally?
More than anything, I think it's a lived experience of how many people I've been able to see come into this country and build out something from it, right? They come from like shitholes and build out like fucking mansions. America has this capability
people
where
in
like
shitholes being
able to
do
live
that
an ideal.
just because they call themselves American.
No, I'm talking about those people in shitholes. We need to make them
No,
American.
that's
We
not
need to
what
give
you're
them a better
talking about.
place
What
to
you're
live in.
talking
and
about
we
is
need to
the
build it out.
American way going to
average it. Okay, I agree with you that America, right, has been a land of opportunity for a lot of people. I agree with you that America has had a more capitalistic tendencies and more liberties than most other countries in the world, right? In certain domains, you're going to find other countries that are
Yeah, and I think we have a duty to expand that opportunity.
Overall. Right, but see that's the thing is when you say we have a duty to expand, let's say, civil liberties and liberal democracy, we're kind of fucking that up now. Like our own country is having an internal.
Well, that's because we're restricted by this game of like you're actually a separate. No, because we're restricting ourselves to this mentality of like you're a separate nation that's gonna like do your own thing, and we're gonna try to figure out how to work with you, rather than putting ourselves in a system where like, you know what, fuck it, this is a power play. That is what all of us are doing. We are seeing who can amass the most power, who can amass the most control, and the top form of control is
current
getting
US
these
literally
people
just
into the
described
same
modern
system to
America.
place it.
You're describing current U.S. foreign policy, and the problem is that like our own country is having identity crises. Like our own country just elected a populist president because of our own.
Yeah, because we don't know what the fuck to do. Like we're
division.
bored. We don't know what to do with ourselves. We're stuck in this mentality of like, hey guys, what are we gonna do here? What are we gonna do with ourselves? Rather than focusing on like, hey, what is it to even be American? Why are we separated from these other nations who like at the end of the day, we're all working alongside. At the end of the day, we all have to like make agreements on. At the end of the day, we all have to like call back and forth about like, hey, this is what we're testing. This is what you're testing. Hey, are you sure you're not going to fuck with us? Yeah, okay.
That's not how
and
it
then
works at
some
all.
of them have their little conflicts, and we just sit here and jerk ourselves off and accept that like, yeah, you know, this is just how things are going to keep going. Rather than having some ideal of something better. You guys are just like scared of better and are like stuck on being in this. You're telling me that I'm arguing for a status quo, but you want the status quo. You want the separation of each other.
No, I'm asking for you to give me something other than a fantasy. You have a fantasy, or well, fantasy is maybe too harsh of a word, right? Let me steel man you to the best of my ability. You have a belief that America ought to have this.
I have an ideal is the word you were looking for, but yes.
Well, no. Yes, but you have an.
I'm talking about an ideal America.
Nevertheless, it's an. Yes, I get it. It's an ought. You have this ought belief about what America's ideals ought to be and what Americans' identity ought to be. And we're in a crisis about that. And you're just saying, well, we ought to do that. Okay, I agree to half of that, right? Which is that America ought to have a more unifying vision as a culture, because much of what we have done in the past, at least historically for the times, has been great. But the idea that we're going to then push that outwards and that the exportation of that is going to lead to a more internalized domestic identity, where is your evidence for that? That is a claim that you have. So now I would like you to back up the claim, which is that the exportation of the presumed liberal democracy, civil liberty, kind of, mostly free market capitalism with some socialist intervention, mixed market economy, that when we export that unifies the domestic.
I'm not saying that that's what's the unifying matter. I'm saying the unifying matter is where, like, just the fact that we are humans, right? I think we separate ourselves into these small groups and we allow that. Wait, I think we separate ourselves into these small groups.
This is bullshit.
I'll tell you what separate ourselves into these small groups. I think we jerk ourselves off to this idea that, like, hey guys, this is never going to be the case. But at the end of the day, there can be policy we take into action, right? We can argue here if you want to argue about like, hey, should we have some social safety nets that make it like so that America has the capability of allowing more people to filter out properly? It was the thing I was talking about earlier. I think America is, I think America in itself is a great filter. So if you want policy, what's the policy you want? Like, okay, we should invest heavily in education and make sure that every school gives every kid the capability to have as many. Make every school give every kid the capability.
A policy that like you pretended that you had. Right, like
no, this is policy that could play to this. This is policy that could play to the goal.
Realize we're humans, right? Well, then that'll solve things. That'll solve our divisions, right? If only within the last 100,000 years, anyone had the idea.
But I think you're playing this game of like Prime. You're playing this game where you're just gonna.
People have had this idea. Prime, there have been many great men throughout human history who had the idea to conquer the entire known world, to unite all people under them. Absolutely, they've had this idea. This is fucking. We can go through the fucking list. But now, the difference is no. I'm not trying to rescue anything. I think you guys are misunderstanding what the fuck he's saying. The difference is, like Scott helpfully pointed out, so maybe not everything he said was bad. Is that now we have the ability to remain connected over vast distances. Right, that this a global empire, if it were to happen, could remain connected, could remain cohesive, right, with modern technology. So what we're talking about is shifting the way that Americans think about themselves and about their country, and the way that you think people should shift the way that. Wait, hold on, Prime, you absolutely have ideological beliefs or philosophical positions that you think Americans should adopt. We have one too, right? This is ours, and it's way better than yours, by the way. It's better than Scott's fucking ANCAP shit. It's better than any other shit you guys have. This would actually be better for the world.
No, wait,
long term, short term, etc.,
I
etc.
can give you things
we'll do that make us better.
First, it's under the American banner and American ideals, I guess.
Let
Right?
go of the baggage.
Actually, like the thing that'll unite us is if we realize, hey, we're humans. Did you know? Yeah, like Corey.
Because you're separating us.
We look a little different, Corey.
It's because you're separating us. It's because you're separating us. It's because it's because you view groups of people. It's because you have It's because you're trapped in this individualistic mentality where you view these groups of people as truly separate. You actually, literally, so colonized you can't even understand.
Wait,
You're viewing the world. You're viewing the world as if these divisions truly matter. They matter in the sense of like we have to deal with them, but they don't really matter. They don't mean anything.
No. If the uniting factor,
they matter in the sense that we have to move around them, but they don't really mean anything. It doesn't mean anything that somebody is somewhere else.
You're about to move the goalposts again. You're about to shift your position in a second, right? Before you do that, right?
He doesn't even have a position.
If the uniting, I know you're about to shift because you're running away, like full speed from your position. I understand that. I've seen it before. Right? But hey, hold on a second. If the uniting factor is that we're human, then why do we need to conquer the world?
Because I think the rest of the world is so scared of the idea of like these other ethnicities being part of their group, whereas America has mastered that. We can take anybody and make them American. We can take anyone and make them American.
We literally have not mastered it.
We have. You guys are just so stuck on this fear. You guys are so stuck on this baggage. But at the end of the day, I go outside. At the end of the day, my dad as an immigrant is able to exist in the nation, and anybody who looks at him just views him as American, right? But going anywhere else, you're not them. Bro, you're never going to Dubai and you're going to be somebody from Dubai.
I'm sure Black Americans, right, with their history.
This is baggage.
Guess what? They're still Americans. Guess what? They're still Americans. They're still Americans. Talk your shit, but you're still in America. If you really want to find out, take a DNA test and go find out and go live somewhere else. But right now, you're still American.
Too, and we can still do horrible things to them. Gay Americans are gay Americans too. We can still do horrible.
And they're still American, and we try to make it better every day. We try to be better, but you're stuck on this fear of like we're always going to be bad.
Now this is the unification.
What terrible things do we do to gay Americans?
Title. Simply give them the title, and then then I guess that's all.
No, but Doobie, America's unique in how bad they treated groups of people.
Prime. Think about what you just said. All these groups of people that you're referring to, gay Americans, Black Americans, etc. The reason we address those issues in the first place is because they were owed American rights.
Sure. Okay. Then let's hand out a social security number to everyone on the planet. Why don't we just we can do this very quickly? Actually,
make them American.
You want to make them American, right? You want to bring them into a vote. We can just declare them to be, right? Like we just say, hey,
just give them the option to vote. They just won't take it.
Yeah, you can just.
Or they will. That'd be
anytime you want. Why don't we just do that?
Wait. Gibbs' answer to my little meme was just like give everyone the right to vote, and then we won't have problems. Some of them won't. Gibbs' answer, which is why people won't unify, is because some of them will, and they're not going to vote with my interest. Wait. I've been trying to get in on this point for just real quick. I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid. Like when America wants to unite the Middle East and take it under its American wing, right? How many people are going to be like, well, no, none of the Middle East or none of those Muslims or none of the Arabs follow Western values, which is what America is, right? So they can't call themselves Americans if they're not. What?
Yeah.
And then giving them the ability to vote, right? They're not going to vote in American interests, right? Because they have their own personal nationalistic interess. Or the idea that Prime, let him answer. Prime, real quick. What was that, FK?
No. I'm not going to let him answer now because that's going to distract. I'm about to get to Gibbs. Gibbs, you are on the list. Like I said, you're going to go to. Everyone's gotten their turn.
I want to get back to this then.
Hold on, and we'll examine that. But FK, 12. Why don't? Yeah, I understand. But FK. Why don't we simply hand out citizenship? We can start with the Western nations, right? Because we started slowly, easily with them. We'll start with that, right? And they'll be Americans. They'll be hyphenated, right? They'll be Canadian Americans. So that will be our
you don't have to have
thing that unites us, right? Now, people in mainland, whatever that means, but the 48, right? And the United 48, they will understand that we have new Americans within our nation, and we can extend our empathy, right? Juby talked about extending empathy to people who are now under the American banner, right? That's the uniting force. Why don't we just do that? We'll skip everything else you've said and just do that. How about that?
You could call it the Earth Federation. And
you want to jerk yourself
you're
off,
asking
but
me?
I'm not.
Because I feel like you're.
No, he's asking me. He's asking me. He's asking me. You can like, listen. You can feel
Yeah, but
good
you're
saying like
ignoring
this.
everything we said about this not being like overnight.
I'm not
right?
talking to you.
talking to
Yeah, again, exactly. I'm not talking to you about a world where like I'm gonna snap my fingers and tomorrow we're all doing this. I'm talking about. I'm telling you, this is a mentality you can hold. I think a lot of people are scared about ideas like imperialism. A lot of people are scared about ideas like
I wonder why
global domination.
I wonder
but
why.
a lot of people are scared about imperialism. But imperialism isn't an automatic bad. Imperialism just means like, hey, we have an ideal system that we think works so well that we believe other nations should be a part of it.
Right? Is that I just want a kinder, gentler imperialism, right? I actually want to do all the things that we are.
I mean, you just want what you present with your main ideal of society. What you present is you just want a kinder, gentler world, right? But guess what? At the end of the day, the Gazans are being genocided. Did it fix it? Did your system fix it? Are we in a better world? Did you get your ideal? No.
No, we won't do it. We won't do any of the bad things. We'll just do all the good parts of imperialism. We'll be the good empire now. Okay, right? So all these decades of imperialism.
But that's exactly the point. You're scared about. But Prime, you're so scared about it. You can't even conceive of a world where there's a better empire. You can't even conceive of something being better. You only conceive of things being like worse.
Hey, I just want the good kind of imperialism, right? So just knock it off.
No, I just want to build a more perfect union. I just want to build a more perfect union, and you're scared of that. You're scared of anything being more perfect.
Yeah, everyone's terrified. Yes, me, I'm terrified. Scott's terrified, right? Corey's probably terrified.
I am terrified.
Everyone's scared, right? Of your big brain ideas.
No, you're scared of a better world. You're scared of like just doing better.
You're afraid because you're dragging around baggage like a fucking.
Oh my god, it's so true.
You're what are they called? Like a 403. You're dragging around baggage. Like a fucking 403. That's what you're doing. You've got 1,000 cards there. You're dragging around this fucking baggage and fucking over your future.
Bro, you're like fucking Jung-Woo from Squid Game Season 2, bro. You're fucking sitting there with the eyes of like, I don't deserve this money. No, we do. We do deserve this nation, and we can do better.
Just average FK. Shut up, because you haven't said anything of substance.
It's my turn after that.
Fabian, are you gonna jerk yourself off going through another rampage?
No.
Yeah, here we go about ANCAP shit and how ANCAP shit is more realistic than anything else.
If everyone actually separated their assholes inside the ANCAP world, the fucking shelter, we would have better words.
I'm sorry. Your betters are speaking. Shut the fuck up. I gave you a steel man of your position. I went through everything that you had said. I gave you the positions that you had given that I thought were fair, and then I went through a historical analysis of major empires and what occurred, and what your philosophy was, and where and what it leads to. And the only thing that you have to say about that entire thing that I laid out for you was Doobie said everything's wrong, so we're going to ignore it. And then you, the only fucking claim that you actually made, you immediately ran the fuck away from. So please, just have.
I didn't. You want specifics. What do you want? You want policy? Like I said, we can go through the thing I said. Wait, what do you want? Policy? We can go through the thing I said. America should be a filter, right? We should have a system where we argue more that America should be able to give people the ability to have as many experiences as possible to pick out of and find out where they fit best into.
So I want to take a crack.
No, you're just not listening because you have no ears. You're an ANCAP.
Scott,
literally all you have is an asshole that you trade for dollar coins. You traded for dollar coins because you know there's like 5% silver in them. That is the mentality of an ANCAP.
Please, may I?
Because you have nothing else, you fucking pussy.
You probably collect pennies for the copper. You strip copper wire out of white people's houses.
Yeah, I get it, Scott. That's much more useful. It's much more useful.
Can I just say has enraged me.
All right.
Like, shut the fuck up if you're not going to make an argument.
I have an argument.
The ideal ANCAP world is one where you have to hire a guard to guard your fucking copper wire because Scott's ANCAP buddy is coming to steal it.
That's fine. That's fine.
Because you got no arguments. Like
okay, cool. cool. I'm jumping
Okay,
in.
good.
All right, cool. First, I'm gonna answer Ali. His is only 1 sentence response. It's real simple. We just can't give this out without us being in control. They'll just use the benefit of their own country as opposed to if we've unified them under one banner and then they become American.
So they're not Americans.
So no. Once we've unified them under America, then we can give them their rights as Americans.
Their vote.
And then they can vote, and then their votes can contribute to the greater over society.
You know,
Now,
some
I
of them
wanna-
are the
hold on.
leftists,
Yeah,
right?
but I want to try to take this back about the Prime's big objection about manifest destiny and imperialism in general. We're all familiar with
Hopefully, we'll be on the topic by then.
Hopefully we will. We're all familiar with the concept of cancer, right? And sometimes you have to cut out a bad or an infection or something needs to be amputated, right? So I hear a lot about the science. We just talked about evolution. When I say that was 20 minutes ago.
I don't think so.
Just bear with me. That's absolutely correct. We have war and economics, all these things are just products of macroevolution at the country level, right? Imperialism is proof of that. Conflicting ideas of nations go against each other, and the stronger ones come out on top. But let's look at Prime wagging his finger at the genociders getting genocided. We all know everybody in history is a product of someone else wiping out their neighbors and their bloodline surviving. So spare me the moral indignation. But let's investigate his complaint for the sake of argument. Let's not use the Nazis here initially, right? We could come back to them. You know, everybody uses the Nazis.
Prime, you're only here because your ancestors were able to kill people. Just so you know.
Exactly. In this case, but in this case, let's pick out maybe an even more depraved, soulless, evil empire, a borderline theocratic empire, who we can say as a whole believed in the principles of cannibalism and human sacrifice. One for who for just one temple, we have evidence that over a 30-day period, 88,000 plus people were brutally sacrificed. And many of those sacrifices got turned into Pozzoli and eaten as part of a celebration for its opening. This was commonplace occurrence in the Aztec Empire. One can argue that for the betterment of
Pozzoli is really good. What are you talking about?
Yeah, it's good, but maybe not eating people is not the best. But one can argue for that for the betterment of humankind, maybe wiping out that group isn't that good. Yet we want to vilify the Spanish, who gave everyone living in that region that had been conquered by this evil empire a better shot at life, just by the virtue of the fact that they don't have to live under what is the equivalent to a death cult who's decided the best way to live is by having a human sacrificing cannibalistic empire. In this case, it's similar to the concept of cancer. Let's look at the Nazis we just talked about. We didn't fully wipe out the Nazis. Now their ideology is spread in some ways is worse than it's ever been before. It's much harder to stamp out compared to say the Aztecs, or guess what? No one is bored. Yeah, no one's on board with the human sacrifice of blasphemy.
So should we have exterminated
You're
the
okay.
Germans?
So yeah, maybe in this case it's like
Maybe.
Prime saying
Maybe we
he's
should
okay with
exterminate the
wiping out the.
Germans.
Hey, listen. Are you okay with leaving cancer in the body just because it'd be mean to cancer? Like, I'm
Yeah,
sorry, that's what you're
human
arguing.
beings aren't
I'm sorry.
cancer.
Well, when they
Human
are
beings
sitting
aren't
here saying they
cancer.
want human sacrifice
Prime,
and they want cannibalism,
when those soldiers walked into the camps, when those soldiers walked into those camps, should they have just captured the Germans? No, they should have fucking put a bullet in each one of their heads, bro.
Right, capable of growing. So no, of course, I would not exterminate the Germans. I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do that to any. I wouldn't, like the Israelis, who I am convinced of, because it's obvious, who are committing a genocide. I would not, like, after stopping them, start genociding the Israelis. I
but
wouldn't
if
do
we
that
conquered Gaza, guess what? Israel can't do shit to them no more. Now they're under our protection. Like, what do you mean?
Don't shift it. Don't shift it.
I'm not shifting. That's been the point we made.
No. The thing that you're talking about. You said, hey, the German.
Wipe them out.
The Germans,
wipe out the Nazis.
Maybe we should have exterminated.
Oh, and are you talking about the German civilians?
I mean, anybody that supported the Nazis, maybe should have got the 1-2.
Maybe there was a misunderstanding here. So let's try to clear that up then, right? When I brought up the Germans, I brought up the Germans. The Germans, we're still talking about this. The German population. I wasn't just talking about the Nazis, because remember the German population, even part of the Nazi party, the German population supported the Nazis.
Yeah, maybe you should have done something about that.
They engineered they did all the things. They clothed the Nazis, did all the things, right? So we can't to separate them cleanly doesn't even make sense. But you're saying, okay, so maybe you're saying like we should have.
Yeah, I mean, let me ask you this: do we see Aztecs sitting around like creating like cults in the U.S.? now going, hey, we should like restart human sacrifice.
Have you ever heard of
to,
MS-13?
Like, Teflon, and maybe like start fucking like Quetzalcoatl. We can just start making like human sacrifice things and cannibalize people. We don't have any of that, right? There's none of that happening, right?
Yeah, it must have been the genocide that did it.
Well, yeah, it was the genocide because guess what? They all got wiped out by the Spanish and the diseases, and then everybody vilifies the Spanish. It's mostly diseases. So, like, basically, they're weak genetics, I guess. But the point is, though, we don't have these guys going around starting these cults. And maybe if we dug deep and cleared out the cancer that was the Nazis, we wouldn't have all these racist cults all over the United States. And we could have one.
Maybe racism. Whatever. Yeah. If we,
I mean, why are you pro-racism?
Corey,
why do you like racism?
The Nazi Party, right? Then maybe there wouldn't be racism in America. Right? Like it was the Nazis that infected America with their racism.
Do you see as the baggage is building?
If we didn't have right the Nazis, right? Then wouldn't we have a history of racism in America? Brilliant analysis. I'm glad we spent time with you, Corey. Sorry, not Corey.
Who are we to stop the Holocaust? You know all the bad things America did before that? How can we possibly do anything about the Holocaust?
Dude, we killed so many natives.
Where do we have the moral authority to say the Holocaust is bad, given all the bad things America, given what we just did to Native Americans? It's like this is effectively what you're doing. Or saying, we did bad things in the past, so we can't do better things in the future.
That's not anything of what I just said. That has nothing.
You're saying we can't trust the United States not to do terrible things because the United States has done bad things in the past.
I said don't. First of all, my argument with him was don't genocide the Germans. That's my argument.
Well, you didn't even finish my point, though. I can even hold on. You didn't even let me finish
genocide the Israelis. I wouldn't genocide them. Right. So that was my argument with him.
All right, so just let me finish my argument, though. So after we wiped out the Aztecs, what happened, Prime? After we wiped out the Aztecs, Central America developed their own unique regional culture, and they exhibited better traits like work. Like we got Mexican food, we've got like Latino women. All these things have been benefited.
They didn't have women. They didn't have food. Right?
We didn't have women because they were getting killed off.
We should have allowed the Aztecs to just keep sacrificing people to the sun. We should have let it happen.
Because we wiped them out, they developed a much better culture.
That's also another part of this. Some cultures are just better than others. That's the truth of the matter. That's just the truth of the matter.
And they didn't have women, and they developed work, food, and women after we genocided them. Oh,
guess what?
Brilliant.
And they did.
I am glad we spent a lot of time.
You know what the culture was before? Was they literally would send the men to become warriors to conquer other tribes, to enslave them, and bring them back to their tribe. This is history. I'm sorry that you. I'm sorry that you would ignore history. Since you would ignore history before like the Nazis, but like this is what happened all throughout time. I mean, you want me to pick a different
culture? If you want better, you should be wanting our system. If you want better, you should be wanting this system.
Amazing.
I can go pick any empire throughout history, and like we could use this example.
Prime, there's no reason you shouldn't agree with us.
Why don't you?
But to be clear, I was dealing with Gibbs, and Gibbs is just speaking nonsense.
No, I'm not speaking nonsense. I'm not going to be dismissed when I'm saying when it's historical fact. Like you're arguing against historical fact. Like, are you arguing that like the Central American cultures now are not better than blood sacrifice?
And we just realized we're all humans, and America reminds the world that hey, we're all humans.
He ran.
Did you know?
No, Prime, no. You're so simplifying the idea that we've laid out for you, like repeatedly.
He said that's what
it's not. It's not just that. Hold on. Please stop. No, Scott. I understand you're upset. We're not talking about taxes and how the government doesn't have your consent, how they're aggressive with money about taxes. I get it, Scott. You want to talk about ANCAP shit? You want to drag everything back to ANCAP shit? I get it. That's more realistic to you. We're much closer to a world in which taxes stop happening than what FK and I are talking about. Total bullshit, Scott. Just go back to the fucking hobbit hole. We're talking about something important right now. We're talking about shifting the American culture, the American understanding of our duty to the planet in a way that would actually benefit you, Scott. Would actually benefit Prime, benefit Ali. We'll solve all these conflicts all over the world if we could get there. But you're putting your feet on the ground because I know this would make the government so much bigger and stronger, and you're afraid of that, Scott. So I get it. But I'm sorry. We're much closer to what FK and I are talking about than this ANCAP bullshit you keep rambling about.
You're a pussy that keeps bringing up
ANCAP
shit
God.
which I never fucking
you know how ironic it is to me that you're bitching about how unrealistic this is when every fucking week you're on here ranting about ANCAP shit, which is so far from reality, it might as well be a fucking fairy tale, Scott.
Yeah, I know.
Every week we have to hear you rambling about ANCAP shit. Every week. But as if it's something that's going to happen at any time in the future. It is not, Scott. Go get a fucking island somewhere, Scott.
There's not a world where I can trade
Scott,
5
go be a
blowjobs and a
fucking
handy for a
homesteader
house?
and build your own
You're
society,
telling me
Scott.
that's not
I
real?
totally support it.
Doobie,
I'm the future I want.
Every week that I talk about my presumed utopic shit, I bring evidence and historical analysis.
Just go be a homesteader.
I just brought evidence.
Just go be a homesteader. I
I just
support
brought
you.
historical evidence and got told it was nonsense. Listen, I'm the only one who even brought historical evidence here.
That's because your sources are worse than my Hindustan Times.
My
did.
sources are fact. My sources are fact. We have years of economical research.
Over and over and over
You know what I'm
again.
saying?
You guys,
Historical research.
I hope the government raises your
Fuck it,
taxes.
fuck it, Doobie, give him what he wants. Doobie, give him what he wants. Hey, Doobie, what would you think about a system where we don't actually have money anymore? The banks don't control anything. I instead get to trade you fucking a broke down Honda Civic, my gaped asshole, and my foreskin. What would you trade me for that, Doobie? What do you think the fair market value for that is?
Nothing if it's gaped. Fuck off.
FK, I hate it because that actually sounds realistic. Okay.
Yeah. What do you think a
realistic.
fair, Doobie? What do you think a fair market trade is for that? Tell me, please.
I get it.
I don't know, Scott. What's a fair trade for FK's gaped asshole?
Scott, can you bring me facts and some fucking facts for what's a fair trade?
If
on
FK
that
got
is?
his child to sign a contract that says, "Hey, my 5-year-old asshole is able to be gaped every day, so long as Daddy keeps feeding me," is that okay? At what point is it okay for that son to sign that contract? How old does the son need to be?
If somebody practices in bestiality, can I sign off for my pet, or do I have to get my pet's paw print on the fucking contract?
We gotta move past this.
I'm going to move the past this the moment these pussies stop interrupting because they recognize that
I
I'm going to
apologize.
shine a light
I'm
on their
aggressive on you.
cowardice
I
and their
apologize.
and their
Go
inability
You broke
the
to act
NAP,
like a
Doobie.
fucking man. So again, over and over and over again, you
Fucking
guys have
ANCAPs live in the
presented
NCP.
platitude. Average FK. I get that. There's only one person actually afraid here, and it's you afraid of someone exposing and presenting that your arguments are full of bullshit.
I think
Okay,
your nose is
gave
afraid of your
you
asshole because
an
it sniffed it too
entire-
much.
I see again. You add the more kindergarten insults because you lack the capacity of reason to be able to make a good argument. I gave you a breakdown of your position.
Which
gave
philosopher
you the
said that?
historical analysis. Which specific philosopher said about
Was
you
it both of us?
personally
It
being
was-
a pussy? It's been me. You look at the name,
think
it's
it was
on the
both of
screen.
us.
Scott, yes, I am a far better philosopher than you will ever be. So shut up and listen to my philosophy for just a moment, okay? Over and over and over again, I asked
long
you
is the
for
moment?
specifics. You have no policies, and then the only actual positive position, the only claim that you gave, you immediately ran from. And that claim is if we export American ideals, that this will lead to domestic culture coming together. And then you say, well, I don't necessarily believe that's true. All you have is what is already American foreign policy, but ratcheted
Bullshit.
up. When I ask you to go, how is this going to work? In what ways are you going to implement this? You guys have nothing but then just distractions and subversion.
If this was already American foreign policy,
out.
we would let
Please,
we would
for
let
the
our
love
fucking
of
territories
God,
become
if you're
states.
gonna waste this much fucking time, make an argument.
Yeah, this is
beyond
American
just
foreign policy, but we
America
haven't
good.
even annexed Puerto Rico yet. Yeah, of course. Puerto Rico's not the 51st state, but this is already American policy. Like, current American foreign policy is to fuck over other nations, weaker nations, to benefit us, right?
Yeah.
To extract
Amen.
resources from them, to ensure that they don't have the ability to resist us, to
Big
ensure
fan
that
of
they don't
that.
have the rights that our people have, right? So that we get all the resources
These
we
are all
want, we
good
don't have to give
things.
them shit. That's current American policy. We disagree with that. We're saying we shouldn't be doing that to people.
Okay,
Wow.
so
We should make them American, and then we don't need to fuck them over. Right? We don't need to fuck them over. We
wouldn't
just
need
share the
those
resources.
resources.
We share the resources like Texas and California share resources, or fucking Louisiana and Nebraska share resources. There's no
so
reason
you're going to
to be treating them as an outside group. There's no reason to be treating them as an outside group that we need to like fucking exploit and dominate. There's no
Doobie,
reason to
they
do that to
literally
them.
can't do that because they view
So
that's why they
you're
think
going-
of it
so
as
you're
like,
going
how
to-
are we going to dictate that they
so
become
you're
us
going
rather
to-
than like allowing things to be better in their
so
nations
what
until
you're
they
going-
want to join us.
So your policy that you want forward, your ought, is that all of the politicians and the CIA and all of the nefarious things that they do, we'll have a better nation. And we'll just have better people in charge of it. And they'll do basically what they're doing now, which is go into universities, go into media, go into governments.
No, well, I
try
mean,
and
like
push
one
them
thing. If you
towards
want a policy, if you want a
Western
policy
hegemonic
for
power
it, one thing
and-
you can do
and
is like
liberal
invest in
democracy
some
and
civics
freedom, et cetera, et
education in our like student base and give them have this be part of that rhetoric. Have this be part of our civics, where we teach them like, listen, this is what America
so
is.
you're
This is where
going
we
to-
were founded off of. This is what we work
American
towards.
hegemony?
And
We've been doing
we
that
should
for
have
100
some like
years.
unified goal.
We've been doing that for 100 years, dude.
No, we
We've been doing
haven't.
that longer
No,
than
we
100
haven't.
years.
We've been telling Americans that freedom, liberty, democracy, etc. is for Americans. That Americanism is for Americans. American exceptionalism is for Americans, and that specifically means people within these 50 states on this fucking continent, right? That's what we've been doing. What FK and I are saying is actually we should be encouraging our people to have a deeper understanding of what it means to be an American, a deeper understanding of what Americanism is, and that includes expanding, annexing other nations, bringing their people into the fold and make them our people. Right? This idea that we don't need to be in conflict with each other. Actually, we're all humans, and every human should be an American, and we should all work together toward the goal.
People here if they're going to.
I understand you don't like the blacks and the browns. I don't give a fuck. You'll be dead in 20 years. Nobody will remember you. Nobody cares. Okay, your people will be outbred. Nobody's gonna care. You guys keep jerking off into a fucking sheep somewhere. I don't give a fuck. Okay, the reality is that in 30 years or so, white people will be a minority in the U.S. White people will be a minority in the U.S. And people who think like you will be even a smaller minority. So I just don't care. Okay, be afraid of the black and brown people. I don't give a fuck.
The strong survive, and you guys just want to weaken America. That's the truth of it.
Amen.
Right? No, it's just you just keep saying that we want to weaken America. We want to weaken the concepts.
I mean, you guys do. You guys want to restrict our ability.
Restrict your ability to create.
You guys want to maintain a status quo that has caused fucking countless deaths all over the planet. Currently.
Okay. Sure. All right. Let's. Okay, we got it.
I challenge you to bring an argument, and you still can't. You just bring
We
more.
love
I get it.
Well, I brought evidence, and it was told it was nonsense. So
yeah, okay, yeah.
just because Bob didn't like that it was true.
I'd really like to see
was
Scott and
absolutely
Doobie have a 1v1.
Scott and Doobie.
Give them 10 minutes. Let's go. 10 minutes. Let's go.
Nothing wrong with it. Like Scott is just doing Scott's pretending that our ideas are fantastical. When he's on here again every week, ranting about ANCAP shit. So like I just it's hard for me to take it seriously.
Or
right?
Prime, who rants about how America's just gonna pull out of support for Israel, like magically it's gonna happen overnight. This is just gonna happen.
Realistically, we need people like Ridwan to die.
I didn't say pull out of Israel. You don't even know what the fucking argument is.
You want to pull support from Israel, but that's not happening. You're not getting that overnight.
Stop munitions.
But why do you even
argue?
argue?
I said was stop munitions, but you don't even know that. You don't.
How are you getting that? How are you getting that?
Is that pulling out of Israel?
You
stop sending munitions. I don't know how complicated that is for you. Stop sending munitions.
Hold on, Prime. So you and I agree on this issue massively, right? We've had lots of good discussions. I think what FK is pointing to is just the sad fact that the United States is dominated not just by an Israel lobby, right, which is like organizations like AIPAC, but there's a fucking massive evangelical component to this, a Christian component to this, right? That is fueling American support for Israel, right? So it's going to take a long time for that group of people.
It's not just evangelical support, by the way, Doobie. It's literally people in town support Israel because guess what? There's Jewish lobbies that go out of their way to support these towns.
But wait, hold on. So Prime, what I think SK is getting at, what I think SK is getting at is a sad reality that it's going to take a couple generations for these people to die off, for the numbers of these people who support Israel for religious reasons to drop down a bit, so that America can be reasonable on that issue.
The entire concept of the city upon a hill was a fucking Christian concept. So you're talking about
it doesn't have to be. I'm sorry that some old fuck told you something, and you're like, that's that old fuck who did that, and that's it.
I'm sorry that I read and know things, but it's silly to say that you're going to preserve the American culture, but then also you need to get rid of the Christianity in the American culture.
Nobody said this. Nobody said get rid of the Christianity. I don't think the Christianity that supports Israel
into our history,
is actual Christianity. First off, I think this is like a colonized version of Christianity, if I'm being real with you. But that's not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about. I'm not talking about like Christianity in general just disappearing. I'm talking about this. This is like even like among Christians, right? It's typically older Christians, older people that support Israel for this reason. So what I'm saying is you need these people to die off, so that this excuse that we need their support is no longer a reason for our country to support that fucked up nation.
You're a contradictory statement.
We're old.
You can't simultaneously push forward.
Why would you call me a Maoist? What does that even mean?
Bro, are you?
Well, fuck you. You can't make a coherent
argument. How am I a
Maoist?
Can you explain how I'm a Maoist? Can you explain how I'm a Maoist?
Argument. You literally can't make an argument.
Great. Can you explain what I've said that makes me a Maoist? Can you explain that?
Can't make arguments.
I'm sorry.
Can you explain what I've said
that
indicates that I'm a Maoist?
You're a member of the the box. You believe in the Box Rebellion, the four olds. All of us old people, all old ideas, all the old stuff have to go away, so that all of a sudden everything's going to be better, right?
Okay,
That
hold
right?
on. So you
Is that
think
what you
that because
said?
I'm acknowledging the
Hold
reality?
on,
Hold on.
hold on. Shut
No,
the
listen,
fuck
listen,
up.
listen.
Shut the fuck
I
up.
know your opinions are in the
Cam
twist.
up. I
You
can't
need to
even
listen
take
to
you
me.
fucking
You need to listen to me. No,
You're
this
a
frog
goddamn
is more
What
serious
the
than you'll ever
hell?
be, mister.
Shut the
Just really
fuck
quickly,
up, Doobie.
you're saying that because
Nobody takes you
I'm
seriously
acknowledging the
because you
reality
get to make
that
an
older people in our
argument, sir.
country support
I
things that I think
literally
are bad,
cannot make
right?
an
That because I'm saying that we need to wait for these people
Why
to
is this
die
guy even
off
here? He
for
can't even
our
cam
country to
up.
move
What
to a
the
reasonable place
hell?
on this issue,
I
given that
thought
the
you liked,
vast
like,
majority of
serious
younger
people and
people,
shit.
the vast majority
Shut
of
the
younger
fuck
people
up, frog.
are actually much closer to my position on this. You're saying that if I
I don't
acknowledge
care.
that reality,
You haven't
I'm a
made a
mouse.
position.
That's
You've
just
not made
true,
an
you dumb
argument. You just
bitch.
keep
You
saying
don't think it's
stuff.
real? You don't think it's real that even like fuck, if you were to look at like the civil rights era, right? It was just true that older people tended to be more
kids believe the same thing I believe.
opposed to
You
civil rights for black
dumbass.
people. You
You're
dumb
the
bitch.
dumbest
So
person on this
given
panel,
that that's the
and
case,
that's a
it
low
took a long
that's a low
time. It took a
barrier,
long
right?
time to get to that position, even if there was an undercurrent in the country that didn't want to push for civil rights for all people.
You have no
You just had to wait for the older
fucking clue,
generations
sir.
to die off.
You are literally saying stuff that doesn't mean anything. Why
I
can't
know
you
I
make
know it's
an
hard for you to
argument?
follow. I feel like
Why
I feel like
can't you
I'm
make an
pretty clear.
argument?
The truth is,
you cannot make an
older
argument.
generations have older ideas, and yes, some of those ideas are bad. So yes, sometimes we need to wait for them to die off so those
You know
ideas
what?
go away.
Young people have bad ideas
It's not that
too.
difficult.
You
Yeah, I get
ageist
it. I don't
motherfucker.
agree. I don't agree.
And eventually,
It's just-
and eventually,
I don't
young
agree with
people
every idea a
become
young
old.
person has.
Wait, Doobie. And eventually, young people will become old and they'll die off, and those bad ideas
And
will be
my
replaced by
kids
better
believe
ideas.
the same thing I believe.
Yeah, we can't
And they
acknowledge
vote.
that or it makes us a Maoist.
You're talking about expanding the American empire by bringing other nations into the fold, and you're also simultaneously saying that the culture of America is what it is that we need to spread, while also saying that the culture of America that is instantiated in older generations needs to die, so that we develop a new
Culture is a shifting, living thing, mister.
Right.
It's
What are
because
you
I'm not
talking about?
trying. No, actually, he's
Hold on.
right. It's
Younger
because I think
Americans
America is
are
unique.
globalists. They consider themselves global citizens.
No, they don't.
Yes, they
Maybe
do.
maybe in your
Yes, they feel
little
connected to
area of
people in other nations because they consider themselves to be
You know what?
globalists. Okay, they understand that they're connected to these other people in the world because they can see them.
No, they don't.
Right? Yes, they do. I know that hurts you, but it's true.
I know it hurts you that you're wrong, but you're wrong.
Doobie, it's very simple. If you're saying that culture needs to change and that people need to die off so that there is a new vision, okay, then what is the culture, the presumed culture that it is that you want to spread? Because you're no longer saying that it is American culture that needs to be spread. It is your ideal culture that then needs to be spread. How is that any different
I don't know why you're
than
asking
any
this
other
question.
culture and any other person?
I don't
that
understand how
believes
you
that
missed
They
this.
need
Say
to
you're
I don't
expand
understand how
their
you missed
empire
this,
for their
Scott.
ideas.
Scott,
What are
I don't
these
understand how you've
ideas
missed
that
this.
need to be spread?
FK and I have laid out repeatedly that the
Don't
current
bring the other guy into your bullshit.
Okay, please calm down. Okay, jerk off a little bit.
I'm not gonna
Calm down.
I've
I'm trying to get to the question. I'm getting to the question. Or just keep talking. That's okay. Keep talking, and I'll never answer Scott's question.
I will allow. I'm going to allow my friend to answer Scott's question just very quickly.
Thank you.
Right. Wonderful Rage. Thank you for the $10 super chat. This from a guy hiding behind a frog, referring to Doobie. And then PDX Pleb gave $5 saying comedy gold right here. I'm glad you're enjoying it. The both of you guys, thanks for the super chats. Super chats can support this channel on our YouTube. We'll read out your super chats for everyone to hear. So thank you for the kind of people who've supported so far, and please consider reading out, saying a super chat. I'll read it out, and we can respond to it. DB, you're a fucking frog. Go ahead.
Thank you. So as FK and I have laid out repeatedly, we're not talking about the current American understanding of America's responsibilities and American exceptionalism and what the American responsibility or ideal of spreading Americanism or liberty, democracy, freedom, etc. means. We're talking about a new version of that accepts the responsibility, the duty that we have as people living in the shining city on the hill to share our light, to bring other people into the fold, to give them what we have, the light of Americanism. Okay, this idea that we're the most powerful. Oh my God! Please stop! No, hold on! Stop, Scott! I know you can. Oh my God!
Don't get frustrated just because I interrupt
Scott,
you because you're not.
I'm frustrated because I'm answering your question, and this question has been this line of thinking has been expressed to you repeatedly, and you're still asking the fucking question. No, it's the same version. We're talking about the same thing. Then shut the fuck up. Then deafen yourself. If you don't want to hear it, deafen yourself. It's fine. Shut up. Deafen yourself. Pull that little hat over your ears and deafen yourself. I don't give a fuck. Okay, I'm answering his question. So Scott, the only. Oh God, no.
Yes.
No. Okay. Maybe I'm going crazy. Okay, but I feel like what we've expressed repeatedly is that this understanding that Americans have certain protections and rights that are guaranteed to us under our Constitution. The simple things like the right to what's the word I'm looking for? Freedom of expression, the right to freedom of association, like these things. These things are not guaranteed to other people on the planet. We think they should be.
Agreed.
We think that because these things are ingrained in our culture, we're in a unique position, and because of our status on the global stage and our power, we're in a unique position to share those things with other people, to bring them into the fold so that they can benefit from those things too, from our strength, from our ideology, from our principles, etc. Right? That's what we're talking about. It's not a total revamping of American culture. It's a shift in who gets the culture and who these things are owed to.
That's not culture. Okay, those are constitutional rights.
What are you talking about?
Yes, obviously, because we have those constitutional rights, that has affected our culture to a degree. But you are not.
Do we agree some cultures are better than other cultures?
You're talking about exporting liberal democracy.
That's what I want, because that seems like what this is coming back to
which
now.
is something that has been American policy since we've
American policy has not been to annex other nations.
Agreed. It has not been to annex other
That's
nations.
what we're talking about.
Agreed.
To bring those people
Except
to make those people our people.
Amazing.
That's what we're talking about.
Hold on,
Okay,
but
all right. So you're not talking about culture. So let's set the term culture aside. What you're talking about is expanding the American empire, okay, and to try and push liberal democracies in other nations. I agree that is what you were talking about. I tried to say that's what you're talking about. And the reason
how would he be expanding the empire and promoting democracies in other countries? That would not be expanding the American empire.
Yeah, hold on. So we'd be pulling them into our American version of a liberal democracy.
Not mine. Okay.
But hold on. That's not complicated, right? That's not like confusing. So we're talking about pulling them into our version of an American liberal democracy. Right.
And I said
like it's not that complicated.
That has been our policy.
It is not. That has not been our policy. Our policy has not been to annex other nations.
In an ideal world, there wouldn't be a European Union. There would be like a foreign American Union where we would have American like wannabe states working together.
Amen. That's what I'm talking about.
So that we could push liberal democracies throughout fucking Europe.
Yeah. Hold on. No, you guys are having
that's neo-imperialism.
You're talking past each other, right? When Scott is saying that's been our policy, he's talking about like expanding liberal democracy, like planting liberal democracies in different areas. He didn't mean our policy is to take those countries and pull them into the American empire.
I understand. Right? So when he's saying that has been our policy, we're saying that has not been our policy because we're talking about two entirely different things.
The Chinese want to do it.
Our policy has been to promote liberal democracy in other places for other peoples and other nations. We're not talking about that. We're talking about pulling them into our existing liberal democracy.
Yeah, he gets that. He gets that part.
No, but
then why does he keep saying that's been our policy when it's not been our policy?
Because that's why the fucking IMF was created. That's why we have this concept of protecting democratic institutions. It's not because we love fucking democracy and all our corrupt politicians are so star-spangled bannered fucking hard-on dick for liberal democracy. It's because they want to take other fucking nations and they want to bring them into the Western hegemonic capitalist fucking system. They want to create trade relations.
Yeah, they're not wanting to make them American. They should want to make them American.
But that's what they are doing. Is that
no, it is not. Because even if they are, oh my God,
they're gonna go fuck no. I don't want to be America
I know you can't see the direction.
Bring in American corporations. We bring in fucking loans. We bring in our military to protect them. We bring in fucking influence from the CIA into their universities and into their fucking government.
Yet we treat them as separate entities
to try and turn them into us.
Scott understands that like
because it would cost us like $700 trillion to actually annex every fucking nation.
I'm sure Doobie will be
because they don't magically just want to become American.
Yeah,
it's historically retarded, dude.
Scott Hunt, Scott isn't saying that the current policy is exactly like what you are saying. He like he said previously. Yeah. He's like it's like the American policy turned up to 11. He said something along those lines, right? That like it's a hyper version of what we're already doing. So he understands there's a difference between what you're proposing and what we're doing. He's saying though that like what you're proposing isn't all that different from what we're currently doing, right? You're saying we want to do a more extreme version. He's trying to relate the two, right? He's saying basically this is a more extreme version of our current foreign policy. And like, how is making a more extreme version going to have better outcomes?
Okay, so this extreme version you're talking
American culture.
Yeah,
this
or
extreme version, this extreme thing that you're referring to,
Yeah.
It is the idea that rather than treat them as competing entities on the world stage, they're now part of our entity. It's not. It's like you're saying, it's like the version of what we've already been doing, but what we're talking about, this annexation and making their people our people, and no longer treating them as a separate asset or a separate actor or separate people that we need to compete with or exploit. That's the biggest portion. That's just not like a slight revamping or a slight revamping. That is the biggest thing.
The process that Just Average FK said is what we would do initially is that we would exert soft power to try and make them more like us, otherwise known as our current fucking foreign policy since fucking World War II. What the fuck are you guys talking about other than saying what we ought do is
if that's what you're focused on, you're just like,
it's so stupid.
You're so fucking dumb. When you I said it earlier. I don't care what the pathway we take is, right? I would hope it's a pathway that leads to like the least amount of suffering possible. But I think we should, like, the main part of it is we should have this unified goal. The goal is the idea. You guys are scared of the goal because you guys view like imperialism as this evil, terrible thing that will always lead to like the worst situations possible, and not as something that can actually lead to like a better overall outcome for everyone involved in it.
You were
I feel like we are.
You gave one, and your one example was we'll just put American troops in Gaza and go to war with Israel. It'll work.
I'll give an example right now. After World War II, right? We are Americanizing Japan. We're Westernizing Japan. There's a massive process to do this. We should have just sat there. We should have just said, hey, actually, Japan, if you want this war to end, you're part of us now, right? At the end of that process, we should. That's an example of a way in which this can work. Yes, we can accept that there'll be uprisings. There might be unrest. There'll be uprisings and arrests, maybe from a lot of people because they want to keep their Japanese identity. That's why they can be Japanese Americans for a while, right? But just as I'm a Californian American, that's totally fine. They can be a Japanese American. There's no conflict there, right? So we could have done this in Iraq. We could have done this in Afghanistan. We could have done this in many cases, right? We refuse to because instead we think of this is a separate group of people. So our goal is to exploit them, get what we can out of them, get them to align with our interests on the world stage, and then we pulled out and fuck them, right? We control them, but they're not us.
I would like to point out that for the past week, the entire internet has been misaligning libertarians and saying that we're the people that believe that people are just interchangeable economic units and that culture doesn't matter. And I would like to point out that apparently it's very untrue because people like
America already has regional subcultures.
Believes that the entire fucking world are just interchangeable.
America already has regional subcultures. Okay, like I don't know what the issue is.
How much money do you think it would have cost us? Just a ballpark, right? To
what are you
completely
talking
annex
about?
Iraq and Afghanistan to just be United States states. It cost
How
us
would that have
$2.9
worked?
trillion to fight those wars.
Well, it depends. What standard are we working on? The gold standard?
Our adjusted for inflation, the current USD, right? Like let's not try and distract into fucking what you think libertarianism is because you clearly don't know what it is. So
Why would it be so much more expensive to annex Iraq?
Hold on. I got
what would be the driver of cost there?
The oil would have been great.
Yeah, given that we would their resources would then be our resources, what would be the driver of cost in annexing Iraq?
We have plenty
we
of
culturalize
oil in
them over
America to
time.
be energy independent. The only reason that we don't drill the oil shales that we have is because of the current price of oil. When oil goes up,
What would the driver of cost be in annexing Iraq?
Like we would gain no value by annexing Iraq and Afghanistan. So
That's
I'm
a separate
asking
question.
you, what do
I
you
disagree.
think-
A separate question. What would the driver of cost be in annexing Iraq?
I asked you that question. You can't return the fucking question. You're the one saying we should. So how much money do you think it would be?
How the fuck would I know? Well, I'm sorry, I don't have that written down somewhere on a piece of paper. What you seem to think it'd be way more expensive than going to war there and then treating them as like this population we can exploit until the fucking ISIS comes back or Al Qaeda comes back and takes over. Like, just tell me, why do you think it'd be so much more expensive to annex it?
Why do you think?
Because Doobie, they think in the short terms. It's the short terms of like, hey, I'm fine with just going to war a little bit, then stopping, then going to war again, then stopping, then going to war again, then stopping, and doing this from perpetual level.
In what fucking
Yeah, we should just culturize them over. Like,
well, in the world you want to live in the world you want to live in, a world where we constantly leave these nations to be separate individual nations that are going to keep having these these outcomes again and again and again because we've deluded ourselves into believing we're these separate entities.
I think I'm so again, I'm not for regime change wars. Okay, to suggest that I am is hilarious. But you're also thinking in short terms because you're under the assumption that we will somehow make it work when we annex fucking nation states that have where a dominant.
Why would it be so much more expensive to annex Iraq?
I can answer.
Why would it be so much more expensive? Well, first of all, we already did the war. Okay, so we occupied. In order to annex, let's say in Iraq, so in order to annex them, we would still have to occupy. So all of that money would still be money we spent. Now what you're saying is you're taking, you're going to exert pressure. So human beings have an innate disposition to resent being dominated by outside actors. If you're going to annex them and say,
especially when they literally can't get to America.
A lot of cultures
I think plenty of nations have been conquered.
Lots of nations are okay with being conquered. Like, yeah, that's a historical.
Alexander.
And guess what? Texas didn't want to be conquered, and we're here now, aren't we?
Alexander the fucking Great warned against attempting to annex Afghanistan. He said that there was like 3 things that you should fear, and one of those things that he feared, Alexander the Great, was the wrath.
Sorry, did he have planes and like and the ability to transport goods?
Alexander the Great couldn't send a fucking text message.
But that's not him. So what Scott is, I think part of what Scott is saying, and maybe not, I won't put words into his mouth, right? I'll speak for myself. But yes, so there is prosecuting the initial war, the initial conquest, right? Spent that money, all right. There is holding that nation, right? And we saw how expensive that was, right? But of course, you're saying we need to transform their culture, right? These people have a centuries-old culture, right? Well,
culture changes. As you yourself pointed out, Doobie, the old people have to die off. Okay, Japan understands the reason that they don't give citizenship to Hafus is they understand that you have to get to the 3rd generation before you even remotely integrated in their culture.
It'll take multiple generations.
We have to have a
military
enforcing culture.
Oh
and
well, that's okay.
Enforce country
it's better for the net gain of humanity over 100 years.
Exactly. So it's a century-long project to do that.
$37 trillion in debt, and you're talking about spending tens upon tens of trillions in debt in like a fucking shithole country that has nothing.
And that's
that'll soon become a glorious state of America.
So that's just Afghanistan, right? And then you have to go through the entire Middle East, and the further they're away, like the further away from like Western culture, however you want to define that, right? But let's just pretend it's a thing, right? The further they're away from that, the more pressure, right, and the more violence you're gonna have to enact on them.
When do we give them the right to vote too, right? Like how many people are in Iraq and Afghanistan? What are they going to vote for? Are they going to vote like the American culture that you said is going to take? No, what you're talking about is generations of domination and re-education that is going to cost tens upon trillions of dollars.
That's the cost.
This is so silly. So Prime, I can respond to this. This is so silly.
I mean, we know this works though. We can look at the Mongols. The Mongols did it. The Romans did it.
Works.
So I guess you're just sitting here. You're arguing against you sit here. You want to argue.
The Mongols don't exist anymore.
Wow, cool, bro. You argued last time. Hold on. on. I gotta take on. Last time I said, oh, the Romans, Grid made the brain high IQ take that, oh, the Romans don't exist anymore. When guess what? The Roman Empire's last day was 30 years before Texas existed. That's the most successful any empire's been in history. So yeah, I'm sorry, they don't exist now. But maybe we can take. Hold on. Maybe we can take lessons. Oh, hold on. It's a continuation of it. But hold on. Maybe we can take lessons from.
I really
history.
like the stretch that
Yeah,
Gibbs
hold on. Maybe we can take lessons from history and learn how to, I don't know, culturally take over countries and like convert them over periods of time from an empire that existed for over
I'll tell you
1,000
exactly how
years.
you do it. I'll tell you exactly how you do it. You kill a whole bunch of people, right? And then you transplant,
just like every group has ever done in history.
A lot of your people there. That's exactly how they do it. Hey, that's how Israel's doing it, right?
Listen,
so
the term colony comes from the Latin word colony, which means farm. And what they would do is they would take retired soldiers and they would steal all of the land, and then they would make all of the landholders of farmland retired veteran soldiers, so that they knew that there was a large population of fighting men in those countries, and they would steal all of their land, and then they would give all of the land to their own people. And then what they would do that Rome did that was special is that they allowed them to have some element of their own culture. They would go in and they, unlike many nations before,
what happened with the auxiliary?
They wouldn't strike down their churches or their gods or anything. They would just say,
My
look,
auxiliary
your
court's
gods
been
are
lost for years.
like our gods.
Yeah, what happened
And
with the
so
auxiliaries? Did they get citizenship and shit too? I mean, because we're just glossing over a lot of that.
Well, we do that.
Check notes. They did get citizenship. That's why we have, like, I don't know. Have you ever seen the movie Gladiator? And it's not historically accurate. That's why the Spaniard is fucking one of them. Because guess what? They would have all these other generals from outside of Rome, all these other people that had full citizenship. And why are the Germans
literally why Rome fell? Because none of the army felt any allegiance to Rome.
Listen. I'm sorry. I'm not going to take your opinion on this one. It's not why Rome fell. Listen. He's the guy that said didn't exist anymore. We shouldn't worry about it. Sorry, I don't think your opinion on this one is too big. But like, listen, we can even look at all these other examples in history where these empires have came in, they've established themselves. What do? The Babylonians. They came in, they converted the people of their culture. They exist for a while. Same thing with the Romans. They came in, they converted. Why do you think the French and like Charlemagne and all these other people always wanted to create a new holy Roman Empire? Why? Because they saw how good it was under a giant encompassing thing where everybody had a similar culture and everybody could work towards a singular goal. I mean, this isn't rocket science, folks. This is historical fact, and y'all are just arguing with it because it's not nice
to recreate Rome multiple times. Like, you're just like, you guys. Every time you bring up history, what are you tying it to? Like, where is the argument that you're tying? I agree with everything that you just said, right? That the auxiliary forces were granted citizenship, that Charlemagne and many medieval kings, right, attempted to resurrect the concept of the Holy Roman Empire. But in what way does that tie to this concept that America has the power and the resources to begin annexing other countries, bringing them into the American empire as states, and
we spend more on military than like the next 86 countries' GDP,
and we still failed in Afghanistan.
Hold on, Prime.
Well, we only failed because we left.
Being able to bomb a
exactly.
in
Thank
the
you,
fucking
Gibbs.
glass is not the same thing as being able to turn another.
No,
country
the issue is that rather than just take over, we went through this bullshit of like trying to get the corrupt tribes there and shit to take over themselves. It doesn't make any fucking sense. Right? We should have just took it, say, hey, yeah, fuck you. You guys failed. This is ours now. We're going to run it properly for these people. And then over time, you encourage immigration into that country, not into land that's already occupied by other people. If there's a lot of land in this country that isn't occupied at all. Right? You build settlements on that land that isn't occupied or owned by anybody when a lot of it exists there, right? And then you bring over Americans, people from other countries on the planet that have this culture, they're able to sell and express that culture to the population. You show them that life is better under America. And through this entire process, like you guys keep saying, oh, it's going to cost so much. These countries have trillions of dollars in resources that would be our resources that we'd be able to use to supplement to pay for the project. This is what cultures. This is what nations have done for thousands of fucking years. It's not like they have a separate piggy bank for their shit and a separate piggy bank for that shit. It's all the same piggy bank.
once
every
again, I
one of
repeat,
those
guys, like
cultures and
American
empires
exceptionalism
fell.
isn't special. It's just typical,
Oh,
right? Like exactly what you
Prime,
just said.
Prime,
Explains
sure.
exactly what I meant.
Wait, so
Because
Prime,
that,
do you
that's
disagree that
all
some
the
cultures are
only
better than
real
others?
option here, right? That's a better. At least that's more specific than whatever the fuck.
You want to perpetuate a planet that's basically like a just warring tribes, warring tribes with bigger guns and bigger numbers.
Let's expand to a.
Wait, do you disagree that some cultures are better than others, Prime?
War and occupation costs fucking money and resources, and if it
And then when you win the war, you get to use the resources of the place that you conquered, which is what every nation has fucking done. When we conquered, when we beat Germany, we used a lot of their resources to rebuild Germany. That's what nations do. So to pretend that, oh god, it's so expensive. Yeah, it's expensive to start, but again, you're getting access to all these resources that belong to that nation, that now belong to your nation, that you can use to build that nation.
Why will America be so special in utilizing those resources compared to the cost of occupying than any other empire in history? What is it that's so special about America?
What are you talking about? Some of
Because
these
we've already
nations
been able to do it
to.
with 50 fucking states. I'm sorry, but the United States has 50 states under it, 50 different countries basically that get the fucking run and decide how we make ourselves work. But at the end of the day, I guess in like a better world for Prime or for Fabian Scott, we just separate all those states. They each are cut off into their own little country, and we just have the 50 extra warring tribes on the global stage of warring tribes.
Thank you, Mr. Hold on, I'll give right to you, Mr. Boulay, in the Department of Linguistics, right? This super chat sponsored by Tactical Soap from Grondike Soap Company. Got a frog on the panel. Wash away identity confusion with our soap's grids of musk. The aroma of success. Try Tactical Soap today. We will do so. Thank you.
It's a running joke. It's a running gag.
Okay, wait, hold on. I need to please. I need to respond to
I'm just responding to this concept that like other nations are just like states. No, we had a similar culture when we settled. We came from the same. We came from the same fucking empire, which was Britain.
Well, that's
we had
not
to
true.
Fight for that. Okay,
Florida and Texas didn't come from the same empire.
Yeah, many of these immigrants came from other European nations.
Countries on the United States at the second
Yeah,
half
the French that went throughout Louisiana,
and it was
mixing with the Europeans are the fucking British that were going through the West.
I'm talking
mixing with the fucking Spaniards in the South, mixing with the Africans that were brought in like from other parts of Africa.
The Russians in Washington and Alaska.
That's true. The Russians that came in, but it's very similar, very
Hawaii,
non-unique.
Hawaii was its own country, you know.
No, we had a group of
sucks for them, I guess.
Even in the founding of our nation in 1776, we had the Articles of Confederation, and we nearly had a civil war right from the fucking beginning because of currency wars between Virginia and Maryland. So then we created the federal system, and that was a hard-fought victory for the Federalists against the Anti-Federalists. Nevertheless, even through the expansion that we went through, we put our own people in places that were largely had very, very low population, and then we killed everybody that disagreed with us until we had our own fucking people from our own culture there. Okay, it is not the same thing as going into another nation that has thousands of years of culture, has a different predominant religion than us, has different forms of government, that have tribal leaders and all these other things. Unless your argument is we're going to do like we did with America, which is that we're going to go in and we're going to wipe out 98% of them and subjugate them and then fill it with Americans, then yeah, sure, Afghanistan might.
But we had already done that in Afghanistan.
I mean, it's not my preferred pathway, but it's a pathway where it happens.
Bro, hold on. We already did that. We already did that. Like, yeah, because the Taliban, they had like something like 120 to 1 KD ratio. Like, I'm sorry that they suck at fighting and we were wiping them out.
But hold on,
that's not my point. I'm just saying we killed a lot of Taliban.
So we could have. Hold on. So they don't have. Hold on. The two Taliban now, even right, is so drastically different from the Taliban then.
Yeah, the more extreme.
The more extreme. Hold on.
If we had now is the world of edging. No one is allowed to win.
If we had sat there and stayed there and stuck it out for the next 100 years and showed them how much better after like 2 generations of women in college, and we had stayed there and kept our investment instead of letting these little corrupt tribal leaders take over. Hold on. We know this works though.
We already talked about
like this doesn't work.
legalization.
You're acting like this doesn't work, Prime. Like this is the problem.
It
Is
absolutely works.
Hold on. You're acting like this is a bad
Hold
thing.
on.
Prime,
Wait a
you
minute.
can't even
I'm
admit
saying
it. Some
no,
cultures are bad,
no.
and
Wait,
some
wait,
cultures
hold
are
on.
good.
Gibbs,
Like,
Gibbs, because you're
can you admit
mixing
that there
hold
are
on,
good cultures and
Gibbs,
bad
Gibbs.
cultures?
We're mixing things. We're mixing things, right? I know that this process, at least I think the process you're talking about, maybe I'm mistaken, but the process you're talking about, yeah, it actually does work. Over a few centuries, after killing a shit ton of people, right? Establishing dominance,
Sometimes for the
right?
good of
Enforcing
humankind.
upon a way of life on a community until like generations die off, right? 3 generations, like Scott was talking about previously, at least that much, right? And then yes, you can impose being an American on those individuals. In fact, I've talked about this, but I would
Not
just have this
imposed. Not imposed. They just are American.
They are,
You're
yeah.
mixing a few things.
It's
That's
cultural.
one thing.
It's culturalization.
That, yeah, sure. I'm saying that's fine.
Not
Now, remember,
imposing
we
this
started
thing.
this
You just are.
conversation wasn't that. In fact, right? FK pretended that whatever fucking system he was trying to talk about would be different. It'd be kinder and softer and gentler, right? The good kind of imperialism, not the bad
He
kind,
said that.
obviously, right?
Well, the goal of it
and
is,
so
yeah.
yeah, right. He wouldn't do the meanie parts of imperialism.
Wait.
It would just be
I just said a little bit ago.
Enough.
It's a
Right,
pathway.
like that,
it's
like,
not my
so
preferred
what
pathway,
Gibbs
but it's
you're
a pathway
talking
where it
about
could
is
happen.
different than what FK was talking
No,
about.
I'm just
FK
talking
is
about.
not-
I think my preferred path.
Hold on, can I-
We have the
just
same
saying.
end goal. We have the
Okay,
same end
GB.
goal. He just prefers a nicer way to get there. Then I'm just like, hey,
I'm
I don't think
I'm
the nicer
saying,
way
yeah,
is easier.
you guys are different, so I'm just saying you're different. So,
But the end goal we want is the same.
Wait, hold on. So
Yeah,
I agree. So Prime, you said, what makes America special, right? As opposed to like all these other empires that have come and gone that weren't able to keep this together. Some of those empires lasted like 1,000 years, right? Or almost 1,000 years. We've been around less than 300. If they can do this, there's no reason the United States can do this.
Hold on.
Right?
By
So-
violence. By violence.
Hold on. Okay, some violence might be required. Less violence.
Also,
than
sometimes there's
Wait, hold
eras
on.
of violence.
Prime,
There's
listen,
periods of violence.
Wait,
that
Prime,
happen.
listen. Let me just explain. Maybe I can get this through you, okay? So imagine we had a reasonable U.S. president for once, okay? Somehow our president wasn't, fighting other politicians to suck off Israel's dick, okay? Imagine that was the case, and that president said, hey, we've spent billions of dollars on this fucked up little country. Their leaders suck. Their leaders perpetuate this war that drags other nations in the region into shit. So fuck them.
True.
We're gonna take the region. Okay, it's ours now. Fuck you, right? And we go to war with Israel. We annex Israel and the Gaza Strip and the West Bank and all these areas. Yeah, this might cause some violence in the short term, right? People will die, sure. At the end of the day, you'd have one nation, quote unquote, the United States. This would be a state within the United States. Everybody there would have equal rights. You wouldn't have the issue of Palestinians being oppressed or Jewish supremacy or them constantly starting fights with other nations because they want to expand their territory. No, they'd be a nation, or they'd be a state within the United States. The long term, that would save probably millions of lives, right? And just the stabilization of the region. So yeah, I think sometimes you need to accept that in the short term, some people might need to die. So the long term, we can have stability and we can have peace.
Fine.
Also, for what Scott was
that's
talking
fine.
about
How many
earlier, is that
countries-
constant spending money on war.
But hold on,
in the
hold on.
long term, if
Wait,
you're
wait,
all
hold
one
on,
nation,
hold on,
you're not going to have to be
hold on.
wasting that money on war. You can be focusing on how to better everyone's lives in that nation.
Your solution is start World War III. Like, do you have any idea how fucking
What are you
insane
talking
that
about?
is? You think we can just go to war
Isn't
with
your
Israel
solution to most of
and, like,
society's
We just
problems
invade
literally
countries
destroy
like
society?
Afghanistan and Iraq and all these countries that we've invaded. Fucking, we can bomb all these nations. Oh, that's not bad. That's not bad. But if you want to, stop bombing them and annex them and give them rights and bring them into the fold, well, that's the bad thing. That's an unrealistic thing.
No, you just acknowledged that Israel has extreme control.
You're going
over
to give
politics
them
in the
rights
West.
by
You
bombing
think
them and
every
then
fucking
forcing
European
our rights
nation is
upon
just
them.
going to be like, oh, I guess America's
liberation.
fucking going
Some
to
people need to be dragged into the light, Fred.
Yeah,
The reason,
okay,
also,
you should
also,
understand
also,
this.
part of the reason that they have so much
kicking and
control over
screaming
our
to good
system,
goodness.
part of the reason they have so much control over our system is because we have to play a balancing game on foreign politics rather than playing a game of like, listen, we're here to win. We are here to make you all be part of our system. We're here to make you all better
I want
with
to be
us.
clear. I want to be clear before you try to run away from another policy position. FK, do you agree with Juby? Is Juby's position, as he laid it out, right? A scenario where we take over Israel and then through military force and people die in the short term and all that stuff. Like, do you agree? Is that your position?
If if the situation was to happen and I was convinced enough that it was actually going to work, like we were going to be able to take them in the moment, then yeah, I would agree.
So
with
it just falls within, it falls within your policy prescription. Is what I'm asking you, right?
And to be clear, this would be again.
I'm not like. Listen, I said I prefer a peaceful method, but if violence is the method that needs,
but it would come
to
okay,
I'm okay with it.
I'm asking.
Yeah, hold on. But Prime, FK and Gibbs and I all agree on this. We all prefer a peaceful method. If there's a way to do this peacefully, we prefer that. If not, if the other option, if the other option is allowing this little country to exert all this influence that's destabilizing the entire fucking world, well then maybe we need to kill some people.
Not the other option. You know that's not the other option.
That is the other option long term. Absolutely.
FK doesn't understand the other option. I know you understand the other option, Doobie, but I can't do that right now.
Prime, unfortunately, I think
cultures that are bad.
Okay, hold on. Because I'm just trying to connect this to the beginning of this conversation, right? Talking about this kinder, gentler form of imperialism. Right. But now, once we've like pushed you guys again and again for actual details, all of a sudden it's like, yeah, we'll just go into a country, we'll take it over, we'll shoot them.
We gave them scenarios first. We gave them scenarios
first. Of course, no. We'll send threatening letters first, right? And we'll demand them that they give us tribute, right? And then do what we tell them to do. But if they don't, right, we'll send American troops. We'll dominate them.
I'll give you an example.
And then you're telling me that this is different, right? This is American
Prime, let me give you an example. Prime, let me give you an example.
It's amazing. You guys literally just watch
Prime, let me
badly.
Let me give you an example, right? So I think it's Libya right now that has was one of the countries with like slave markets, like open slave markets in Libya right now. So right, that's bad, right? I think that's bad. I think everybody would agree that's bad. Scott might think that's valid forms of capitalism. I don't know. But I'm joking, Scott. I know you don't think that. I know you don't think that. But so we all agree that's bad. No, wait, hold on, don't. So we all think that's bad. So if option one is, hey, we try soft influence, right? Soft power, try to convince them culturally over time to stop having slave markets and doing this terrible stuff. If that works, fine. If it doesn't, if the other option is, hey, this isn't working, so we're just gonna let them keep having slaves. Fuck that. I think we should go in there, force them to stop having slaves, and then over time, shift their culture, shift their government, remove their government if necessary, impose our government, and get them on a better course. Right? I think some cultures need to be corrected
just like
from them. Yes, okay, because once we get there, their natural resources are ours, and we can use them to supplement the project.
That's different from making the mistake, though.
Prime. When the United States does things, we use the resources of all states to benefit that thing, right? It's the same thing.
So just as a hypothetical, when we send that nicely worded letter to say Russia,
not a nicely worded letter,
and they say "fuck you,"
then they get ass whipping. Like it's that simple.
At what point do we send in the thermonuclear weapons?
Well, hold on. I
would that be on the table?
Because Doobie's really touching the point that I tried to.
I'm asking. It's just a serious question.
Well, whatever we need to. Sure, whatever it takes, Papa. Listen, let me get back to the more important.
Whatever it takes.
Whatever it takes. Yeah, listen. Yeah, we got to try to get to the meat of the matter because we're getting we always say I get sidetracked. But look, Doobie, it's a good point with the slave markets in Libya. That's the reason why I brought up the Aztecs earlier. There are some cultures that I think we can definitively say that maybe don't deserve to exist. If you're advocating for cannibalism and human sacrifice, guess what? It's a good thing the Spanish came in there and conquered your ass and you got wiped out by smallpox. I'm sorry. I'm not going to sit here and apologize for it. I think it's better for all of you. If we go in there and wipe out Libya's government and take out whoever's in charge and whoever's letting these slave markets go in, guess what? It's going to be better for humankind.
So hold on.
What?
Let me tackle.
How many times did we try to take out the entire government of Libya and ended up fucking
and how many times? Okay, well, I'll answer that. And how many times? Hold on.
Just answer the fucking question.
I will answer. Hold on. I'll answer that. If you can answer my question. If you can answer my question. How many times did you answer my question? How many times we stayed there after we took out their government and said you are now a state? Can you answer? I'll tell you, 0. So it doesn't fucking matter because we never have done once what any of us three have proposed because we always give it back to these inept countries and let their evil cultures retake control and then it becomes a cesspool.
Admiral,
it's every single time.
I want to engage with what you're saying. Like this is obviously all an internal critique because obviously I don't agree with it from a moral standpoint. But historically speaking, right? We had this cool thing called the British Empire. Okay, the British Empire, the largest empire the world has ever known. Okay, and they did this. They went in, they got rid of inferior cultures, and then they spread liberal democracy. Like no empire ever has eradicated slavery to the same degree that Britain did.
Entire civilizations in India wiped out.
So they came in, they took over places like India, they took over plenty of colonies in Africa, they took over colonies throughout the entire world. Okay. And time again, what occurred when the British Empire started educating people, and they found that despite whatever resources they had, the more they educated people in liberal democracy, the more they educated people in individualism, the more they spread these concept of civil rights, the more those people fought against the concept of British imperial rule, because despite the fact that Britain was giving them an education, Gandhi got a British education. Okay, Gandhi would never have existed without the British. Okay, he was given that individualistic, civil rights minded thing, and it was that very education that he utilized to have his people peacefully, we'll say, wishy-washy, resist against British occupation. If you go into a nation,
but I can give you examples where it worked perfectly. Look at Spain. Look at Spain, though.
If you go,
Spain had almost as large of an empire as the British, and they were wildly more successful, to the point that even now, all these countries that exist today all look back to their time under Spain with at least a large portion fondly looking back at the time, because they escaped being, killed by the Aztecs, killed by the Incas, killed by these other groups. Like, they all look back and they go, yeah, it sucked, but then we got our own national, regional identity. We converted to Christianity. We learned, hey, all these are better things. We got new technology. We got more roads. We got cleaner healthcare. We got more education. And all these people have to think, as opposed to the British, who had a much shorter term empire, in my opinion, than the, I think the dates back up, than the Spanish.
It's fact that the British Empire lasted longer than the Spanish Empire.
I mean, it depends on what you want to call lasting. If you want to say they're still lasting, sure. If it's still lasting, 4 times the size, I don't know about that one. They had both South America and North America totally under control.
I don't think there are any. Maybe there's a handful of people living in South America that look back fondly on Spain because they got rid of the Aztecs. I don't think they have
a lot of them do.
I think they have very
plenty
little,
of them, hundreds, thousands.
Nah, man.
I think
Nah.
I'm going to trust y'all in the north over me who lives by the
I mean, I live near with Puerto Ricans. It's not like they're like out here praising Columbus, brother.
Puerto Rico, maybe not. But you go to Mexico, totally different story.
You made a silly comment, okay?
I know I'm not wrong on this. There's a reason why there's Spanish statues all over the place.
Yes.
Yeah, because they were colonized.
Because they built them to honor these people that saved them from these evil empires.
The only
yeah, that's why the pyramids exist.
The only cultural connection that most
they were built with slave labor.
The only cultural connection. Yeah. You're trying. Let me finish. The only cultural connection that most South Americans have to the Aztec Empire is a concept of Aztec blood running in their veins and a sense of pride for considering themselves part native. Simon Bolivar is called the liberator for a fucking reason. Okay,
but do you know how many people? Hold on. First of all, you just said something that's true. Most people have Mayan blood, not Aztec blood, because the Aztecs got fucking wiped out. Like, that's the fact. The Mayans are. The Mayans still exist today, Papa. The Mayans still exist. The Mayans literally exist to this day.
Mayans, you fucking dumb fuck.
Hold on. Wrong. You know what happened. It's Latino, first of all. We have two. We have two. For a reason. Yeah, I got it. But you're wrong though. There are plenty of people Mayan descent to this day. There's not that many with Aztec descent. Why? Because the Aztecs got wiped out, and all the other tribes who descended from the Mayans rose up and joined the Spanish in killing the Aztecs. So you're just wrong, and you don't know history. I mean, that's clear.
The Mayan Empire did not exist when the Spanish got there.
That's true. That's true.
Okay. So
they had all reverted into different tribes.
When you talk about people being connected more to the Mayans and the Aztecs,
because they still speak Mayan.
I mean, modernity, that's probably true because we have idiots, but I agree with you, Scott.
If you're talking about the concept of,
you're agreeing with
nobody cared.
Not fact, but
like very few people care when they're talking about culture about what percentage of their DNA presumably comes from the Mayans and preserving Mayan culture, because nobody knows what the fuck Mayan culture was. The Yucatan Peninsula is largely unexplored for Mayan ruins. Okay, we don't, the only thing we fucking know is that they built cities we don't understand. They built pyramids that are cool as fuck, and that if we go into their caves, they had some weird obsession with caves and then and it being connected to the underworld and like the Mayan calendar. We don't know what their fucking religion was beyond a few fucking like little things. People have some level of understanding of Aztec culture. They know what Tenochtitlan was. There are well documented cases. Why? Because Spaniards came over and visited Tenochtitlan before they were able to gain other tribes and overthrow it, mostly before they got fucking the Aztecs sick. Okay, we know the irrigation system they had. We know the sports they played. We know those things. They're not connected to a fucking culture that they know nothing about. Okay, you're saying that these people,
but nobody's connected to the Aztec culture because they're gone, bro. Like they're totally wiped out. You're wrong. You're totally all right. Hold on. I can back my claim up. No. I can back my claim up. First of all, guess what language is spoken second in Mexico after Spanish? You want to guess? It's fucking Mayan. Clearly, if the number 2 language by the most an indigenous group is Mayan, okay. Let me ask you this. Let me ask you. What language did the Aztecs speak? What language? They had their own fucking language that nobody speaks anymore because they're dead. It's crazy. It's like Latin.
Of Mayan. That's why.
Oh my God! The Mayan, bro. The Aztecs don't even just track their descent from it. They track their descent from the Olmecs, bro. You're fucking wrong. You don't know your history, and you're sitting there arguing me. You're wrong. You're wrong.
Okay.
All right. Just because.
Hey, Grid, I know you don't know, so you can stop talking about this. You got it. You just sit down. Let the big boys talk. This is a topic you're not aware of.
No.
I know.
You
Listen,
said that
we
they
got
were
it. We know you hate
connected
how
to
people
Mayan
like
culture. You said that the people believe that they celebrate Spain because it's saved them from the Aztecs. This is
that's
just
true.
Not
that is true.
There's more of a cultural connection to the Aztec Empire than there.
But why did all the
Mayan
tribes
Empire.
rise up and join the Spanish and throw it over the
All
Aztecs?
right.
Why is that?
I don't know. Sorry, I don't know
Because
what
they were
the point is.
punishing them because
We're
the Aztec
moving
was
away
a
from
dominant region.
Okay. All right. Look, I don't know what is even happening here anymore.
I mean, just for your record, in Central America alone, there's 20 million people at minimum that they did a genetic testing that have descendantry from the Mayans. You want to know how many people have Aztec descendantry in the entire Central America area? 1.5 million. That's crazy. I guess I'm right. I don't know, but the numbers say I'm right.
Yeah, murder.
A culture that was literally fucking dead that nobody that we had to resurrect recently.
Right.
Yeah.
So Prime, I obviously, the extent of the murder that happened back then was bad. Okay, I think we're in a more civilized time. We can do less murder and achieve the same.
Until we
goals.
invade Israel.
Just tone it down a bit on the murder.
Just turn, yeah.
Well, Prime, so if we had to kill 10,000 IDF soldiers, right, and to overthrow Israel's government, yeah, that's bad. But long term, this would actually be better for the region, I think. So.
People have been thinking that for 50 years, and
Look, guys, I will work on my mic later. The problem is when I scream, I have my shits so that it won't peak and like be bad audio. But like, I can't really do that with Discord.
If you want to say,
I might be able to do filters later and be able to like make it to where Discord doesn't do that as much because it doesn't really come through on my headphones, and maybe it's coming through on you guys, and I'll add filters so that it doesn't happen. But I'm not really lower than anybody else. It's just when we start screaming, my volume stays consistent and theirs peaks.
my piece, right? Some armistice or something like that on them. Well, then yeah, sure, we can do that. That if you're saying that if we could intimidate and like do one like quick like operation, some blitzkrieg onto the idea, the amount of lives lost there would be less than the amount of lives lost during the genocide that Israel is prosecuting at this moment. Then yes, agreed, right? But that's, and I mean, sure, but the larger argument talks about a worldwide domination, right? And in that, we had these conflicts happen everywhere that decides, hey, maybe I don't want to be American, because lots of the people like their own culture, right? But whether we like that, not whether we can accept that or not, they like their own culture. There's going to be a pushback. Right? Some places a bigger pushback than others, right? Some places will be more capable of doing that. Some places have
the geography that'll make it even more difficult for us to impose upon them. And then, of course, there's the massive treasure that we have to spend on and blood, of course, on this project. I'm saying that's not a worthwhile endeavor, right? I think it's a foolish endeavor. I think it's one that will inevitably cause an American collapse. Obviously, just like so many other empires who have overextended.
Yeah, after a couple thousand years,
themselves.
maybe to go too far. Sure, I guess.
After we got so many other empires. I was just listening today, right? Just listening about how different Chinese empires overextended when they're conquering, right? Trying to take over Korea, and that weakened them to the point where they collapse. Don't think America is exceptional. It isn't, right? It's very typical. And
I think we're much better at having like a cohesive nation, but much better at transporting resources and soldiers and people, much better than they were back then. They were able to keep that together, even with their limited resources, for 1,000 years, more than 1,000 years. I think we can do it too.
But the logistics of actually changing a culture, right, of transforming them into a province is an intensive one, and that part hasn't changed, and it hasn't changed because in the end, all you had to offer, Doobie, is exactly what other empires have done for centuries at a time, right? That's what Gibbs is arguing. Gibbs is saying, well, hey, this works, Prime. I know, yeah, I agree it works because other empires have done exactly that.
Don't
Again,
worry, Prime,
no
guys.
exception.
We're going to get rid of all the AIPAC money once Israel becomes a new state and they can vote in.
Exactly, right. Yeah, all of a sudden, money in politics isn't a thing anymore, right? Once it's an internal pressure rather than external pressure, it'll be better. Okay, whatever, right? So sorry, Grid, you want to say something?
Yeah. Can I just make one point? So the way that the Mongols and Alexander the Great conquered is they went in, they killed all the men. They impregnated all the women, and they literally conquered society. If we want to do that, it will fucking work. That's tried, proven, true. I mean, that will work every fucking time. I personally think we're a little better than that. I don't know. Maybe we're not. But that's the way that works.
Well, Doobie
and
says
Scott was trying to very nicely put that cap on it, but that's exactly what they did. They kill all the men.
Yeah, instead we'll just have separate tribes with nuclear weapons for the next 1,000 years until we all blow each other up. Yeah, that's much better. That's much more cohesive and like sustainable.
The Mongolians absolutely did not do what he said. They were actually very meritocratic to the people they conquered.
Yeah, so
they were extremely capitalist, and they were the most accepting of almost any empire when it came to religions. So everything Grid said is absolutely not true when it comes to the Mongols. Now they did do a lot of raping, but that is a side thing.
What are you talking? There's stories of Chinese soldiers
and
European traders coming into China and seeing what they thought was snow-capped mountains from a distance, and then they realized that they weren't snow-capped mountains; they were piles of bodies.
Yeah, because they were good at warfare. They whooped their ass. I mean, that's true. But after they were part of them, they made them part of society. They were meritocratic.
Two dips.
Well, Genghis Khan had like Muslim Jews or Arab Jews, not Muslims, Arab Jews.
I love revisionist history.
It's not revisionist. I mean, it's called educated history. Maybe open up a history book. You maybe go get a degree from somewhere better than DeVry. I don't know. But check this out. There's a reason why Genghis Khan had Arab fucking people in his like council of like leadership. Like it's crazy that you'll just deny blatant known historical fact. Marco Polo, a white man, got to go meet all these people over there because guess what? They were willing to be.
They were going to kill his ass too.
Yeah, Marco Polo.
They literally killed everyone in his party.
It's a meritocratic society.
So,
yeah, because he was a threat.
And this is where I part from Scott, I'm sure, right? This part we differ. Like in the end, you're a united world, right? I think there is value in moving towards that, right? I don't think that world will happen through imperialism. I don't think, I don't think America can get to do it, right? Because America isn't exceptional, right? The way they'll do things is the way the empires have always done it.
Islam is the way, baby.
A lot of blood, a lot of slaughter, right? And they won't be able to actually hold this.
What country should be the world leader?
Dubai.
No, I don't think any. No.
They should all come together and just be the world leaders together.
I don't think if there has to be
argument initially, you retard. Was that we would?
No, my argument is America takes control. I just view everyone else.
Yeah, right. It's amazing, right? No, Scott, I don't know that any country should be the leader. I'm not sure how such a thing could happen.
But one has to be, right?
Like other than like a
Everyone's gunning
confederation
for it.
of
Someone's gonna
nations.
get
To be
it.
fair, I think
together.
that's actually FK and like Doobie's argument is that like someone has to be the world leader, right? And like everyone else seems to be gunning for it. Why not convince Americans that we should be the ones that do it?
But
That's
yeah,
what
but
it
hold on,
sounds like their argument is.
Yes, I'm saying
I'm going to summarize in one sentence how I feel about all of you on this panel. Until today, I have never desired for Elon Musk to go and colonize Mars, and now want to be on fucking Mars, away from all of you.
We should control that planet too.
Maniacs.
Elon Musk is the vice president.
The end goal, we control the stars. In the end goal, we control the
Trillions of
stars.
dollars
These guys are
trying
on
to take
board.
over the world. Fucking, hopefully we can have a fucking capitalist utopia over in fucking Mars and be done with you guys.
Okay.
Wait, hold on, Grid. I have a question for you.
Yeah, go ahead.
This is a super chat from my community, from GSU Gambit.
You love black
so,
people.
given that you said
Gambit.
you're talking about, no, that was a lie. Yeah, that was a lie.
Lie.
No. GSU, so the question is, you talking about how raping the women and killing all the men worked in the past.
I didn't say
So
rape. I said fuck them.
Fucked them. Okay.
You implied rape.
Yeah, I think we know you meant rape, but okay, that's fine.
I didn't.
So that's fine. Yeah, consensual fucking after you kill the men. I get it. I get it. So
okay,
you said that this
Doobie,
could work.
it's all
right?
about
this,
the implication.
This could actually work, right? I think the issue that JSU Gambit raises
Don't get a
is
vote,
that
bro. Don't get a vote.
is that today abortion exists, right? So how would you account for the women being able to abort the sexual assault babies?
Sorry.
How would you account for the women being able to abort the
How would
sexual
I
assault
account
babies?
for them?
Yeah.
If it happened now?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm trying to understand your hypothetical here. It's wide ranging. So are you asking me if I'm okay with aborting the sexual assault babies of war?
Yeah.
No. That's how we colonize.
Hold on. If you had the Mongols come in and just rape every woman in your town, you would say, "Oh, women, you can't abort those babies."
I wouldn't say anything because I'd be fucking dead if that happened. As a fighting age male. What are you, fucking idiot?
Wait, hold on. So imagine you were hiding in the closet while your wife is getting fucked by a Mongol on the couch.
You're literally the
Right?
dumbest
She's getting
person
raped by a
I've ever
Congo. Hold on, she's
interacted
getting
with.
raped by a Mongol on the couch.
Hypotheticals are horrible.
Getting raped by a
can't
Mongol on the
make
couch, right?
Can't make an
So
argument.
you hide in the closet.
I
You managed to
literally-
survive this encounter.
This is like
You would not allow your wife to
14-year-old
abort
makes
that
better
baby?
coherent arguments than you do.
Hold on. You wouldn't allow your
14-year-old
wife to
does.
abort that baby? Is that what you're telling me?
I'm sorry, what?
You wouldn't allow your wife to abort the baby?
If I would be dead, it wouldn't be a question.
You didn't
of
listen to me. Okay, I'll do it again. So you're hiding in the closet while your wife is being raped.
So your
Yeah, while your wife
Oh,
is
you're
that
now
book
you're
behind you,
calling
that
me a
reactive shooting science
Not
thing
you,
behind
bro.
you.
Don't-
That went out the
don't
window.
push
That
your
went out the
values
window.
on me, bro.
You're hiding in the closet while your wife is getting raped by a Mongo on the couch.
the
Okay,
only person in
she
the
gets
closet
raped.
here is you,
You survive the encounter. She has a baby. Would you let her abort the baby?
I would be dead.
Oh,
You
okay.
keep your
Somehow you were saving a bus full of children. You got stuck under the bus. You couldn't get to her. Okay, you couldn't get to her. You survived somehow. God hid you under a fucking house somewhere. Okay, you couldn't get to them. You were trying. You broke the entire house apart, but it was too late. They already raped everybody, but you survived. Would you allow your wife to abort the rape baby?
I'm not engaging with our hypothetical.
Oh
because
my!
I
You
would be
can't
at war
imagine a
and I
scenario
would
in
be
which
dead.
something bad happens to your wife or a woman that you care about, and you were alive through that process
If I was
somehow.
fucking dead, sir, that's the only way that would happen.
What if Jesus came down
Imagine,
from the heavens? and,
imagine
like,
you fought. Hold on. Imagine you fought. You killed 100 Mongols, but they knocked you out somehow, right? You ran out of bullets. Your knife broke. It was too dull. You know, it snapped in some Mongol's neck. So they knock you out. You're tied up. You can't escape. You wake up. She's already been raped. Would you allow her to abort the rape baby?
How would I, if in a society where that could happen, I would be dead.
Oh my God!
There's only one answer.
Why can't you just?
Is that I would be dead. You're
You would kill yourself. You'd wake up and you'd kill yourself. Is that what you're saying? Like, what do you?
I'm not going to engage with because I would be dead.
You're
I
killing
wouldn't
me.
have anything
Like,
to say about
and
it.
engage,
And
not
it's
being
further,
able to
I
engage
bet
with
my
a
wife would be
hypothetical
dead
isn't a
because
good
I
look,
don't
man.
think you could rape my wife.
Not being able to
okay,
engage with a
but-
hypothetical isn't a great look.
Yeah,
Just do it and save yourself
What
the
about
headache.
okay? Ignore the conquering, right? And your wife, unfortunately, was sexually assaulted by someone while you were away, right? That happens all the time. If that was the case, would you allow her to abort that baby? That's
No,
our
I don't think I
society.
would. I don't think I would.
Okay, all right. Well,
I don't
there-
believe in
there you go.
abortion.
Done.
That's the answer.
What if you knew the baby was the Antichrist?
I think it's funny that he thinks I'd run out of bullets. I'm from Tennessee,
Yeah,
sir. I got a lot of bullets.
I get it.
Okay.
I get it.
All right.
What if you
Alright,
knew
now I
the
gotta
baby
go
was going to be
piss.
the Antichrist
We're
because the
past this.
Mongol was a satanic priest, and you want to get the abortion, but they haven't done it
Well,
yet.
he's on a break. He's gone
I'd-
now.
I'd check myself in a mental institution because obviously I'm fucking crazy.
Yeah, pretty much. Okay, so that was a discussion.
Listen, Prime, you should just never have a second topic because you always want to start it at 10:30 anyways, which is like, why? Just have
I wanna
3
start
open
it-
topics.
this-
And we're so much better at like just running our own topics. We are so much better.
I mean, that second topic, I'm going to be honest. I think it was going to be how many people are here? There's six people? I think it was going to be like a 6v1.
What?
Like
How are you
7
counting?
I don't know.
Real
Like,
talk.
Because
though,
like,
people.
I would.
Well, I
real
guess
no,
talk,
I just want it stated that I like the topic that you wanted to
6v1
use
other
as
things,
me,
yeah,
like
that's what
as
that
not
would've been.
applying to this panel, just fucking took the entire panel.
Well, just for funsies, who on the panel
FK
would like?
I was the springboard. I was the springboard.
Okay,
I was
fine.
the
Just for
springboard.
I'll give you your flowers. I'll give you your flowers.
Thank you,
Just for
thank you.
funsies with Prime's second topic, right? Like this is I expected it to go everybody versus me basically because I thought I was the only one that's gonna be like ultra capitalism, make more drugs based, like right.
Yeah, but like
I don't see anybody else siding with like that take on this panel.
Well, we can figure it out next week. I don't think
did-
so.
we should wait. Prime. There's actually a panel you wanted to do a few weeks ago. Though is America good? Is American culture good? This would be perfect for next week.
Did
So
I?
Prime-
I don't
Yeah,
know.
it was like a few weeks ago.
I do
So
want
Prime-
to do. Sorry, yes.
Okay. Why would you say maybe just maybe, right? Try out the free topic being the second topic, right? Just start with the topic, so that way, because I can tell you from my experience that like,
Well, it's because he's
people come
killing
in,
time when people show up.
people come in and
Right?
then they're like, when's the
They come in
topic
late.
starting? Because they come in seeing the title of the video, they come in seeing the thumbnail that I made. And then they're like,
Yeah.
when's the topic starting? I'm like, I don't fucking know. Hang out, I guess. Right? But if we do it, it's like, oh, we did it earlier. You should check it out and like catch up, etc. And then we're on the free topic. I think that might flow. It might be a little harder to get into the second topic, but I think that was your fear initially, and I don't think that fear is valid. I think we always find
We always
like a
find
free
something to talk
topic.
about.
You know what I mean?
No, that's fair.
We segue pretty instantly here.
I hear you, and it's the strength. It's the strength of this group of individuals. You guys are extremely argumentative and very stubborn. And so we'll fight for a long time. No, that's fair. So you know what? That's what we'll do. Next week we will do that. The first topic will be whatever the fuck I plan. Either the opioid thing from this one, or it do be since you're around now. You weren't around previously. I at some point I want to do the Mexican topic. Right? Remember we had a Mexican
The
topic.
Mexican topic. What's the
Yeah.
Mexican topic?
It
Wait,
was
what
a
Q
topic-
do
I want to do the
heard?
Mexican
MQ.
topic now.
It was about water rights, and like within a town where like basically the water was being taken by like the hotels, right? Like they were like they don't.
Oh,
the
I know. I
rest-
remember that topic.
Remember that one? Yeah, that was
Well,
a
they
long
had a
time
YouTube
ago.
video.
I
Yeah.
think I remember this. Yeah.
Yeah.
What was that Mexico topic?
I wanted to.
Viva la
well,
Mexico.
yeah, I wanted to do that
Gibbs,
when
why
we
do you
had
have
our
that?
a local
So I'm a proud
Mexican
Hispanic
correspondent.
heritage as an American.
Yeah, like when we had a Mexican correspondent, that would be Doobie here. And
I
now
hate
that you're
you.
around again, so-
Hello, this is Tio Tomas. I'm coming at you live from.
would love to have you. All right, okay. So, but I will take Scott's advice. Okay, sometimes I'm bad at taking advice. I'll take Scott's advice. Next week we will do the
Just test it out.
establish
See what happens.
first. Yeah. Okay.
Like maybe it doesn't work out because people get so invested in the topic that they like have a hard time getting to a new topic. But I don't think
That's not shit.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, well, if they're invested in the first topic, then whatever, it doesn't matter, right? If the appointed topic, then it doesn't matter. All right, so we'll do that next week. That means everyone, you have to be here on time. All right, don't trickle in later. Right. So the reason why
That's
I'll tell
also
you why.
part of it.
I
too.
knew that was why
Yeah.
we did the free topic first, because people show up
Yeah.
late. Like that's
People
what it
show
is.
up late. So if you want to, so whatever we end up doing tomorrow or next week, right? If it's opioid crisis in America or whatever, right? You got to be here 8 p.m. Eastern. That's when we
It's a
start.
double-edged sword, though, because you also disincentivize people to make sure they get here on time because they're not worried about it.
That's true. Well,
If the topic is a second topic, then they're like, "Oh, I can be 5 minutes late. It's not a big deal."
I'm gonna be honest. I like.
They're doing free.
Prime can say this for himself. I don't think it was planned originally. I know today, and some of the more recent ones, he's put free topic. I don't know if it was originally his plan to have free topic as the first one. I think it just kind of developed over time that the first part was turning into free topic, and then he's like, "Fuck it, we're just gonna make that what it is." Like, am I wrong, Prime? Because you used to have like
double topic panels.
Yeah, you used to do 2 topics, and then people wouldn't show up, and then we would like get into like weird random debates, and then we would like end up doing that debate for a long time, and then we'd get to like one topic, and we'd never get to the second topic.
Yeah,
but those weird random debates are mad entertaining. For you know, if there's the chat, they are pretty. They do go hard.
Yeah. So there's that. And honestly, coming up with 2 topics can be extremely fucking difficult, guys. Like ones that are
hard.
good, right? You know, it can be very difficult. And doing that consistently per week, right? So anyway, sure. Thanks all. All right. This was a lot of fun, despite it being what it is.
I had a lot of fun. It was really cool.
Oh, okay. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Honestly, Grid, thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed that. This was
Also,
great.
If I curse at you, don't take it personally. It's just part of the show.
No.
You should take it personally when I call you a dumb bitch for being a racist. Okay. I hope your children marry brown people.
I feel like you're racist because I'm American Indian.
I'm looking forward to the browning of America.
Okay.
Doobie,
You and
please,
Pepper are in agreement.
Doobie, please.
The horizon
you need to
is
stop
beige.
hating.
Okay,
Doobie,
it's not.
please.
We're not gonna have a white
I am-
America. We're gonna have a beige
I am-
America in the future.
Listen, I am racist. I cannot fucking stand white women.
Doobie, you need to stop hating these people. They're Americans. It's just that some people, rather than
of
taking
value,
initiative
white
and
women are
being
all
the
the way
giants
bottom.
themselves, like to sit in the footsteps of giants. I think that's the
This is
issue. here.
This is why Scott and I can be
That's
such
true.
good friends, right? For the
Mhm.
white women that he despises, I, being selfless as I am, I will take them all on in my bed, right?
FK, what kind of brown or tan are you?
Lonely. You won't be lonely.
What brand?
But
Wait, I'm sorry. Hold on, Grid. I feel like Grid.
Wait, no, I actually want to know because I get
ancestors
confused for
tell you
multiple
to go
brands
fuck
all the
yourself,
time.
Doobie.
So Grid,
no,
I'm sorry. I
baby.
feel like I was being a bit of an asshole. I'm sorry. I was being a jerk.
That's all right. Don't worry.
But I'm
Lebanese.
genuinely curious. I think you said you're from like Tennessee or some shit.
I am
So
from Tennessee.
would you, like memes aside, would you be okay with your kids marrying black or brown people?
My wife is Chinese, you dumb fuck.
Yeah, but that's not black or brown. Let's be
That's
real.
not black or brown.
That's
that's
yellow.
If your
that's
kid
what
came home with a black
racists go
person,
like. You know, they're at least the good ones. They're smart.
Yeah, but if your kid came home with a black person, like, would you be okay with that? Them like getting married,
Yeah, I don't
having
have any
children?
problem with it. What do you have
Okay.
a problem with it? Are you okay? Are you racist? You seem
No,
racist.
actually, I prefer that. I think that'd be a better thing.
You
for
were the
world.
one that brought up race. That
I
seems
think
pretty
the
fucking racist.
more black and brown people from Tennessee mix, I think the better off the world is going to be.
Okay, we'll see.
We'll agree. All right, guys. Thank you. Savoxon for gifting. Was it 5 subs or so? Just now, and thank you. You're definitely not here anymore, but Bonging stuff for gifting a sub previously, and Cool Whip for subscribing much longer. I won't say because Corey's eyes are looking upon me with utter shame. But
Always.
always. And Savox, I don't know why you don't show up on the you gifted 5 subs, but it's not showing up on the list, the monthly tier list. We're in a new month. We're in a new month. So please.
He doesn't sub. He just gift subs.
No, but gifting subs.
Never
yeah,
mind. Bad joke. Stupid joke.
Okay, all right. But anyway, please consider supporting the channel. I didn't make a pitch before we were too into this, right? But consider supporting the channel. Thank you to the people who give super chats previously on YouTube. Shout out to all of you. It was really kind of you. Thank you for that kind of support. We'll read your super chats. Thank you for the ones who gifted subs or sub themselves here on Twitch. That's how we make this happen. So we do need your help. This is a brand new month, so consider helping us out and getting to the top of the sub count list. But yeah, I appreciate it. Okay, give an outro to all these wonderful individuals. Thank you, Corey, for coming through. This a lot of fun, I think, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, you're seeing the game plan for what's going to happen in Canada during the Trump administration, right? You've
I'd
been
like to see you
forewarned.
try.
But thanks, Corey, for being here.
Yeah, I can't think of a better way to start off the year. Always look forward to this. And just for the mere fact that you mentioned it, I'm going to be late next week. Just to spite you. No. Obviously not. Well, yeah, I always try to be on time. And yeah, I'm never disincentivized to be on time.
He's 0% black, so he always shows up on time. Yeah, go ahead.
And I'm also half Asian, so I got all the good stuff going for me now.
All the good stuff.
But yeah, this is highly entertaining. And like always a joy. But you can find me on Twitch, CoreyCampbell84, Twitter, X, YouTube, Instagram. It's Corey Campbell, and I do find it pretty funny, the roller coaster ride of like struggling for the first few minutes to come up with a topic, and then we start off with FK, you're a future American, not my enemy, and then some people need to be dragged into the light. That's pretty much what we end up. So pretty much.
I'm just not delusional. I don't like people kill each other. That's just part of life.
Yeah, but you could have just said that from the start. We'd have to drag it out of you.
I just wish we could do it in a nicer way, but sometimes things happen.
But yeah, Doobie, Ali, Grid, FK, Gibbs, Scott, always a pleasure. Great to see you, FK. You're looking good and healthy. Hope that continues. And yeah, always I love you, Prime.
Same here. Thanks so much, friend. Scott, this has been great. I hope you enjoyed it. I know we didn't talk about the topic, and you prepare, and it actually makes me feel bad because I know Scott actually prepares for these fucking things.
Yeah,
so I'm sorry, friend.
Usually have pages of notes for the actual topic, but it's okay.
So sorry.
It's whatever. We'll talk about it some other time. I'm actually pretty close to that issue. My grandmother is finally, I don't know. I'm probably throwing her under the bus, but fuck it. She's finally off of Suboxone. But yeah, I have a lot of dead family members from the opioid epidemic because my family's from Appalachia, so obviously I have a lot of dead family members from the opioid epidemic. Nevertheless, yeah, I'm Scott. You can check me out, Fabian Liberty, on X if you want to see me be more toxic, or if you just want to see the stream, check out Libertarian Philosophy. I am an ANCAP, but the cool thing about being an ANCAP and being so good at arguments is that I don't actually have to tell people. My opponents, when they're losing, will let you know. And so I don't actually have to let anybody know what my political affiliation is in that regard. I just have to keep winning arguments, and other people will let you know when they got nothing else in the tank. So I'm happy to be here, and if you want to check out libertarian philosophy or debates and discussions along those regards, come check me out on YouTube, Fabian Liberty.
Understood. Thanks so much. Let's go to our friend Gibbs. Thank you for coming through. You were a lot of fun as well.
I think you're muted.
Yeah, I was muted. Yeah, I appreciate you having me as always. It's fun. I'm excited. I was excited for the first topic. Not the first topic, the topic. Honestly, because I was excited to see a 6v1. I think that I was the only unabashed true capitalist here, where I want no rules in any capitalism. I think I'd be the only one taking the position that hey, let these companies make as many drugs as they want. I could be surprised. But moving on, I got the black shade heart sunglasses on for a reason. It's because this year my motto has been for the new year has been to be worse. So we're not gonna be showing no love to anybody. So that's gonna be my motto for all the people that come to be cattywampus. Speaking of coming at people cattywampus, this Friday at 7:30 Central, we're going to be doing our first semifinal matchup of the Debate Championship Series. If you want to tune in, it's going to be wild. Guess who's going to be there? This guy. That guy right over there. He's going to be here. It's going to be wild. He's going to be trying to advance to the finals and get more bragging rights over all the other peasants here in the debate field, the debate world. It's going to be fun. That's 7:30 Central time on Friday on my channel. What else? I think that's it. Thank you again for having me, Prime. Look forward to these future shows.
Yeah, absolutely. And please check out Admiral Gibbs' channel. Admiral Gibbs is, he's fantastic, as you can see, and he's trying to do something, create like a bigger debate space, give people more room to do that, right? More platforms. So let's support our friend Admiral Gibbs, who's always supported us. Let's go to our friend Grid. We'll do this counterclockwise. Grid,
Okay, cool.
Or no, clockwise actually. But
Works
good.
for
Thank
me.
you for being here. Yeah.
Yeah, man. Always a pleasure to be here. Really enjoyed the the topic we went over. I was actually prepared for the other topic, and not that I have any inside baseball or anything, but one of my wife's friends actually works for McKinney. So that was an interesting side, and the pharmaceutical department, he deals with this pharmaceutical company. So that was interesting to discuss today with my wife, and yeah, I was excited for the topic. Maybe we'll do it next week, or you can come up with something really cool as well. I'm good either way. You can find me on An Unreasonable Man on YouTube. It's a Grid One Dash Motorsports if you're searching it, and yeah, that's about it. I just just an old retired guy fucking around, and I got to roll. So as I'd like to stay and listen to everybody's bio, but I gotta go do stuff. So you guys are cool, but I'll see you later.
Have a good one, friend.
Take care. Be well.
So much. Yeah. Next we have our friend Ali. Ali, thank you. Again, I'll give you your flowers, Ali. Ali, you gave the initial topic, which I didn't think would go anywhere, right? It was a springboard to 3 hours of us yelling at each other. So shout out to my friend Ali. And again, I really do appreciate, I really sincerely appreciate you trying to help. Always, right? So even if I don't use the topic, right, like I appreciate you sending, and anyone else sending something and maybe trying to get my imagination going, because sometimes we end up some really, really good ones. And Ali, we've used Ali's suggestions in the past, so shout out to you, friend.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I love being here. So anytime I can contribute, it's been amazing. I've been introduced to some lovely people through this panel. So honestly, thank you for having me every single time. And then for all viewers, you really should sub to Gibbs, Fabian, and Prime, absolutely, because they do provide, like, at the very least, it's like you get entertainment or information. So like take your time and actually like subscribe to the people. Get their views up. They deserve it as much as everyone else. But guys, it's always been a pleasure, and it always will be a pleasure to be here. I love my Mondays, and thank you for arguing with me tonight.
Absolutely. Doobie, thank you. I'm so glad you are here today. All right, like Doobie, like we haven't heard you talk this much in a long time, right? So this is wonderful. I'm really glad to hear your opinion. I knew where you fell on this. We've had discussions before, but it's always fun sparring with you, friend.
Oh yeah, thanks for having me. I'm a Doobie with the Politics Discord, discord.gg/politics.
If only Doobie would talk to me when there's no cameras around. Just so as a dream. One day maybe when we fulfilled. We'll see. Let's go to FK. FK, I saved you for last. Okay, thank you for covering. FK was just like, I want to join in. I'm like, all right, sure, whatever. So FK came in and ended up being a little focus. Thank you, FK. This was a lot of fun. I liked examining all this. And we missed you. We used to have you here more often. So we did miss you, friend.
Thanks for having me, Prime. It's been fun. I don't really got much to shout out. I'm just playing Yakuza Gaiden right now, or like a Dragon Gaiden right now on my Twitch. I'll be playing Infinite Wealth after that. It's been a lot of fun. I'm sad we couldn't get to the second topic, but to be honest, if we got to it, I think I would have argued that it's probably actually okay for people to use drugs while pregnant, because at the end of the day, we are just byproducts of radiation from our sun affecting animal species over long periods of time until like the best survived. So who knows? What if whatever like malformation or abnormality that comes out from that, even though malformation is a bad word, it might be more useful in the environment of the future.
You need a commentary channel, bro. You got a great voice for just like
yeah.
It was nice having
saying
someone
innocuous
saying-
bullshit
it was
with
nice-
just such like
Yeah, okay, that's true.
intrigue.
Yeah, retard turkey Tom can do it. You can do it. Okay.
Yeah, 1000%.
I just liked having backup for something I've been saying for a while now here. Even for once, it was just wonderful. Like I feel like usually I go on and talk about American exceptionalism and manifest destiny, and everybody just calls me crazy. And now
we still can be crazy.
You know, I love that it is the ethnic Americans that are that have been doing it, right? You have a Mexican American, right? And you know, Albanian American.
No,
These are
I'm
the
not
ones who are like
Mexican, to be clear.
American, and yeah, Dewey's the type of brown, but I don't know what type.
I'm brown American.
Yeah, so he's a brown American, right?
I'm just saying,
It's-
Gibbs.
I'm a brownish American.
Know that there's
I'm more-
hope because
I'm
I've
more
talked about
American than
this with
all
a
of
lot
you
of very
because I'm a
just normal
fucking
people
mutt.
in my day to day.
Ah.
But depending on how you make it sound, depending on what you're arguing for, and depending on what you can point at, a lot of people seem to agree with it at some
Yeah,
like,
I think
core
I think
level.
people are just like seeing this, and they're seeing like I really it's Russia has made this so clear. They've just gone over there and taken shit.
Let's talk.
And people are
Let's talk about that later.
Yeah,
Anyway,
I don't know. It's just crazy.
FK, yes, you have a smooth masculine voice. And it's wonderful to hear you say like the worst bullshit I've ever heard in my life.
Wild stuff.
It softens the blow. All right. But anyway,
Very
lastly, I
inviting.
just wanted to give a quick shout out to our friend Lactoid. Lactoid is amazing. And he's a good friend. He is like the title of our most consistent guest, right? And he would absolutely have been here today, but he was sick, and that's really unfortunate. But I mean, he'll get back up on his feet. He's like not dying. I don't think. So he'll be hopefully here next week. But shout out to our friend. I just got to acknowledge, well, all our guests who've been super consistent over the years, right? But like in terms of our most consistent, it's been Doobie, it's been Scott, it's been our friend Connor, all right? Who not everyone's friend here, my friend Connor, right? And for the longest streak, I think actually now it has been Lactoid, and I literally couldn't have done any of this, right? Like this, like we're 2025. I started this in 2020. I couldn't have done it without these kind of individuals continuously showing up again and again. Right? Doobie doesn't have to be here, but he like comes through, and it's like super appreciated. So thanks all, and thank you, Lactoid. He's probably not even listening to this right now, but like he's a real one, right? And he's definitely a reason why this show is still here. So shout out to my friend. All
Get better Lactoid.
Yeah, get better
Lactoid.
I will send you guys off. Let's see. Is there an attractive woman? Or just
Bro, always,
attractive
always
white woman.
The fucking simping, bro.
Simping ain't easy, man.
Well, first of all, what else is there to do for Prime, right? That's his only vice. So like,
only vice.
True.
That's it.
Yeah, that's a good advice,
no
brother.
Weed, no alcohol, like Jesus.
Nothing.
nah, just baddies on the internet.
But we'll send you
What
to
does the world come to?
iRose Corpse.
Fantastic
Pretty
idea.
cute.
I got 3 philosophers in the fridge waiting for me the moment stream ends.
God bless capitalism.
what?
It's giving us e-girls, bro.
3
We wouldn't have
philosophers
this without that.
beer company.
We're sending them off right now. Okay. But thank you guys. Yeah. It's over. Oh, no, actually, I'll talk to him in private. But thanks, guys. This was a lot of fun.
Yeah, absolutely. And I do hope. Well, this is just my input, but I do hope we actually do the topic next week.
The opioid one, yeah, I'm down for that.
Yeah. We'll just do that topic next week. Someone hit me for a reminder, because sometimes what happens, well, lots of times what happens is that I'll save a topic for next week, and then like I'll forget when it's time to come up with a topic. I keep thinking about it, and then I'll come up with a topic, and then I'll see the old topic. Like, all right, I guess we'll do it later.
How many random sheets of paper do you have with just like various topics that you were supposed to use next week?
I had a gigantic notepad,
Just-
like a very long notepad with thousands. It's on line 9,000.
Just
here.
open it on like, Sunday night and be like, oh shit.
I always forget. I try to come up with something else.
These are full, and like this is like the last 6 months.
Just like research.
And that's not even like this one, which has like, I don't know, like 20 pages left. No, maybe like it's about halfway through.
Yeah.
Okay, I gotta go. See you guys later.
Have a good one.
Take care, Doobie. Be well.
I go through like at least 10 pages a week.
Yeah, it makes me feel bad. No, it actually does make me feel bad to know that, like, I know you put a lot of effort.
I mean, yeah, but I like, it makes me feel bad that I come in and free ball it most of the time too, though. Like you put in all this research, I'm kind of just like coming in and winging it.
We need to mix the balance.
None of the research is really wasted. You know what I mean? It's not like it's not like this is the only thing I do, right? So I mean, like digging into
and knowledge is knowledge. It's good.
Yeah,
Fabian does other stuff.
Yeah, I do.
Holy shit. God?
Like a voice from on high.
That's our friend GSU Gambit. If he wants to jump into the
Was that all he wanted to say? Just
y'all missed a
just
great
a quick
one-on-one the other night with GSU and Prime. Y'all missed a good one of those. That was entertaining.
Yo, I guarantee Fabian agrees with me. He never agrees with me. Fabian.
I knew you'd want to bring that up.
Fabian, I want to ask you a question. I'm not going to prompt them at all, Prime.
Okay.
Fabian, what is a gold digger?
Oh, that's a woman who is seeking a man with wealth and whose goal is to extract that wealth beyond family, beyond the relationship itself, I guess would be a good enough.
Would you say when someone is in relationship with a gold digger that they're aware? Like, how do you differentiate gold digger or like hypergamy, or do you see them as the same thing?
I mean, so like, I don't know how to explain it other than like saying this, right? So like, there was a case recently of like this guy, and it's not really about this guy specifically, but it had like blown up where he had like been a passport bro and gotten a wife from the Philippines, and then like right at the 2-year mark they divorced.
Oh, the
And
dude
people were
that's like, oh, she was westernized.
Yeah, and he was like, she was westernized, she was whatever, right? And like, and then she like clapped back or whatever. It's not so much about that, but I had like this take on it, which was like, look, if you're a passport bro and you go out and you get a girl and you bring her back, and she's not doing everything she can to bring the rest of her family here, you might think of that as a red flag, right? Like that you're being used for your resources. But as a man, you should be used for your resources, right? But when a girl comes over and she's just trying to marry you and get a green card, and she's not trying to bring her family over, to me, that's actually a really big red flag that she's a gold digger, because she don't actually give a fuck about her family. She don't actually give a fuck about like the whole, you know, she's not there to be your wife and have kids and have her grandparents around and have like all the aunts and uncles and cousins together. She's concerned primarily that you can give her wealth and status and take her out of a bad situation. Any girl that you passport bro should be trying to get out of a bad situation, should be using your wealth and resources to make her life better. But if that's her primary and only goal, that's a gold digger.
Got you. So this is Prime. I think he's expressed himself enough. Hold on, wait, Prime. Do you want to ask him a question before I start to give him context for what we were talking about?
Our essential. We're arguing. Wait. What's it's between a gold digger and
hypergamy?
Hypergamy, yeah.
Wait, so can I just like throw in my difference real quick so we, you know? I would say it'd be like the intention. So like hypergamy is like, yeah, obviously you want someone with like resources, but that's because it would, like to Scott's point, it benefits like the greater goal of like a family, of like so on and so forth, like community, whatever it may be, versus like the goal of a gold digger, which would be to like just like she's dating the resources, she's married to the resources, she's not married to you, right? So it's like she's in it for the money, she's not in it for anything else. So I think there's like that would be like the difference between like hypergamy and gold digging. I think gold digging can be like a type of hypergamy, right? It can be like a type of tool like you, but like it is not what hypergamy is like in totality.
Gotcha.
I think
So
there's an element of fraud to it as well, right? Like
Yeah.
I think you're less of a gold digger if like if you're like, oh, hey, look, you're my sugar daddy, I agree to do these things, you agree to do these things.
You're just a hoe at that point. Yeah, that's
I think if you
different.
think about it, you could.
I
I think you could think about it like species
I think a gold
relationships. I
digger-
think you could think about it like species relationships, where a gold digger would be more of like a parasite versus just hypergamy would be.
Oh,
like a
can we video up on
relationship.
Discord if this is the case? Because I can't
hold
keep up with who's talking and who's not.
Don't wait, Prime. I just know I won. Just know I won. They all, when Fabian said there's an aspect of fraud, Socio agreed, and just average FK agreed. I rest my case. I was right the entire time. That was the critical point. The critical point in our conversation was the man is being frauded, or he's not as aware of the female's intentions when we call it gold digger.
I don't think it's 100% fraud, right? Like I think a girl can still be a gold digger, but if you're aware of it, like I think that it's just it's less impactful, right? Like
You're just a trick at that point. You're just a trick.
Like
okay,
if you're an NBA athlete and like right and like some girl comes at you and lets you know like, hey, I'm with you for your money, I'm with you for your fame, I'm with you because I'm gonna get my Instagram, you know, through the fucking roof. Like that's what we're doing. Like, is she a gold digger? I would say she's still a gold digger. But like it's less of a betrayal.
But he's just a
less of
trick.
an
He's just a
insult.
trick.
Fabian, no.
Yeah.
Right.
Fabian, no.
Don't no me. I'm just saying, like, I still think she's technically a gold digger. I do think that term applies to her, right?
Yeah.
And I think his
so.
mom, should step in and be like, you know, you're with a gold digger. Like, what the fuck are you doing? You're like, you're not get your life together. Get away from this bitch.
And so,
like, she ain't good.
Before Gambit jumps in, right? Like we had two disagreements, right? One was whether you could use gold digger and sugar baby almost interchangeably, right? And I think plenty people do, just like.
I don't know about that. Like a sugar baby is like a
type of gold digger
relationship, right? It is.
It's a type of gold digger.
Yeah,
I would
yeah,
say
the type
it's
of, yeah,
not a type of
yeah.
gold digger.
It's a you could say it's a subcategory, but I'm saying that people like people will see a sugar baby, and oftentimes they'll say, well, that's a gold digger as well, right? But
Sugar baby's like a miner, bro. She's like out.
exactly.
She's like outward about it, right? She's like a
Exactly.
gold miner. She's running for it. She's
Just
saying,
gold
hey.
mine.
Yeah.
But I said that specifically there doesn't have to be a level of secrecy, right? Just like what Scott just said. And then I also said that gold diggers are sex workers, right? Like and sugar babies, like that sugar babies are sex workers. Because they understand they're using their attractiveness or whatever, right, to get something of value, being the
Sexuality.
status, the fame of
No, wait, that wasn't our disagreement.
we had that there's two disagreements.
No.
I wrote it down.
Our disagreement was,
right
is
after I
it
talked.
sex? No, hold on. Our disagreement, because I agree a sugar baby can be a sex worker. Our disagreement was whether or not the man needs to be aware if we're gonna call something sex work. Because the example you brought up was if a girl fucks a guy and the guy doesn't know that they're fucking for money, and then afterwards she's just like, yo, give me the money, and he wasn't aware that whole time. You were saying that that's still sex work, and I'm like, no, the guy has to be knowledgeable that they were trading resources for sex for it to be sex work.
You're correct. That was the heart of our disagreement.
I feel like I agree with that. I feel like I agree with that. Yeah.
So, hon, I'll make my case to you, Scott, in a second, but let's focus on the first thing: gold diggers and sugar babies, right?
Yeah.
So
I'm
you're
take off,
saying
fellas.
that, like, all right, have a good one, friend. You're saying that, Scott, that yes, you could call a person who is, hypergamous, right? Or the sugar baby lifestyle. If someone called him a gold digger, that wouldn't be incorrect.
Well, I wouldn't say just because of hypergamy, right? Like I would say like the natural tendency for girls to date men that are roughly 6 years older.
I'm sorry. Yeah, not hypergamy. Yeah, sugar baby, sugar dating. No, fair enough. Yeah, sorry.
But like if you're a sugar baby, I think gold digger is going to be kind of like the word fat, right? So like when you hear someone call someone fat, nobody's using a scientific definition of fat. Right? Like nobody's like, if you have this specific BMI, you're fat. And if you're below this BMI, you're not fat, right? Fat is an insult. And you can't really call a skinny person fat, right? You can't call someone that is like fit fat, right? But there's a gray area here where there are like curvy women. And so what fat really means is you are some level of overweight and I am choosing to insult you and I don't find you physically attractive. That's what fat really means, right? Fat doesn't actually mean you're this percentage of BMI, right? Because some people are going to look at a girl and be like, she's fat, ew. And some people are going to look at her and be like, nah, dog, that's just curves. Like, what are you talking about? She's a baddie, right? And so I would say the same thing is kind of true of gold digger, right? That there's a gray area where you use gold digger as an insult. And so it's going to be it's going to be a little bit subjective in the way that you ascribe what is and isn't. There isn't a perfect line that makes someone a gold digger and not a gold digger, right? Like an older man with a bunch of money probably wouldn't call a trophy wife a gold digger. but somebody else would be like, dude, she's just using you for your money. She's a gold digger. And he'd be like, yeah, but I know it. And I give her things and she does love me to a certain degree. And you're mad that she loves me for my resources, but you're just mad that you ain't got these fucking resources. Like, and so like there's a subjectivity to the term gold digger. Now a sugar baby, there is no subjectivity there, right? Like it's an explicit, I'm going to do things for you and you're going to give me money and I am going to say that I am a sugar baby. Like some people might deny it, but like there's an explicit thing there where you're not engaged in a meaningful long-term relationship. You're engaged in a transactional relationship. And so long as both people fulfill their end of the bargain, like, you know, everyone is consensually okay with it.
Got you. So I'll give you the argument that I was giving prior, and it sounds like you disagree with it, which is fine. My argument is that a gold digger is more like how you're saying sugar baby. It's an exact thing, and the way I think I defined it to Prime, or at least I'm rephrasing and going to say it this way today. I think a gold digger is when a person is in a relationship primarily for resource extraction, and the other person is not aware. That's how I define gold digger. So like,
I mean, I think that would almost always meet gold digger, right? I would expand the category a little bit, right? Which is that the other person might be aware of it to a certain degree, but other people would be like, she's a gold digger, because you can be aware of it, and like other people in your family could recognize that, let's say it's destructive, right? Like let's say I got with a gold digger. Assume I have gold that I don't have, but nevertheless, let's say I got with a gold digger, right? And I'm happy about it, and I know what's going on. But other people are like, dude, like you're wasting your money, like you know what I mean? Like she's taking advantage of you, and like, but I'm sprung, right? Like I'm just like, oh my God, she's so hot. I've never had anything like this, right? So even with there being some awareness of what's going on, other people might call her a gold digger, and I think that would probably be accurate if she was like extracting a bunch of resources from me, and like I was doing dumb shit that I normally wouldn't do, and I was like spending part of my my retirement account and like being dumb about like how I spend my money because this other girl has come in and like kind of got me wrapped around her finger. She would still be a gold digger to you if you were on the outside looking in on that, but he would be aware of it. You know what I mean?
So,
I think there's some subjectivity here.
Yeah, I think in the cases that you described, if it sounds like in those cases that you're describing with the guy's pussy whipped or like she's wrapped around the fingers, blah blah blah. Right. He's not aware that the resources are what's paramount. In the moment that he doesn't have resources, she's gonna leave. Or the moment that she extracts enough of what
I'm saying in this example, he is aware. Like he knows that she's only there for the money. But
then I wouldn't call her a gold digger. If I was
from the outside.
No. That's I'm just giving you. I'm not trying to argue you off your position. I'm just giving you mine. So like, if you hit me up and you was like, "Yo, GSU, let's talk," and I'm like, "What's up, bro?" You was like, "Yo, man, this girl I'm with, she fucking doing blah blah blah. It's really fucking me up," and I'm like, "Well, hey, wait, is she with you for you, or is she with you primarily because of what you offer?" If you told me, well, she's with me for what I primarily offer, but I still like her and blah 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 and all of that stuff, I would never call her gold digger. I would
think
just,
you should, but it's okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
I still agree that it's an insult, and because it's an insult, anytime something becomes an insult, subjectivity starts to have a play in that, right? Like the moment something goes from like a definition based purely off of like what is and isn't, and the moment it goes into the domain of an insult, people use it differently because it's designed to highlight their bad behavior and call them out on it. And so because of that, what the individual thinks a gold digger is starts to play a role in what is and isn't. Just like with the word fat, right? You know what I mean? Like we can sit and discuss what is the perfect BMI level for fat, right? But we're going to have disagreements on that because certain girls are going to carry their weight well and they're going to look good at that BMI, and then certain girls are not going to carry that weight well, like women at Walmart type shit, and like we're going to be like, ooh, and so like there isn't going to it's an element of subject, and then it's going to be like, well, are you a boobs man or are you an ass man, right? So some people that are an ass man might see a girl that's a little overweight but has a nice shaped ass and go, ooh, that's not fat, that's exactly what I want. And then vice versa, somebody that's a boobs man might see a girl that has like, G cup titties and has a little bit of a belly but doesn't really have that much of an ass, and you'd be like, dude, she's fat. Like, that's why she's got big tits. It's because she's fat. Like, she needs to lose weight.
Mhm.
But if I'm a tit man in this example, I'm gonna be like, nah, dog. Like, fucking, that's not the same thing. You know what I mean? So, like, I just think there's an element of subjectivity here. I respect that you would say you're not a gold digger if both parties are aware, but I think, but also to your point, if he's sprung and he's making bad decisions, to a certain degree, like, he's not aware, right? Like when he breaks up with that girl, he's gonna be like, what the fuck was I thinking? You know what I mean? Like, so, like, to a certain element, there is almost that there, right? That there is a little bit of like, he's not aware because he's not thinking right.
Yeah, well, two things I want to say. One thing, I think with your analogy to weight, what I consider gold digging would be analogous to obese, where there is a defined criteria. It typically is seen as a negative or insult because people don't want to be that. And I view gold digger as the same type of term, where it highlights something that we characterize as negative, but it's not necessarily insult. It's just a indication of a position. But second, I think
Can I respond to that real quick?
Yeah, for sure.
I think you're kind of right. I still disagree with you, but I think you're kind of right. And the way that I think you're kind of right is that, like, there is an objective metric by which she's definitely a gold digger, and none of us can disagree. And I think the same would be said of something like fat. Everyone on my 600-pound life is fat. I don't care what you're into, they're fat. And, like, we can all agree that they're fat. They're morbidly obese, right? But I think it's like when there's other circumstances that we get into the gray area, and it's because it's an insult.
Yes. And I think, like, the situation you brought up where, like, these passport bros go get a girl and then she leaves them after 2 years once she has a green card in progress, right?
Right.
The reason I think that's like the perfect example of a gold digger is because the guy is not aware that she's about to leave in 2 years.
Right, exactly.
And
that's an objective line where she's definitely a gold digger, no doubt whatsoever. I'm just saying there might be, I think because it's an insult, there might be gray areas.
Yeah. So, yes, I will. So I'll even agree with you that I've used it in that way. I do think I'm using it incorrectly when that happens, but it's so much. I agree with you that it's super great.
That's your line, though. You know what
Yeah,
I mean? Like,
yeah.
that's your line. Like, your line is like, dude, if you're aware of it, she's not a fucking gold digger. She's not lying about it. Like, she told you exactly what's up front. Like, this has just become a transactional thing, and, like, you're cool with it. She's not, like, when I think gold digger, I think someone is lying and hiding who they truly are inside so that they can steal from you. This ain't stealing because you know she's taken and you're cool with it. And that's your line, and I respect that that's your line. I'm just saying, for other people, they might look on the outside at some other dude and be like, dude's not thinking right, and he's doing shit he wouldn't have done if she wasn't there, and so I consider that a gold digger.
Yeah, absolutely.
So on the other thing, so that's one for me, one for Prime. We love to see it. But on the other thing, so I have an expansive definition of sex work, right? And I want to know what you think of it. And we argued about this last time, me and Chiyoshi Gambit. It's simply when man or woman tries to use sexual titillation to receive goods, services, or anything else of value. That's it.
Yeah.
So
Hold on. Wait.
Would you consider a
I'm going to
waitress a
expand.
sex worker?
Hold on.
Sorry.
Hold on. I just want to add some context.
Okay.
I want to make sure because like that definition sounds good, but I just want them to understand the ranges that it takes.
Yeah, I was going to tell them.
So Prime said if a girl is getting a ticket from a police officer and she has cleavage, that's sex work. Like her, like
no.
Wait, hold on.
That's not it.
No. I want you to correct me once I'm done if you think I'm wrong, because I'm adding more context. He was saying that if she has a ticket and she's like, you know how girls can use their body without like directly saying it.
Have a
But
good night,
she's
y'all. I
like,
gotta go.
all right.
have a
But
good one.
she's like using her body to get out of that. Because she got out of a fine, she traded her body somewhat for the amount of that fine. So he was also considering that sex work.
So what's important is intentionality, right? So a woman in this particular situation, she can't simply be attractive and then the officer decide not to give her a ticket. There is intentionality. Hey, I'm going to do whatever, and however she decides to exert sexual force, right? I don't know,
Yeah,
whatever, right?
she pushed
Onto a
her breasts
situation.
out, right? She
Yeah,
pushed
yeah,
her
she uses,
breasts out.
yeah.
Yeah,
That
something. Yeah.
that is sex work
Yeah, I
too.
disagree.
Okay.
Yeah, I just disagree. So, like, I mean, I'm okay with expanding sex work by your definition. The problem that I have with the only problem I have with your definition is that, like, because sex work is like it's such a watered down thing. I don't know how useful it is, right? Because by your definition, a waitress would be a sex worker, right? Like any waitress that recognizes that she's attractive and that she gets extra tips if she's a little
Yeah,
flirtatious or
yeah,
dresses
you're
well
using
is a
sex
sex
work
worker,
too, indeed.
right? And
Yeah.
it's like I don't
Nah.
necessarily I don't necessarily hold on. I don't necessarily
Hold on, no, no, no,
disagree
no.
with
That's
that.
not. There may not be a sex
Hold
worker.
on.
Hold on. Push back. Hold on. Let me just clarify this. As it makes them a sex worker. No. They've done sex work, right? Like, so I can do plumbing. I can fix my toilet, right? I've done the act of plumbing, but that's not. I'm not a plumber. That's not my primary job. So I wouldn't call a waitress
That would be your
a sex
primary job.
worker.
That would
That
be your
is the primary
right?
job
Like,
of a waitress.
So
though,
here's
yes.
No, it's not. No, that's not the primary job of the waitress. No, it's not. It's not a primary job.
Well, no, I'm saying
No, it's not. Holy crap!
Hold on.
Sorry,
I'm
sorry.
not saying that the primary duty of a waitress is to titillate for tips. I recognize that the primary duty of a waitress is to take your order, put your order into the kitchen, bring you your food, check up on you to make sure that you have a good experience at the restaurant. What I'm saying is that just like a stripper, her primary duty is to entertain, and her primary duty is to, make sure that you're taken care of. If sex is an element to that work, right, then that would be sex work, right? If she's consistently, right, not rarely, but consistently as a waitress at Applebee's, make sure she always has a short skirt on every time she goes, or make sure she has tight yoga pants, right? She makes sure she flirts with everybody that she thinks can. I would say that's a primary aspect. Right, that's an integral part of her work
because she does that. Yeah, she decides.
Right.
Unless
so, like,
maybe it's imposed on her.
I'm okay with using it that way. My problem with it is that I don't think it fits the colloquial understanding. Right. So like words are only as useful as they convey the messages that we mean, and words are kind of socially constructed in that way, right? They convey ideas, and so if you were to call an Applebee's waitress a sex worker. If she, well, hold on, I understand, but like if that was a primary thing that she did regularly, right? I think a lot of women would be like, "Yo, what the fuck? Like that doesn't make sense. Like, how am I the same thing as an OnlyFans girl or a prostitute or a fucking stripper? Like, I'm just a waitress, and I use my femininity like every woman does towards my advantage."
No, friend, I understand that, right? I understand that my definition isn't the way it's used colloquially. I think my definition is actually, it gives us a greater insight into how sexuality is used, because we like to separate sex worker, right? Like this person, a slattern, like our friend Scott likes to say, right? From everyone else, right? But there's always there's a wide spectrum of all these things. I look at the spectrum and I say, well, where do we cut things off, right? Sure, you're not like fucking sleeping with people, or you're not like a sugar baby, right? Like you're not doing any of that. But you are a person who understands, like you're in some sort of workforce. You understand that you have a body that people like, and you consistently are using this to increase like your revenue, or to like climb the corporate ladder, or to whatever, right? And again, men and women can do this. I'm not pointing out women, but that seems like you're employing.
Hold on.
I think we're
sorry.
talking about two different things.
I want to respond real
because,
quick.
like, yeah, go ahead.
I want to respond real quick. So, Prime, this is why I don't like this.
Okay.
I think one, it's a slippery slope to say a person that does sex work isn't a sex worker, and then hold your other position. I think you are inflating what sex work is to identify things as sex work because you're way more sex positive and you want to be able to like
I'm not.
degrade. No, I'm not saying that you're even consciously doing this. I
Okay.
think you want to degrade or color human interactions in a way that it seems like we're just not wanting to be honest about how much sex work happens. So I think you're coloring this as sex work for like a different goal. I don't think it's no way you think this is sex work. But but second,
I absolutely do.
but second, like waiters are paid less per hour to force them to engage with customers in this way. So when you say that like
No.
it's not up, they absolutely are.
No. Not specifically. No, they're paid primarily
No.
to lower costs for the restaurant, right?
No,
And
no,
we
no, no,
don't
no, Prime,
and hold
no.
on, no. We don't impose a higher minimum wage on them. And like to the idea to engage with work, yeah, they also do want to engage with the customers, right? But they don't well, at least most restaurants, unless you're like working at Hooters or something, they don't tell you, and there's no implication that you have to use your body. And they
Oh
do
wait, hold on, wait,
hire
wait, wait, wait,
male
wait, wait, wait.
waiters.
Wait. To be clear, what I'm saying is, first off, it is a fact that they're paid less per hour.
Yes, agreed.
Now we're disputing over why. I think what's happening is, in order for me to have a high functioning restaurant, I know I need good service. So I'm financially pitting the people who do this job in a situation in which they need to be pleasing to my guests for them to get paid well because they're going to make the majority.
Can I give my opinion on it? Because it feels like you guys had a debate about this earlier, and you want me to.
No,
weigh in.
I don't think we talked about this nuance of it. That's the only reason why I want.
Fair
Go
enough.
ahead.
So
Give my-
here's my issue with your definition, right? The first thing is that sex work implies work, right? And I think the actual too much openness or too much open for interpretation here is not the sex portion of it so much as the work portion of it. So the first thing I would say is that I would say that sex work requires that the primary method of the work itself is sexual activity or sexual in nature, right? So I would say that a waitress isn't a sex worker and isn't engaging in sex work simply because she uses her sexuality to gain favor, because the primary method of the labor is not the sexual activity. It's bringing you food, taking your order, putting things into the kitchen. That is an element that she adds onto it in order to gain additional resources. Secondly, I would say that it requires an interaction of labor for goods and services. So for the example of the police officer pulling someone over, I agree that she is using sexuality to her advantage in the situation to better her position. And you might even consider that immoral one way or the other, or you might say that it's fine, but I wouldn't consider that sex work because it's not a job that she's engaged in. It's not work so much. And because if we open up work to mean any time you do something to some benefit, and then we call sex work anytime you do something towards your benefit that has an element of sexuality, then like basically anytime a woman uses her femininity or anytime that she utilizes her sexuality as a woman in any environment would be considered sex work, right?
Yeah.
Like
Instagram. I'm purposely expanding it for that reason.
Right. So like if I'm a woman, for example, right? Let's say I'm a woman and I go to some function. It doesn't matter what the function is, right? And I see an attractive guy who I think might want to be my boyfriend or, I might want to date. And then I give him flirtatious looks and I do things that hint that I'm like sexually attracted to him. And I try and do that in the hope that he'll come over to me and that he'll offer to, that he'll ask for my number or that he'll offer to take me out for dinner, right?
Yeah.
By your definition, that would be
No, I
sex
wouldn't.
work. But that's just
No, that wouldn't.
But it would fit your definition. It might not fit the way you think about it, but it would fit your definition because your definition is that she's engaged in some form of sexuality and that she's doing it for some gain, and that's what she's doing when she flirts with a man.
No, something of value. No, that something of value wouldn't include simply like a romantic relationship.
That's some
right? Like,
value.
No, not in the same way. Hold on. Like, not in the way that we think of it when we're talking about exchanging goods and services on a marketplace, right? Like, that's we wouldn't consider that a value in and of itself. You would consider being
hold on.
It's like the point
like,
of the human
you would
species.
you
Of
would
course
consider
it's
like a
a value
dating
in and of
service,
itself.
a dating service providing a hookup. That would be a value, helping you like connect with another person, right? But the relationship itself is not something that we trade as valuable in the same ways. We don't use it.
Why?
So
Why
I'm not
is that
using it
separate
in that way.
from everything else? I'm like, I hear you and I recognize that is what you believe, right? But I'm just curious, where is the line where a relationship, which is, this person wants your attention, they want your time, and they potentially, especially if they're a female, they want your resources, right? They might want to move in with you. So they want your time, they want your attention, they want your resources. How is that substantively different, or a category all on its own that doesn't meet it, but like flirting with a cop where they're utilizing
That's
your
what
sexuality is right? Like, because they're wanting the same thing.
Well, I don't think they are. So if the primary goal is
I recognize
to,
that they're different things. One wants a relationship, one
I-
wants to get out of a ticket, right? But I'm saying,
Yeah,
why
I'm
is the
trying to.
relationship special?
Why is it a different
Because-
class of value?
Because we don't. I'm trying to properly express this, and it might be messy, so please forgive me.
No, you're
Uh,
fine.
Yeah.
You're thinking it's fine. We didn't like set up a formal debate, brother.
Yeah. We don't.
Don't be
view-
wrong, because I'm gonna hold you to it. I'm joking.
We don't consider we don't put a price, let's say. Yeah. Okay. I'll try it this way. We don't put a price on a relationship. Like, I don't put a price on my relationship with my mother, right? Or my parents or anyone else, or my friendships, right? I don't put a price on those things. Like, we don't trade these relationships. Like, they aren't commodities to be traded whatsoever. They are connections, and those are categorically different. Right?
So switch it.
However,
interview.
right?
Hold on.
Hold on.
Switch
Let me
it
just
to an
finish
interview,
this
though.
one thing. Let me just finish one thing, right? So those are different. However, what Scott was touching on, and I think you also identified as well, is that along with those relationships, right, you can get things of value. So you can get housing, you can get money, like what as well. So what I'm doing, distinguishing here, is what is the primary goal? Is the primary goal to make that connection, right? And as well, there would be some ancillary benefits of being with this person, including access to the resources, or is your primary goal, right? Like we were talking about the Passport Bros, to get the resources. Those things are different. We can recognize those things are different, right? We don't say that a person. Just last thing. We don't say that a person who left the country, right, and happened to like fall in love with someone on, at least maybe you guys might disagree with this, so I guess ask you, right? Like, would you say that a person who just happened to leave the country and happened to fall in love with someone around the world, right, and they also are in love with them, right, and they get together, and maybe they take them back to the United States and they get citizenship, right? Would you call that a passport, bro? I wouldn't call that.
No.
Right, exactly.
No,
there's a difference there. Though they do get the benefits.
Sex work, right?
No,
you call it sex work. Yeah.
I wouldn't.
Well,
no, I
let
wouldn't,
me,
because
let me make the argument.
How did you miss
that?
that?
Let me make the argument. I've heard what you're saying, right? So
okay.
So from a left wing perspective, I would say maybe read George Lukács. It's like Luack, and there's like an accent over the A. It's like a crazy name. But regardless, he came up with a theory that is kind of like commodity fetishism plus 2.0, which is reification, right? It's a Marxist idea that, the lines become blurred between what is and isn't a commodity, right? In the sense that, like, commodity fetishism from the Marxian perspective is just that, we as a society become obsessed with materialism, et cetera, et cetera. There's a lot more to it, but I don't want to get too deep into Marxism to answer your question, right? But like reification, right? So if you apply reification in like an industrial sense, it kind of has a different meaning. But if you apply it in a relationship sense, right, it's kind of hard to separate, from a Marxian perspective while we're under the system of capitalism, right? That part of that attraction is those resources. Part of that attraction is like you wouldn't date if you were a girl. You might fall in love accidentally, but you're way less likely to go through with a relationship and way less likely to fall in love if somebody is a loser that has no finances, no money. Part of what it is transactional. But from an objectivist perspective, right? So from my side of the lens, right? I would say that when you fall in love with someone, you fall in love with them because you value them. They have values. They have value to your life. Now, that value could be monetary. Sure. That value could be they have a big house. That value could be they have a car. The value could be those things. But value is subjective, and it comes in other forms, right? I value them because they give me time. I value them because they have this cutesy little laugh that makes my life better. Whatever it is. And so there is, it seems like you're separating sex work and the concept of labor and the concept of work based upon commodities and based upon monetary, a situation. And that because there aren't commodities and there aren't goods and services in the relationship, that this becomes a new domain. But I would argue that you fall in love with someone because you value them. Like that is what you value things that they do and give to your life. And and if you're engaging in sexual activity in the hopes of gaining the things that you value from that person, it's no different than a waitress that is engaged in some form of sexual activity in order to gain the thing that they value.
And my problem is that you're saying you're using value like we in English we use the term value. In English, we use the term value for both of the things, right? So you're not using that word incorrectly. So I grant you that. But we can understand that there are different sorts of values, right? The value that commodities and goods and services provide, right, is one type of value. The way you evaluate that value is inherently.
But here's the problem. Would you say that an intern isn't doing work? That they're not a worker? Because they're not paid money. They're paid in something else that they value, which is mentorship, experience, the ability to network. So people engage in labor and work in the labor market without getting any money or commodities. And the reason they do that is because they gain other things that they value. You wouldn't say that an intern isn't doing work.
I would agree, but you're going to have to connect this why that invalidates what I'm
saying is if you're engaged in sexual activity in the hopes of gaining a partner or maybe gaining a night of fun or maybe just gaining, going out for dinner that night and getting some dick, whatever it is, right? I wouldn't say that that's sex work. I would say that that's natural human sexual activity. You agree with me on that domain. And the reason you agree with me on that domain is that there isn't a strict
I don't think sex work is unnatural.
Right, like there isn't a strict sale for goods and services. And what I'm saying is we call other things work where people engage in labor and they're not getting a strict sale of any goods or commodities. What they're getting is experience. They're getting knowledge. They're getting networking opportunities. They're getting other things that they value.
I agree that the word work is very expansive. Agreed, right? But I'm talking about a specific type of work. So I agree with what you said. Like, yes, there's other types of work involved in terms of a internship. I agree there, but that's one category. I'm identifying another category. So I don't know why these things don't coexist. Maybe I'm missing something. I do apologize.
No, I agree. I agree that a relationship is different than a goods in exchange for like commodity. Like I agree that those are clearly two different things, and I can say they're two different things because I just said how they're different, right?
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is that if your definition of sex work, right, like you need to change your definition of sex work, right? Your definition of sex work now must include the exchange of commodities, right? Because if your definition of sex work is, well, it's just off of something you gain of value, then it must include relationships. And then,
Okay.
You see what I'm saying? Like, that's the problem.
Okay. Sure. If that's the problem, if that wording, then I can give it a wording. Then maybe I imported things that I didn't mean to import. I can do that and say that
that's what I'm saying, is that the definition is encompassing that. I'm not saying that they're not different.
Prime, do that.
Hold on, wait, but Prime, that person isn't being exchanged something. The girl that's showing her like cleavage to the cop, or the girl who's in the interview showing, which is kind of harder to make you understand this example, but the girl who's showing her cleavage in the interview and the girl who's showing her cleavage to the cop, they aren't getting back in exchange in a commodity.
No, hold on, but yeah, not all of these things are commodity, right? A good or service, right? Like a position, right? So if it's for a job interview, right, you get the job interview, well, then you're going to get the money that you want to.
Well, she doesn't. Well, hold on, wait. Sorry. Well, one, she doesn't necessarily definitely get the job. Two, she doesn't understand there's no connection to the amount that she gets paid on that job with the act that she did.
That doesn't matter. I don't know what that doesn't matter to me.
Why doesn't it matter? You're saying there's an exchange.
So to be clear, and I said this previously, or at least I hope I said it. Maybe I didn't. Right?
Well, I it's the attempt. Which, as I said, the other thing, I think work is a little too openly. I said the primary method of the work needs to be the sexual activity. Right. So if you're in a job interview and you use your sexuality, that's not sex work. That's just using sexuality in that moment.
Yeah, I disagree with that. But it doesn't have to be it doesn't have to be successful. It's the attempt, right?
But it's not an attempt to exchange for a commodity. It's an attempt to gain.
But no, I didn't. My definition isn't strictly for commodities, right?
I thought you just said I was changing my definition to say that because I didn't want to.
Okay, but in this case, you would get money, right? Like if for a job.
No, you don't know that.
I mean, but the goal, her, in this case, we're using women. Her goal is to get a job for the money, right? If that goal is to get the job for the money, whether she actually gets the money, right? Whether they do a bait and switch over or whatever, that falls within my definition. It doesn't matter if it's successful or not. She knows how much money.
This is so broad that it's the same as the girl at the auction. She doesn't know if she's gonna get
the girl at what? Sorry, what'd you say?
The girl that Fabian constructed that's at the work event showing her cleavage. She doesn't know if she's gonna get the relationship, and in getting the relationship, it's the goods that relationship will provide to her. Just like the girl at the cop is unsure of what monetary value she's gonna get. The girl in the interview is unsure of the monetary value she's going to get. The girl at the work function showing her cleavage is unsure of the goods that she's going to get if a relationship is successful. None of these people have a
I don't know why you have to be sure of
No. I'm saying no. I'm only saying that because you said you want to straddle this to intent. All of these people have an intent to gain something in these three scenarios. So what me and Fabian are trying to show you is that no matter how you construct this, no matter which words you use, these three scenarios are going to fit perfectly to the words that you plan to use here. And you're going to say that some of them are sex work and some of them aren't. And we're just calling out that inconsistency.
Well, I think there's a simpler way to describe this. When you say sex work, you're talking about a type of work. Okay. Now, if I say intelligence work, well, we could kind of think of that and we could kind of like create a type of work from intelligence work, right? Like work that requires a PhD, or like work that requires an advanced degree, or work that predominantly uses your mind as opposed to your muscles for the labor, right? You might call, an office worker that works in a cubicle intelligence work, right? But the problem is that you can't say anytime someone uses their mind is now intelligence work. It would get weird if we started saying the construction worker who thinks of a new way to do something quicker is intelligence worker or is engaged in intelligence work. It gets to the point where the term intelligence work is just describing an aspect of humanity, and is just saying that every time someone utilizes that aspect, that they're doing that type of work. And so the definition then becomes kind of dysfunctional. It basically describes everything. Anytime someone uses their mind in their job, now all of a sudden they're doing intelligence work, and so it loses its ability to describe a type of work. If you say every time a woman uses her sexuality to gain some favor or advantage in her work, she's doing sex work. Well, now sex work doesn't actually describe a type of work. It just describes sexuality in all domains of work. And so it becomes dysfunctional.
I see what you're saying. You're looking for a limiting factor here for like
and
intelligence.
the limiting factor I add is the primary method of the work is centered around the sexual activity. That's the primary goal and the
which is what I
purpose
said
of the labor.
Yeah. So hold on. Let me ask you this: if a woman, and again, we're just using women, but like again, you could just switch these around for men, but like it's just simpler to use women. A woman late on her rent, the landlord comes around, hey, like there's an implication, or maybe not just implicit, explicit, that I will do things for you for more time on my rent. You would say that's not sex work because she's not like that's not the primary role. Like that's not her primary role, right? She's just a tenant.
Primary role in that transaction. It is in that transaction.
That is the primary role. The primary role is to gain favor for sexual activity through the use of sex in that role. It's not her primary role as a tenant, right?
Okay.
Like, so you wouldn't call being a tenant sex work. Right, you wouldn't say.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that for anything else either. I wouldn't say that a waitress. I wouldn't say a waitress.
You would say that she's engaged in sex work when she is engaged in a transaction, and the primary means by which she gains resources through that transaction, the specific commodities, right?
Okay,
not just relationship. It's the primary action is sexual activity. That is the goal of the interaction, is to utilize sexual activity as the primary means here, right? Like she's
okay.
Not,
so let's
she's
let's
not a
work with this.
waitress,
Okay.
like you know, where the primary.
Yeah, but I agree. The waitress
Hold
is
on,
not a sex worker.
Hold on. Well,
no,
are we talking about
through this?
No, hold on, because I want to understand what we're agreeing to. Because I could agree with you, or I could not agree. Are we talking about a situation, Prime, where the lady is fucking for this, or blah blah blah, or talking about a situation where, just like with the cop, she's just using her beauty to get delay on her rent?
Well, this is exactly where I want to go. So I want to find out with you guys.
Yeah, I would call the first sex work and the second not.
Yeah. So
exactly.
Let's find the line here. So blowjob, right? Sex work. We agree?
Yes.
Okay. What were we gonna say?
Oh no.
Okay,
all right. I just want to make sure. Is it an exchange for the rent? Is it exchange to pay the rent?
Yeah, it's an exchange to pay the rent.
No. I think Prime specifically, at least in his example last week, whenever that, he was saying it's in exchange to pay it later, not for the rent itself. Right, Prime? Which one are you saying today? Just to make sure, I just want to make sure.
I don't know if there's that much of a difference between these, but sure. Like we can let's say exchange to pay the rent. Let's keep it simple there, right? Exchange to pay the rent. So maybe she doesn't have to do this month's
yeah, for sure. Sex work.
So we'll do that then. Okay, fair. All right. Then no blowjob, right? She won't do that, right? But she will maybe button a few buttons, right? And you see her bra, right? Would that be sex work?
No.
Why not? Maybe she's showing you more of her body than you would see otherwise. That's not sex work. I mean, they literally do that as sex work. Sex workers, actual sex workers, do exactly that all the time, right? Where they like start to show you, like in burlesque. You would say burlesque is sex work, where they're doing scantily clad, whatever, right? Acting. Yeah. So then
there's an objective. So like, there's an objective line my definition has an objective line. Yours doesn't seem to, right? When I state that the objective line is that the primary method of the work is the sexual activity, that gives us a line by which we can define what is and isn't sex work. Now, there can be gray areas where it's hard to determine whether or not the primary activity is indeed sexual in nature, right? Like, and I agree that, like, as humans, our ability to gain knowledge is imperfect, especially when we don't know the motivations of everybody, right? But if the so like in the rent example, right? If I unbutton a shirt and I use my sexuality, I'm using my sexuality to gain favor in what is a conversation hoping to get my rent delayed. This is an element of the argumentation. I'm utilizing this as part of it, but it is not the primary thing. The primary thing is I'm having a conversation where I'm hoping to influence the other person to give me a couple days more on my rent. Now, I've added sexuality on top of the thing in the hopes that, like, it helps me out a little bit. But there's going to be a line, and it's hard to determine where like if I unbutton my shirt 3 or 4 times, right? Now I'm kind of like communicating something a little bit different than just like being subtly more attractive. At a certain point, you cross the line from where the primary means of argumentation in this transaction is I'm just hoping to convince this person versus I'm selling them the idea that they
get
can
that your
fuck
definition is different. I get your definition is different from my definition, right? Which is I'm just like going through the process of like finding out where everyone's definitions diverge. So I understand that primary. I get you, right? I'm seeing where GSU's line is as well. So it okay. So GSU, right? You're saying that if a woman, now it's explicit. Let's say, well, let's just keep it simple. It's explicit. Hey, in exchange for the rent, right? I'm going to unbutton my shirt and you'll see my bra. In that case, it's explicit. There's one, right? For the view, you get the rent money or don't have to pay the rent money. You
And
would
that
say
type
that's
of
not sex
contract,
work.
no, in that type of contract scenario that you've constructed, I could, if a girl says, "Yo, I'm gonna show you my cleavage," or "I'm gonna show you my breast in exchange for X," we're in the realm of sex
Yeah,
work.
that'd
now.
be sex work. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So,
But even if
when
you
we're
did it to an extreme degree that like that became what you were communicating without communicating it, right? Like I would still say
Exactly.
that's
Yeah.
sex work. Like
Yeah.
like
She
if I
just,
like if I just
she just
basically
let us
took off
titties
my
jiggle.
shirt and was like, "Hey, give me a couple days," right? Like this is a very
Exactly.
explicit thing going on here. But if I just unbutton one button, like that's influencing my powers of persuasion. I'm adding an element of sexuality.
Yes.
But women do
Okay.
this in basically fucking everything.
Everything.
Right? Like,
Yeah,
Yeah, I know.
and that
There's a
doesn't
lot of
make
sex
you
work going
a
on.
whore, a sex worker, or engaged
There's a lot
in
of sex
sex
work
work.
going
No,
on.
that's my
I
point,
know.
Prime.
There's a lot of
But
sex work
now,
going
but
on.
you,
I hear
I
you.
feel like you want
okay,
to
all
cover
right.
this.
Look, I'm gonna listen. I'm
I'm
gonna
not.
hop out of here. I'm gonna
I'm
hop
not
out
trying
of
to
here,
be
right?
obtuse. So, Scott, I wasn't trying to
I
be
don't think
obtuse
you're
here.
trying to be obtuse. I think that you believe what you're saying, and like that's fine. I'm just saying that I don't think we should accept your definition as a valid
Fair enough.
definition because I think
Okay.
your definition essentially goes into the realm of like no longer being functional to describe sex work. I could easily do the same, like I said, with intelligence work. I could say that every time somebody uses their brain in work, that it's intelligence work,
And I
but
want to
it
address that.
becomes useless
I want
to
to
like
address
to the
that.
definition.
We can have that definition, and we can understand. So when I say that these things are a spectrum, right? That doesn't mean that I think that like we have to engage with all parts of the spectrum in the same way. So, going with the intelligence work, I hear you. It doesn't make sense. Maybe it's difficult, or it wouldn't work. It wouldn't have any practical use if everything became an intelligence work. If your mind is being used there, right? But further down that list, when things are becoming more explicit, then maybe that's something that you have to actually deal with. Right now, we're contending with something, but that doesn't mean that the spectrum doesn't exist, right? The spectrum still exists, but we can understand on the far side, right, with someone, a physicist or something, right? That's deep intelligence work. But on maybe on the only other extreme, right? It's not of use to society, but that doesn't mean that spectrum isn't actually there. So with sex work, yes.
This is why I said I'm gonna hop out on this and I'll let you respond because I don't want to be like I got the last word. Ha.
No, that's fine. That's fine.
What I mean by this is the problematic. I think we're talking about two different things. There is sex work, and then there is how women utilize sexuality in the workplace, and those are two different things. Just like saying there is intelligence work in my kind of like made up scenario, right? And then there is how people utilize their intellect in work, right? Like you wouldn't say that a construction worker is engaged in intelligence work. You would just say that, yeah, there are times where even manual labor jobs have elements of intelligence in them, and how people still utilize intelligence in their day-to-day work on a construction site. But that doesn't make it like intelligence work, right? Like intelligence
skilled
work
versus unskilled.
PhD, right?
Skilled versus unskilled labor.
But yeah, but like,
no, I'm just saying that's
that'd just be training. That but like exactly like, or it's like kind of actually GSU Gambit. Like when you see people showcase like someone doing like, you know, highly technical or crazy things, and they're like, what do you mean there's no such thing as unskilled? Like, what do you mean there's unskilled labor? It's like, I get that this person has skill and that they're utilizing their skills in their job, but what makes it unskilled labor is that I can grab anybody that's looking for a job that's able-bodied and I can train them in this in a very short period of time. That's what makes this unskilled labor. It doesn't mean that people don't utilize skills and knowledge in the workplace. The same thing I would say about sex work, right? It's not, you know, when a woman uses sexuality in the workplace, that's not necessarily sex work. That's just her utilizing one of many tools that she has to navigate the world. And it's a fairly natural thing in human society. And that like calling it sex work, like diminishes the ability for us to categorize what is and isn't sex work.
I would say that sex work is an extremely natural thing in our society, but I'll leave it there. But that's where our disagreement lies. But I think it's a fair discussion, and I appreciate you.
Fair enough. So in term, boys, you know, stay away from the gold diggers and the sex workers, and they have real definitions, I guess. I don't know.
Yes. Mom has been engaged in sex work. I'm just throwing it out there. All right, bye.
Peace. That's actually kind of funny. Let me go over here. All right. And then let's get some music up. Bop, 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 bop. Why did it default to the Google search? No, sir. We have to fix that, Brave. All right. What? Why did it go to explore? Oh, what? What is happening? There we go. All right. Ukraine clip. Right. I will give you the Ukraine clip. Let me just grab my thing real quick. Because you were like, dude, like, you don't argue against Ukraine enough. I have the most unfathomably based Ukraine clip for you, just so that you can understand how wrong you are. All right, let me just find it real quick.
I don't know.
Because I have certainly debated Ukraine plenty. All right, sir. So this is on a panel, all right, about Ukraine a while ago. So here you go. Since you think I don't go hard enough on the Ukraine situation, let me just pull this up and then make sure we're going. All right, cool.
I don't know if you guys know, probably don't give a much of a fuck, but my father was killed in Kharkiv by Russian artillery. And if, which I'm not blaming the West, I appreciate any help you guys can give us, but if it was given to us sooner, then counteroffensive might have started sooner, and he might not be a splash on the wall right now, because after a very effective counteroffensive...
You gotta let her finish, dude. I will... Okay, you have to let her finish before I stop.
If Boris Johnson and the West hadn't tanked negotiations in May, maybe your father would be alive.
Whoa, dude.
You think?
Dude, that is so...
Right.
You're being real...
It's fine.
Be mad at me all you want, but being like I don't debate or fucking talk about Ukraine, like get out of here. Just because I haven't found a panel about Ukraine to be on recently doesn't mean that like I'm like somehow scared of it. All right, so another thing. Someone asked me earlier, they might not be here anymore, like what is a pragmatist? And I kind of answered. So a pragmatist, when I say a lefty prag, and like because Jay Dyer had he put out a call on Twitter and was like, I want to debate a real libertarian, like I want to debate libertarianism, like somebody find me like a good libertarian to debate. And like tons of people were like, debate me, debate Liquid Zulu, debate Casimir, debate people that are like actual libertarians and understand the philosophy, that like are known by Andrew Wilson, are known by like, you know, people like Jim Bob, that are known by people that Jay Dyer, you know, that knows and can be vouched for, that are good debaters. And of course, I put my name forward, but I also put Liquid Zulu's name and Casimir's name up. And then what he did is he found some nobody that has I think he like was streaming or something to like 3 viewers. Like with like, you know, with this big opportunity, you probably got all 3 of those viewers from Jay Dyer. And it was a lefty prag, and I'll explain what that is in a minute. But it was a lefty prag, and then I went on Twitter and was like, dude, like you put out this call for libertarians, and now you're saying that you can like defeat the libertarians, but this guy has no concept of libertarian philosophy. He's just another leftist, and that's all that you wanted to prove, is that libertarians were a bunch of lefty dweebs instead of actually debating somebody when we gave you people that could actually debate against your ideology. And then he was like, how dare you, like he feigned like offense. It was like, how dare you make that assumption about me and try and pretend like I'm blah, blah, blah. And then he just immediately blocked me so that like I couldn't have anything else to say again. He's a fucking pussy that won't debate a real libertarian. He goes after people with clout and low-hanging fruit because he knows that he can't go against somebody that actually is actually has a good argument to give. Like if you're gonna claim that you can defeat the libertarians, then when the libertarians show up and say, hey, these are the people that represent us and can debate well, fucking go against one of them. I'm not saying he has to debate me, just as easily could have debated Casimir or Liquid Zulu or any of the other people that are good, well-known libertarian debaters instead of some nobody lefty prag. Now, what is a lefty prag? So under libertarianism, you kind of have 3 definitions of libertarianism. You have the real one, right, which is, you know, libertarian as set forward by Murray Rothbard, that is anarcho-capitalist, that is, you know, Austrian in their economic sense, and is inspired in that vein. You have small L libertarian, which is like a whole category of like limited government, like we should have the government less in our lives, like minarchists, etc. Right? And then you have this group known as the pragmatists that are part of the Libertarian Party. Now, these people took over the LP, and their goal was like Reason and Cato type like mid-wit libertarianism that wasn't about taxation as theft, wasn't about like individual property rights and body rights. It was all like, oh, if we have open borders and like we allow hedonism and we allow like the gays to, you know, march down Folsom Street and swing dick in front of kids, like this is all good because freedom is good. So any type of freedom is actually good. And like, you know, any type of the government, you know, utilizing any force against anybody is always bad. And like, you know, we just want a smaller government. We want gays, ganja, and guns. And this was supposed to be like the easier to argue with, in the political domain and easier to get our policies. Like just legalize guns and legalize weed and, you know, let gays do whatever it is that they want wherever they want. And they are socially left-wing. They are hedonists. They are not conservative in any stretch of the word, and they're not for getting rid of the state or disempowering the state. They're just for like open borders, you know, more like corporate control. Like they I don't want to say they're everything that libertarianism is against, but it is absolute bullshit form of libertarianism. And so I think Jay Dyer is a little fucking pussy. until he stops fucking blocking anybody that actually is a libertarian and can challenge him. And I think the way he reacted was like being a little bitch, especially on Twitter, dude. Like, I'm sorry, but like Twitter's toxic. That's the name of the game. Like, that's just what it is. Like, stop it. So that's what a pragmatist is. It's like a left wing. Why is my phone restarting? What is happening? Must have got a phone update. Fucking CIA hacking into my shit. But yeah, that's what I mean. Dude, what the fuck is going on? Again, midway through the fucking stream, Windows just decided to cut my fucking volume down. I was trying to figure out what was going on with my audio, and like it just cut my fucking audio back down to 60%. Yeah, Chase Oliver is a good example of a Now, we have a term in libertarian circles that I can't say on YouTube. And I can't say, cut it, you too loud. Well, I'm not peaking. I'm just loud because of how much you've turned up your volume. Like, that's what happened. So cut your volume down. But yeah, yeah, I mean, Chase Oliver is a great example. I mean, like, he's a little bit more of an anarchist than your typical prag. Now, we utilize the term, like I said, in spaces where we're allowed to have free speech, YouTube not being one of them, which is what rhymes with prag. It's a three-letter word, starts with an F, right? Prag. I can't say it, or I'm going to get fucking, struck down by the YouTube gods. But I think you all know what I'm thinking. Bundle of sticks. Prag, bundle of sticks. That's the term we use. My roommate likes to call statists flaggots, and that's my favorite term. It's one of my favorite terms. Fabian resorting to ear gap to win the debate. What, a debate against who? It's literally just me talking. Rhymes with bag, yeah. So, yeah, Chase Oliver is a great example of this, right? So, like, Chase Oliver presumes to be, a libertarian in the anarchist vein, right? He's all for, taxation is theft. We got to get the government out of everything. But Chase Oliver is also someone that said that he doesn't see any problems with Drag Queen Story Hour, that there's no issue there. He said that he wants to take his, he wants to take his little niece to Drag Queen Story Hour and drag shows because they're actually great and they're family friendly. Like, he preaches queer theory, right? Which is dysfunctional, dysgenic bullshit that's based in critical theory Marxist shit. Like, the axioms of queer theory are directly anti-libertarian. They're anti-individualist. And, he was at a gay pride thing where he was saying, like, just like, what did he say? Just like gender, American politics is non-binary. Or it was something very close to that. I might be off by like a word or two, but like the spirit of what I'm saying is there. When he was in an interview, he said that like he had no problem with the state prison system doing trans surgery and medication to prisoners that want to transition from male to female and go into women's prisons. He's like, if you're going to capture these people and a doctor says that this is what they need and you're going to pay for them, then that's what we should do. And it's like, every step of the way, he's just pushing leftist, dysfunctional, dysgenic bullshit and then pretending to be a fucking libertarian, but he has these ideologies that have contradictions in them. That's the lefty prag. Like, at the end of the day, when you figure out what it is that they really believe, they don't believe in limited government. They only believe in government not standing in the way of their hedonistic bullshit. And it's just a means of creating dysfunction and a hope for a collapse. It's not about an orderly, good society. So there you go. I answered those questions. They weren't even super chats, but I answered them anyways. Like, share, subscribe. Cut the notification bell on. Notification bell really doesn't do shit. A lot of people don't get the I'm not giving you mods. Slope is dope. Like, you're banned from my Discord because you did Fed shit. All right, you're not fucking getting mod in my chat because I don't trust you to not abuse it. But yeah, like, share, subscribe, please. You won the debate. I don't know what the debate is, but fair enough. God, I miss Twitch. Sarwalk walking into someone would have been a clip by now. Dude, Sarwalk walking into that dude at the LP convention was hilarious. Didn't realize he was being fucking filmed, just being like, ah. But yeah, no, join the Discord. That's where most of the notifications go. I will be back Wednesday. I'll be talking to Taftash about the Civil Rights Act. Thursday we'll probably be starting a little bit earlier. Well, we're almost guaranteed to start a little earlier because I'm doing a WIC panel on like what it means to be a man in today's society or some shit. I'll get that better nailed in, as the debate comes. And then depending on how long the debate runs and what we're doing, we might do like a libertarian nerd night after that and go over Kinsella's speech. It just depends on everything that I have going on. And then Friday I'll be doing the debate championship show or whatever on Gibbs' channel. Saturday we won't be doing anything. Sunday we'll probably do another Sunday fun day. We'll see what it is. Well, probably Path of Exile 2, given the current what I'm currently doing. That's probably what we'll do. Hang out, play some games. If you have funny videos that you want me to watch and shit like that, Sunday on Sunday Fun Day is definitely the time to share that stuff. But I will see you guys Wednesday, and if you're following me on Twitter or follow me in the Discord, then you'll probably see me a little bit before then. Peace.